This song is way too peaceful. Why did it start on this one? Why did we start on the peaceful song? Much better. Hi. It's me the rat. Hello. It's me. The rat. Hello. Hello, hi. Okay, let me scroll up. I'm gonna catch up on all the messages. Ooh, it's her, it's me. Hello, the Issa. Listen. Minor spelling mistake. Hello, the I don't have one. Damn. I'm here to help, but she hates me. No, it's okay. Can I get a she loves us? Can I get a she loves us? Can I get a she loves us? Do you see the new Hunter the Parenting? I can't remember if you watched that. I have not seen that before. I have not seen that before. Let's go, let's go. I wonder if Arisa will react to the frog reacted to Ricky. No, I have a list of videos today. I'll tell you what they are once we get there. Rat time. It's rat time. Hi, rats. Rat stream time. Rat stream time. Hi. Rat stream time. Rat time. It time. Test. It's me, the tester. Vermin lady time. Yes. We have a couple Skaven videos today. Speaking of which, just what the doctor ordered. Have fun, lady. Hi. Rat. The peaceful rat. I'm so peaceful. Chill vibes to Warhammer 2. Exactly. Hi, I don't have one. Mac, thank you for the 125 stay stream. Thank you. You sound a lot better. Yeah, the antibiotics worked. Thank goodness. Oh boy. I'm so glad they did because I was extremely sick of being sick. I was very sick of being sick. But I'm healed. I'm okay now, I think, I hope. This illness has liked to kind of give me a false sense of security for like 2 days and then hit me again, but I don't think we're getting that again. I felt better for a couple days now, so I'm hoping it stays that way. Hi, the rat for some reason has a problem with peace. Hi, it's me, the rat, who for some reason has a problem with peace. I like violence. Good morning, Boss Rat. Good morning. Hi, Boss, I'm watching downloaded the movie. Nice, I hope you enjoy it. Hi, welcome. Before it's by your rat. Hello, it's me, the rat. Hello, the rat. Hello, you, the rat. Hello, it's me, the rat. Hey, yes, it's you, the rat. It's me, the rat. Rat, good one today. The evil Argentina was defeated. Congratulations. You streaming while I'm at off, guys? No, she loves us. Wah! Well, listen. You would have been worse if I didn't stream at all. So I think this is fine. Is this not better? Hello, the Chris Pratt. No. I'm the crisp rat. Like a crisp dollar bill, but I'm rat instead. Cosmic who won? Yeah, good question. Who did win? I don't know who they were up against. What's the opposite of a Warhammer? Peace dagger? Bapanada. That's a good question. What is the opposite of a Warhammer? I mean, peace, yes. I don't know if dagger is the opposite of a hammer, though, you know? I don't know. Because it still has, like, a handle. It's still got, like, a handle and stuff. It's just sort of, like, blunt versus sharp, you know? We can figure something out, I'm sure. Spain won. Oh. That explains the Miku fan art I saw this morning. I saw Argentina Miku x Spain Miku Yuri this I've very carefully curated my social media feeds to show me what the people want to see. How do people know it's rat time? Do they have rat-powered watches? Yes. Rat-powered watches. I actually installed a rat-powered watch. It's like a pacemaker. I've sort of installed a pacemaker inside each and every one of you that tells you when it's rat time. 2 days left, boss. Oh, until I'm scared. In the grim dark future, there is only rat. There's only rat. Aren't you always sick, like permanently? Yeah, but I'm less sick right now. You mean Rat Tim? You mean Rat Tim? Mine is spelling mistake. I'm gonna be haunted forever. 10 pestilence is a bloody menace. They laid our boss low. They did. Good thing you were over your sickness. Now the doctors can finally work out what's still wrong with you, Australian. Yeah. OMG, it's the rat. It's me, the rat. Is that the root? Maybe in some accents. Hi, Arisa Chat. Hi, welcome. Boss, 3 consecutive stream days, you spoil us. Yippee! Is it 4? Is it 4? Or did I take a day off before that? Because I do Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. But I might have taken a sick day. I'm not sure. You would love me if you didn't. Can I get her? She loves us. Did Ocean Man give you ham yet? No. Ocean Man is keeping the ham from me. It's really mean. It's actually really mean. A nail, passive, peace nail, peace nail. I guess the opposite would be nail. Peace pillow. Peace, cozy little nap in my bed. Cozy little sleep in my bed. That's the opposite of hammer. That's the opposite of hammer. Of course, that's what your Twitter feed is? Of course. I've carefully curated it. I have carefully curated it. Won't lust Tim. Listen. Doesn't she love this emote? Yes. Would you all know? Because I know you use this, she hates this one more. Stop saying piss pillow. Peace. P-E-A-C-E. Peace pillow. Peace pillow. Peace, like peaceful. As an American, the idea of a free pacemaker confuses and scares me. You're welcome. You're welcome. Free pacemaker for the people. But it doesn't actually help you, it just tells you when I'm going live. The opposite of a Warhammer is peace magnet, because powerful magnet can remove nails. Ah, okay, I'm following. Thought you don't like peace? This is true. I like war and vengeance and violence and rage. But also friendship. I believe in violence and friendship. I think we can have both. Speaking of friendship?
Yay!
I don't know, I don't have a segue. What do I make for this goal? What do we need a goal. We need like a weekly goal. We need like a weekly goal. What should it be? What should it be? I don't know what the weekly goal should be. We're doing 40k of fantasy or both? Both. Both. I got a good collection that I'll go over momentarily. Subnautica over my dead, damp corpse. We do a pace cave and we can go get through it. Tell us who Tim is. I'll make Tim. Make Tim. I'll make Tim. We'll figure out what that means when we get there. We'll figure out what that means when we get there. I don't know what that means yet. We'll find out. We'll find out. Arisa Locus Pocus. I'm having a stronk again. I'm having a stronk again. Don't forget to make time to make Tim. Yeah, I gotta make time to make Tim. I'm having a bit of a stronk. I gotta be quite honest. Weekly goals save Miwa from her unfortunate time drift to North America. I know! Miwa takes a vacation. The sky's on fire. Sorry. Sky's on fire. Set it on fire. Sorry. Oops. Sky's burning. Sky's burning. It's sort of like Chicken Little. If Chicken Little was right. Was Chicken Little right? I haven't seen that movie in a long time. Maybe the... In hindsight, I think the ending of the movie was that Chicken Little actually was right the whole time. So it's sort of like Chicken Little. I'm sort of like Chicken Little in the sense that I'm correct. Bye, Bum. Bye, Bum. Paint the rat red and green. Gasp. Wait, I should do that for Christmas. I should do that for Christmas. Where I just, like, dip me in a pool of dye. Bakery's Noah has some great videos on Skaven, particularly the one Ratman called Thankwell. I think I do have one of his videos, in the playlist for today. I'm saying the playlist. It's not a playlist. It's really not a playlist, to be quite honest with you. It's just a bunch of tabs that I've got open. Would that make more sense for Easter? True. We can also dip dye me for Easter. We should, like, start dip dyeing me for different holidays. Burning sky, diarrhea forever. Yeah. Yeah, she can't eat a salad, the sky's on fire. A happy North America trip, Miwa. It was parts of an alien ship disguised as sky. Yeah! Okay, now I remember. Now I remember. Now I remember. She's in Canada, her salad's fine. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. I thought the salads were a problem just sort of across the continent. That's why Americans don't eat vegetables, they're too dangerous. My favorite will always be Sea of Us Kane. We watched that one. That video should be up now, right? I think that video is up now. That was fun. I liked that video a lot. That was a good one. Like, is there any... I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to go over before we start for the day. It's kind of... I'm really bad at remembering if I have anything else to talk about. Maybe I don't. It makes me want to listen to the books. Yeah, I want to get into the books. There's so many. Can we have one moment of silence for Baba? She's not dead. She's fine. That's what I'm telling myself. I'm mourning her already. I'm already mourning. I'm already in mourning. Any fun leaks? I'm thinking about it. I don't know if I have anything to announce right now. Off-Kai meet and greet. That's pretty soon. Off-Kai meet and greet's pretty soon. Oh, I know what else is. The Nikkei fan concert. One Miss Obake Pam has organized a Nikkei fan concert, and I am a part of the chorus for the... I can remember the song title. Something the Queen. Something the Queen. I'm in the chorus for Something the Queen. I don't remember the title. That's today. That comes out today, so check that out once it's out. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. God save the Queen. I don't think that's going. God shave the Queen. Don't do that. She's already dead. She's already dead. Wowie zowie, so proud of you. Thank you, Fel. Thank you, Fel. Thank you, Fel. Terrible discovery. If you invert Arisa's color, she would be the gay flag, so evil Arisa would be a Fujoshi. No! You said you're gonna pretend to be British for off-tie. Can you practice your British accent for a moment? See, well, that's only if I go in person. I don't have to use that one yet. I don't have to use that one yet. Then her hair would be worth millions at this point. I read that as then her hair would be worth 1,000,000 points. I was like, points in what? Points in what? I'm really literate. I'm literate, I swear. In Game Changers? True. Speaking of Game Changers, new episode, absolute all-timer. That was a great episode. That was so good. Genuinely, like, probably top 3 episodes of all time. Fantastic work. I love how yours and chat's brain works during stream. Yeah, it's just sort of a feedback loop of all of us getting stupider. Like, I say something stupid, then you guys respond with something stupid, and then I respond with something even stupider, and we just sort of feedback loop into oblivion. And I think that's wonderful. I should attempt to do a British accent, right? I think that would be funny. What would that... How do I do a British accent? I don't think it's easy to do a British accent, but I do think that I am cursed, in the sense that I can't do an American one significantly more than that. I think I can get away with that. Stupid to stupid communication, exactly. Stupidity Ouroboros, exactly. Since we haven't hit the nonsensical random noises part of the feedback loop, not yet. Not yet. Can't distinguish Australian from British accent? It is quite similar. Just talk normally with less incarceration. That's crazy. Why don't you just do the American accent instead? Because when I try to do an American accent, I start doing Because when I try to do an American accent, I start turning into the robot. I'm trying really hard. I'm really trying. I'm trying so sincerely. It's not a bit when I do this. I'm seriously trying. Just speak normal. I'm doing my best. Have you tried giving up? Yeah, frequently. That's why I'm doing the British plan instead. Depends what accent you want. We do have several. Yeah, I gotta pick a specific one. To speak British, talk like an orc. I got to talk like orc. Oh man. Oh man. You ever tried a southern accent? Badly, yes. Sure, you can do Valley Girl? Yeah, but that's not convincing, you know? If I need a disguise to blend in. To blend in un-Aussie. Then what would I do? What would I do? I recommend a Connecticut accent. People would think you have money. Can you do like a Texas accent or something? Almost, I don't know the difference between American accents. I gotta be so honest. Guys, it's not natural. I was just lobotomizing us in our sleep. I am sorry. Oops, sorry. You found out that I also put nails in your brain at the same time as I put the pacemaker in. My fault. My fault. Okay, we've been yapping for like 20 minutes. I should explain what we're doing today. So, Warhammer React. Because, you know, I gotta get some stuff cooking for the YouTube. I gotta get some stuff cooking for the YouTube today. So, I'm thinking, I don't have any particular order for the ones that I've stashed up, but I do have like a big batch of, let me see how many tabs I've pulled up. I do have 6 tabs. What's up, my fellow Americans? She says if she was a USA shirt carrying 2 AR-15s. Look at me, I'm America. It's me, I blend in natural. I'm not an Australian. I have gun and New York shirt. Hot dog. Hamburger, credit card. Hamburger credit card. Hello, fellow American citizens. Can you tell I'm Australian? She blends right in. I blend right in. They never know. Is that you, TikTok lady? Hello, I am the bot from TikTok. Can you tell that I'm not from here? Can you tell that I'm not human? Arisa, hi, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. It's like she's from Wisconsin. Okay, so today I've got like 6 videos lined up. I'm gonna ask the people. I'm gonna ask the people, what would we like to watch first? What would we like to watch first? I gotta admit, guns already make me a bit hard, but gun in a sexy lingerie makes me 100% hard. How much do you get paid by TikTok to do that voice? None. I'm an indentured servant. They keep me locked in the basement. They keep me locked in the basement and they go, go, read out this text, go, read out this text now. Okay, so the videos I have lined up for us today. We got a bunch of options. So I'm gonna give you just like some general prompts, and we can kind of decide which one we want to go with. We're gonna like decide which one we want to go with. I picked number 3. I haven't given you the prompts yet. I haven't given you the list. Okay, these are the options we got. Every Sister of Battle Order Explained, sort of, by Mr. Bones 40k. We've got Every Warhammer Fantasy Faction Explained, by Pancreas No Work. We've got Heavy Flamer Heresy Space Hulk Deathwing by the Russian Badger. I don't know, I feel like the other ones are more self-explanatory. I've got no idea what's going on in this video, it was just recommended to me. We have How Every Edition of Warhammer 40k Broke by Olden Demon, which I believe Miwa watched recently. We have Skaven Weapons, The Worst Kind of Creativity by Pancreas No Work. And Can You Beat Total Warhammer 3 Using Only Rattling Guns by Brilliant Stupidity. Which one of these do we want to start with? Which one of these do we want to start with? I'm getting a lot of badger pogs, so I'm feeling like that's where the vote is going. I feel like the vote is immediately swinging in a certain direction. 6 is tempting, but I'm gonna stick with 3. Skaven weapons, nice. Stupidity, Skaven weapons. Okay, we got a lot of options here, so we are gonna watch a bunch of them. Ideally, we're gonna watch all of them, because I have lined them all up with the purpose of watching them today. Good one to set the tone? That's true. We can start with that one. We can start with that one. Okay, let's go. Oh my god, wait, I haven't watched the Dead Meat Horror Awards yet. I gotta watch that tomorrow. Okay, let me move over to the other screen. Wee! We're here, hi, hello. I heard all the options, didn't understand any of them. That's okay. Okay, so I think it looks like we'll be starting off with the Russian Badger one. That seems to have won by kind of a landslide. I'm gonna stick the boys elsewhere. I'm gonna get a little smaller. So that we can... Hold on, let me rearrange all my screens and stuff. I gotta get ready to watch... We're gonna get ready to watch some things. We are gonna be watching, like, all of them. But it's just a matter of, like, which ones we want to start with, you know? Which one do we want to begin with for the vibes? Okay, let me move me a little bit out of the way, because I'm gonna be looking... looking around. And let's move Kevin. Kevin can come. He's so sneaky. Look at him. Kevin, what are you doing, buddy? He looks like he's planning something. Kevin, what are you doing? What's he doing? He looks like he's up to something. He's peeking. Yeah, he's peeking. That's exactly the face he's making. He's such a scamp. Yeah, he's such a little scamp. Look at him. My boys. Okay, Kevin can go up here. He's gonna hang out up the top. There we go. He's skulking cantankerously towards his devilish deeds. He is. Alright, let me pull up the video. Dun-dun-dun. Kevin's creeping. He's creeping and eeping. He's creepily creeping. Greebly greebin. Words. I'm literate. Alright, let me pull up the window capture. And let's full screen this. Oh wait, I gotta make sure I've unmuted the tab. There we go. Think she broke? I broke. Stream of Bronx, sorry. And then let's switch this to... There we go. Okay, let's turn off the music. Bam. So, first up on our list today, we will be watching Heavy Flamer Heresy Space Hulk Deathwing by Russian Badger. This has been by far, like, this was, like, by far the most recommended today. This won the vote by a landslide. So, I'm assuming this is not going to need that much of an introduction, but I'm excited. I have no idea what this video is really going to be about. It was just suggested to me, but I like Warhammer stuff, so we'll find out. We're gonna find out. Brother, I don't know why he's gone crunchy all of a sudden. I don't know what I've done to the screen.
Get the flamer.
Oh, what's it doing? Okay.
Flamer.
The heavy flamer. Oh boy, volume. Flames.
I would like to file a complaint.
I love how indiscriminate you are with your flames. You don't need to whip it like a noodle at a swimming pool. Like, what the fuck?
No, that's exactly what you should do with that weapon. Little low, let me fix it.
Burn in holy fire.
The time has come, brothers.
Is that better?
No mercy.
Shitpost/heresy alert. If you're offended when
There we
someone
go. Is that
goofs up
better?
the lore or talks shit about your favorite chapter of Space Marines, please.
Nice.
Welcome to the grim
Jump
darkness
scare.
of the future, where peace, happiness,
Wow.
and prosperity have been replaced by war, death, and destruction. Not
Yippee!
necessarily in that order, but necessarily in mass quantities.
I will endure 1,000 deaths before I yield.
In the last episode,
Yippee!
9 months ago, we were introduced to the sentient fungi known as the orcs.
Oh, this is a part 2. I hope that's not
Corn-worshipping
important.
heretics known as the forces of chaos that make the civilian casualties of World War II look like a picnic.
Skulls for the skull throne!
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's why we're getting a recap. It's fine.
Cornate massacres. This list is incomplete. You can help by expanding it.
Do more
And most
massacres, do
importantly,
more
the
massacres,
Space
do
Marines
more
and the
massacres.
Imperium of Man, led by the venerate Emperor himself.
We are one in the Emperor and the will of man.
And as much as I'd love to hear about your hyper-intelligent Dark Elder waifu, the dumbass weeaboo space communists, and the rattle me bones robots, the Xenos stealing your shit this time around are the Gene Stealer Tyranids.
Your infestation spreads no further, alien.
It may sound like despotic deja vu for someone to be stealing your shit again, but that's usually the way these 40k games go. Xenos
Yeah.
are either killing something,
Yeah.
breaking something, or stealing something. You're deployed to intervene, you realize the shit is fucked, and you may as well blow it all up anyways, and then you blow it all up.
None who live can survive the flame.
See, I'm used to being Skaven. I know Skaven aren't 40k. I know they're fantasy / Sigma, but still. I'm normally the one doing the stealing, so I'm very familiar with how much stealing occurs in Warhammer. Usually it's my fault.
Which may beg the question from your perspective, why not just blow it all up in the first place? Like Exterminatus nuke from orbit. And to that I retort,
Because it is the Emperor's will, and also purging is really, really fun, brother.
the Gene Stealers are doing just that on one of your space hulks called the Elethros, and you're the librarian in charge of salvaging anything of value and purging the Xenofilth.
Your heresy starts here!
Alongside Devastator Barakeel, Apothecary Nahum, and Shotcaller Belial, you make up Deathwing, the first company
yeah.
of the Dark Angels chapter.
Oh, okay.
Angels of death.
The whole Dark Angels in bone white armor may be a little confusing, but it's only Deathwing. The rest of the Dark Angels are actually green, even though the Salamanders are already green.
Yeah, that's
the
more
Salamanders
confusing,
are
actually.
almost always on fire, so it's not that hard to...
Brother, enough with the lore!
Brothers, retribution is at hand. It is
Brothers.
our strength. We are the sons of Caliban. Let fury guide your weapons. Let vengeance be your song. We are the angels of death, and our enemies shall fall.
Decked out in
Whee!
Terminator armor, you're larger
yeah.
and more formidable than your ordinary Space Marine,
Oh,
but
hell yeah.
not so huge that you can't fit through doorways like a menacing full-size dreadnought.
None may block.
Just imagining like the just like a just I'm having Bamson's having a strong call the modulants. I've forgotten how to speak words. I'm just imagining like a Space Marine just kind of politely standing in a doorway like, brother, I can't get in. Brother, my shoulders, they're too wide. Brother, I'm gonna have to rotate sideways. Brother, if I duck, can you sort of pull me? Can you sort of pull me in? Brother, can you sort of give me a little yank by the shoulder? Brother, help. Brother, get rotated, brother. Brother, we need to rotate you. Brother, I'm stuck. Help. Brother, brother, I'm going to crouch and I need you to sort of pull me this way. Brother, I require uppies. Brother, I require uppies. I need you to sort of pull me this way.
Our path.
And you better believe you're gonna need this intimidating armor, because the Gene Stealers you're up against, well, they're not exactly small.
Brother, I threw up.
And the Xenos get any bigger!
And you may be thinking, at least I have 2 Dark Angel Terminators to help me.
Wrong.
I know it may be heresy to shit-talk fellow Terminators.
Bold words for someone in assault cannon range.
Delete this heresy.
Heresy! It burns! We heard you were talking shit, brother.
But short of dispensing a few cookie-cutter
Mr.
voice lines
Bao
and
is
soaking up
yelling and
damage,
dying.
they are useless.
We are the angels of death. That is like one single Xeno. Steady yourself, brother.
Discipline
No, I've been there.
is
I've
their
been there.
sole strength, as in even if they are on the brink of death, They will not
Pew,
heal
pew,
themselves
pew, pew.
unless you instruct them to.
Oh no.
So if you really want to get heretical, you can
Oh,
instruct
no.
Apothecary Nahum to constantly juice himself up with self-heals like a fiending junkie, and he becomes a Tyrannid Broodlord punching bag while you inflict heavy damage on whatever's attempting to eat you.
Tyrannid
You gotta
bait
do
is
what you
not
gotta
the
do.
right word, brother. I prefer expeditionary Tyrannid punching bag.
Your skill tree allows you to make these fellow brothers of yours more powerful, yourself more powerful, or grant additional purging abilities, and I sure as shit didn't blow any of it on them.
Yes, Brother Barricade, I realize you want better armor, but I can now purge heretics in 3 different kinds of fire.
At least your objectives are simple.
That's not
because
nearly
you
enough
usually
kinds of
see
fire.
a one-word description like fight or destroy
Fight.
off in the
Purge.
distance, and I think you already know what the hell you're doing here. So let me save my breath.
The Xenos are coming. We have to exterminate them at all costs.
Every quest is get 'em.
This heresy, I'm confused by this
Every
heresy.
video game where every
Now
objective
Xenos
is
just
go get 'em.
purging themselves?
Predictably, once this string of objectives is complete, you realize the gene stealers lived up to their names by stealing your genes
No,
and
my
decide to
genes.
incinerate the place exterminatus style.
It was impossible to remove the traces of our gene seed from the bodies of the aliens. So Grandmaster Belial vowed to destroy everything instead.
Oh, natural thing to do. Natural
Consider
thing to do.
this a clear division in the video.
Our guns have fallen silent, brother.
Because the single player, especially on the No Mercy difficulty, can be a frustrating, overwhelming with annoyance, and underwhelming with content experience where you feel like a lone guardsman against a legion of Xenos. Let me
Yeah.
tell you about the Tyrannids. But the multiplayer is 5 times better, a totally different animal, and it feels heretical even looping it in with a single player because it's a completely distinct experience.
Xenophobia increases.
You know you're in a 40K game when instead of saying waiting for players, it's waiting for brothers.
Brother.
I'm getting too loyal
Brother,
for this
pull up.
shit. Brother. Look at Psycho. He's ready to smack a heretic.
His fists.
First of all, multiplayer allows you to play 6 classes instead of just 1. Not that I hated
damn.
playing a librarian.
My face, but I don't know what a librarian looks like.
Actually gives you
because I can't
choices.
fucking read.
But heavy weapon specialty granted me an assault cannon and abilities like zero spread, a devastating mine, and a virtual A10 warthog for an arm.
Assault cannon deployed.
Blood ravens be like me, an intellectual.
Ding 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 ding. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh, the size ray.
Nah, dude, you got
I
this.
think
Nah,
I'm
you
gonna pop
bitch.
both my alts.
Look
Watch.
at him. Look at him.
That's zero accuracy on that rate of fire.
Easy for somebody with a
All
fucking
I see
A10
is
warthog
flames.
strapped to their arm to say.
Run to me, brother. They'll all get fucked if they run into it. Just watch. Done.
Beautiful. It's beautiful.
Apothecaries
I
are
love
important
violets.
because with half the Tyranids being able to tear through your armor like a Cheetos bag, you're gonna need an answer to your H key, which happens to be a needle drill the size of a baseball bat.
Stimulant
It's
deployed.
beautiful.
Apothecary required.
I need an apothecary. I need an apothecary. I need an apothecary.
This Tyranid whispered in my ear he needed one too.
You would do that. You would do that. The apothecary walks up to you. You think he's gonna heal you. You think he's gonna heal you by stabbing you with his needle. He just punches you in the face.
Whatever, I'm
I
going
would.
in.
Hold on, brother. Hold
I've played
on,
enough
brother,
healers in
the cooldown.
FPS games. That's
Here,
the
I'm gonna
that's the
drill you
degree
out.
I'd be
There
at.
you go. Hey man, how many fingers am I holding up? Turn off your heavy flamer so I can tell you.
Brother. Brother, how many fingers am I holding up? Brother. Brother, look through the fire, brother. Brother, look through the fire. I'm holding up fingers, I swear. You just need to I'm just gonna keep holding the flamethrower straight at your face, brother. I'm gonna keep fire blasting your face until you tell me how many fingers I'm holding up, brother.
Hold on, I'll get you. There you go.
Thank you, brother.
Tactical specialty was a must-have because he can revive a fallen brother.
Your duty is not done, brother!
And
That's neat.
Interrogator Chaplain is a no-brainer because he can
Look on it,
revive
brother.
3 fallen brothers, temporarily reflect all incoming damage, and temporarily become invincible, which makes him
Damn.
broken as shit, the best looking, and overall a force to be reckoned with.
Pain
Hell
is
yeah.
meaningless to me.
I thought that said pain is me.
The point I'm making with all of this fuss about classes is that multiplayer offers both variety and specialization, whether you're looking for
Yeah.
something different or you just want to play someone that suits your style. You can move far beyond the librarian of the single player, and Retribution just isn't the same without your brothers.
Brothers,
Exactly.
partake in our crusade is to be immortal.
It's worth mentioning at this point to turn Codex rules on because it is a far less grindy experience and more importantly, friendly fire is off. With the amount of heavy flamers we run, I'd say the Codex Astartes does support this action.
We may get burnt, brothers.
Yeah, the first thing that you do, of course. Yeah.
The space book says this is bad.
Don't up your DPI. There's no need to do that.
There's every need to do that.
Well, I can't read. Just roast my flames.
Everybody
I love
gets
that every inch of my screen is covered in fire.
Pull out the heavy flamer.
Which conveniently leads me to my next point. Weapons.
I'm gonna need a heavy flamer for this heresy.
In the single player, you've got to use a versatile weapon. You've got big targets, small targets, close targets, distant targets, so much of the arsenal you can't use because it doesn't meet all those requirements. Take the Redemption, for example, the badass scatterbolter that blasts Xenos away in a ricochet of righteous steel.
Death to the enemy!
God, the ragdoll with that is so good, Heavenly.
Yeah, it just
You
flew
shoot them
across the
so
cliff.
far.
Stormbolter and Stormbolter.
Yo, this shit ricochets? What the fuck?
Yup.
In the single player,
it
you won't
bounces,
have the
hell yeah.
range to hit the dudes with Grimdark Panzer Shreks or anything at a distance for that matter, and your brain-dead brethren sure as shit won't notice them, so you're boned
big
due to
hammer?
lack of range. But in
Was that
multiplayer,
big
you can
hammer?
combine your Redemption with a Heavy Flamer, Spear of Caliban, and Stormbolter for coverage in all ranges. You cover your brother up close while they cover anything at a distance. That's also the reason why Melee is a bit of a joke, because on normal difficulty,
Big
I
hammer,
love
big hammer.
crushing heretics and merciless retribution.
My
Big
faith is
hammer.
my shield.
By all accounts, it was no more than a hulking mass of steel.
But with any higher
Flinch.
difficulty, it just doesn't work. Not only because Tyranids specialize in melee combat as apex predators, but so many Gene Stealers can one-shot you, it's paramount to purge them before they get close. Furthermore, damage is localized, as in if a Gene Stealer chomps your right arm, you can't shoot, and slashes your legs, you can't run away. So again, melee is a tough sell.
I cannot move.
Hey,
big
at least you
hammer.
can use a power fist with every heavy weapon, so it may not be a sword or an axe, but you can still smack a heretic.
Feel the might of the chapter's finest. Die!
You get the point I'm hammering at. Every weapon in the arsenal is at your disposal with brothers by your side in multiplayer, instead of a handful of versatile ones in the single player, which means more fun, more purging, and of course, indiscriminate use of the heavy flamer.
Burn in holy fire!
I tell you to stop using your flamer so that I can see. First of all,
It's
this is a
just
heavy
white.
flamer. Why are you flaming me? I'm right.
My flame does not discriminate.
I'm an equal opportunity flamer.
Equal opportunity purging. Hey, hey.
I love
hey,
the flames. I love the
Like a
flames.
disciplining mother with like a spray bottle, but instead it's a
Hey,
heavy
hey,
flamer.
No. No.
It's
I
heavy
like that it
for
has
a
two
reason,
fire
because the Xenos
streams.
you're up against I like to categorize as apex predators, suicidal apex predators, and apex predators so large that they can only be described as virtually immortal.
I'm sorry.
Big boy. It's a big boy. Get out of my way, Blue. Get out of my way.
I'm too chunky.
Yeah.
And we're already the
Behind
big
man
space
with the
marines.
assault cannon.
Gotcha. You'll come up
Oh
in a
boy.
No, we'll be fine, Blue. You got an assault cannon and a heavy flamer, he'll go down. There you go.
Technically, the Scythe strain is virtually immortal, and the
I like that he doesn't
Broodlord is
fit on the
virtually
screen.
immortal and psychic. So, rule of thumb: Cthulhu-looking Xenos are superior to non-Cthulhu-looking Xenos.
What is this?
Get
Understandable.
behind me, brother.
Cthulhu fan club out here.
And if it's a 20-foot-tall praying mantis bug-looking thing that just cuts your buddy in half and doesn't go down with an initial burst, it's either a Scythe strain or a Broodlord, and you may want to start a tactical withdrawal because two more are on their way.
Retreat now
boy.
for victory later.
All right, everything you got.
Wide on
Everything you
ice,
got
boys.
to the Broodlord on the right. Just do the one close to the objective. As soon as he gets
It's
here,
so-
Goose, hit your reflect,
Yeah,
and
come on.
after it's done, hit
I'm
your
overwhelmed.
reflect.
I am overwhelmed.
I got the reflect damage.
Everything
You're
is
honestly not gonna
flames.
be able to
Everything
see
is
anything.
enemies.
Just keep tanking him. We got a heavy flame.
That's what I was saying.
Assault cannon just laying into him.
Goose,
It doesn't
what?
matter if
I
you
can't see anything,
They gotta be
man.
so
It's
dumb.
all fire. It's all fire.
I got you. You're coming back.
That's one down. One down.
SMH my damn head, man.
That's it. That's
Everything
it.
is
I can't see a
fire.
fucking thing.
When the
Everything is
20-foot-tall
fire.
genetically perfect apex predator gets mowed down by a bunch of dipshit farmers with flashlights. I could rant about the bullshit psychers that can one-shot you with heresy, but I don't want this video to quadruple in length for the sake of Xeno sorcery space magic.
I am calm. What sorcery is this?
Yet no matter how terrifying the Xenos you're
they
faced
got
with,
him.
they all have a glaring weakness with no known counter. Doors.
This is a point of strategic
Fantastic.
import.
It may sound weird that doors are the pinnacle of strategy in Deathwing, but deciding whether to lock them, unlock them, or simply
Brother, I figured out how we could use my earlier problem. Brother, remember when I got stuck in that door earlier and I told you to pull me through? Brother, I figured something out. They're bigger than I am. Brother, we could do it the other direction. And also they can self-help for the same thank you. Gingerbread not even in death they are delicious. Fantastic. See, what I'm learning here is that Space Marines yearn to friend swap together. The Space Marines yearn to friend swap.
power fist them open for a rapid escape is the closest it comes to chess.
I leave only rubble.
You're insisting on a whisk.
A quick tutorial on doors. These are the most important things. Not even fucking Hive Pirates can get through that shit.
That's how you go through doors.
This is gonna keep him out, right?
Yes,
Don't
if
do
you
it,
hack
man.
it.
Oh,
Oh, let's close this door behind us. Oh wait, we can't. Oh
And this
wait.
is where I locked the door. If there was one.
All right,
There's
this
no
isn't
door
what we're
now,
actually
sorry.
supposed to do. Now come, no, come through. Why are you like this?
oh.
Get in here, brother. I'll block it. I'll block it. I'll block it. I can shut it.
Brother, the plan doesn't work if you keep breaking them. Couldn't you have done this when I was stuck?
Shit, I'll get it. Oh, I can hear him right there.
Pretty sure that was the Hive Tyrant from last mission.
He is right there, and he is so mad.
Uh-oh.
Pissed, brother.
We do not want your Girl Scout cookies, brother.
It should also be mentioned that doors
I
and
do. I want
entryways
the Girl
are the
Scout
most
cookies.
dangerous adversary in all of the Elethros because they can
Oh.
swallow you without mercy or meaning.
There's a
Oh.
lot of
Here,
yeah,
I'll
he's
just hit him.
probably
I'll
in
just
this
hit him. Oh,
thing
that
hasn't
seems
opened
fair.
up.
That seems fair. I gotta purge this heresy
The
right.
fire.
like heresy
the
to me, brother.
fire.
I don't see anybody.
Heresy is now airborne. Get this
Stuck
off
to
my
the
screen.
ceiling.
I'll fucking light him on fire though. I don't give a shit.
Open the door! Open the door!
I'm trying.
Brother.
It's blocked.
This game does
So
look
it's
really
just
fun.
stuck there like a big piece of shit.
Mostly 'cause of the
Codex
fire.
Astartes does not support this action.
Brother, I am pinned here.
If you don't get stuck, you'll experience the best the game has to offer outside of the heavy flamer, which is the environment. From the biggest freezer in the
Yeah, this does look
universe to the
crazy.
massive cathedrals, holy shit is it ever well done.
Does the architecture
This
bring
does look
honor to the
gorgeous.
Emperor? Yes. Are we overloading the reactor to purge it all in flame in 20 minutes? Also,
Yes.
yes.
Look at my screen.
Thank
I'm
you.
freezing my ass off in here. That's such a good solution.
Brother.
You can't freeze if you have fire.
Brother, I am chilled here.
You can't freeze if you have fire.
And the better decisions you make, the longer you'll stay alive, the more purging you'll do, and the more renown you'll earn to spend on
Excellent.
upgrades like faster reloads, beefier health, and weapons that never jam.
I don't always jam my Spirit Caliban, but when I do, it's because the Sight Strain is breathing on my face.
My face
Oh,
when I
boy.
see a Hive Tyrant and I'm reloading.
Resilient increases HP by 30% for each body part.
Whoa.
A fellow space marine just walks up and jabs you in the arm.
No.
You're still at 100%.
Cosmetics are available too, which you can frown upon all you want, but you've really got to grind for them, and at least they aren't
Cosmetics.
microtransactions.
The skins is the indomitable assault cannon of wrath.
Holy
Hell
shit,
yeah.
Psycho. That's such a neat skin.
Hell
Fuck.
yeah.
Well, thank you.
Traitors, doom, destruction's glory.
Hell yeah.
voice
Oh,
of
damn, they're shiny and
devastation,
stuff.
Torment of defiance and pain of the heretic. Jesus.
Wait, is that?
Wait. I can really ham that up. Just
Bane of the Heretic, Torment of Defiance, Traitor's Doom, Destruction's Glory, Voice of Devastation.
God. Oh, it's hilarious.
I'm gonna walk into like a clothing store and like, hey, can you show me to your nearest, The Voice of Devastation? Can you show me to your nearest The Voice of Devastation? Just like looking for a skirt, you know? Looking for a new skirt. Can I have it in color The Voice of Devastation?
There he is.
I'm glad that I successfully deceived you until the end of the video, because the greatest enemy in the entire game? Frame rates. Even
Oh,
with
yeah.
a monster rig of an
can imagine.
i9-7980XE and a 2080 Ti, I consistently cratered to sub 40 FPS from the sheer amount of Xeno filth and heavy flamer on my screen.
Purge them in flame.
The Emperor's finest.
Worth it for the fire.
my graphics
Yes,
card is
fire.
gonna break. It's
Fire.
gonna break.
god, are these flames ray tracing enabled?
I still am at 40.
But I'm also glad and most thankful that I had my brothers beside me, because we had Jackal, who knows everything about 40k.
Lionel Johnson is the Primarch of the Dark Angels. The only reason he hasn't returned is because he's literally just asleep.
Jello, who knows next to nothing about 40k.
What is that? It's my ex-wife, Karen.
No, Karen.
I already gave you the alimony.
Burn the custody paper.
Kids
Don't
are
put
coming.
Karen, you can work this out. You can work
And
this out.
Heavenly, who fits somewhere in between.
Sounds like a bunch of nerds. Blood for the blood god. That's clearly some heresy.
I hope you had fun breaking heretics in half with me.
Light will not save you, foul Xeno.
And even if you didn't, we purged them all in flame and bounced on out of there anyways.
Their shelter has become their tomb.
The end. I'd like to extend
Excellent.
a solemn RIP to all of the shitters in my
He's real.
Discord that I
He's
banned
real.
for saying that Deathwing is trash. I don't know. Anybody I ban
Person
is the
jump
same
scare.
pile of filth in my book.
Damn. God damn.
This is how I look when I ban people.
I don't remember who I killed anymore.
Oh my god, what is
Right.
Secondly, I kind of miss having a boss fight. Not that I miss Xeno Scum in any way, shape, or form, but maybe if there was a bigger Xeno that I got to fight that said some shit like, that could have been kind of neat, instead of just seeing a bigger
is
and
there no
bigger
boss
Tyranid
fights?
each time. They didn't have a name. And thirdly,
Oh, there's no
holy
boss- that's-
shit,
yeah.
do I ever miss unlimited sprint. I know it's not something that always goes through your mind, but when you've run like 20 feet and you are just sucking wind, damn, do I ever miss unlimited sprint. Holy God. With all that being said, I had a ton of fun playing this game. I had a ton of fun making this video. Anytime I just get to play in your sandbox, those of you that are really, really hardcore 40k dudes, I have a blast. In closing, I'd like to
That
thank
game
you
looked
guys
really
so
fun.
very much for watching. It means the world to me that you watched to the end of the video, and I had so
Wow.
much fun creating
Wow.
content at a Warhammer 40k. It is so over the top. It is so nuts. I love every second of it. And be sure to tune in next year when we go to a Salamander's barbecue.
Yippee! You wanna play it solo, just put it on your Steam wish list and wait for a sale. Oh, true, it does have discounts constantly. We have 2+ brothers that already have it. If you have 2+ brothers that already have it. Now that's advertising. Now that's advertising. Yeah, the game looked really fun. I would like to play it at some point if my computer wouldn't blow up. Fun fact, he has a child. He just made him last year. he just made him last year. What does this mean? Why have you phrased it this way? Why have you phrased it this way? Productive year at the factory, new kid just dropped. Hey, congrats on the drop of the kid. Congrats on the kid drop, man. Oh, man. Arisa, how are you? I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well, too. Oh, man. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Or Monday. It's Monday for me. Hi. Happy time zone. Oh, money. Money time. Hold on, where's the button? Where's the button? Where's the button? The people doth demand. The people doth demand. Where's my bell? There it is. I found it. I found it. Just arrived into the stream. We got a face full of heavy flame. We're very happy. Hell yeah. That's what we like to see. That's the good stuff. Okay. Thank you for redeeming Money Time, Band of Goblins. Money, 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 I love money, I love money. Invest in rat, invest in rat, invest in rat. Invest in rat, invest in rat, invest in rat, invest in rat, invest in rat. Rat stonks, rat stonks. Rat stonks, invincible, thank you for the 100 bits, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Here's an advance what I wager, the little incentive. I am trying so hard to
For the
beat your
Emperor.
score. For the Emperrat.
I mean, I gotta admit, guns already make me a bit hard, but going in a sexy lingerie makes me 100% hard.
For the Emperrat. I'm so mad that I haven't thought of For the Emperrat before. I'm so mad that I haven't thought of For the Emperrat before this moment. Thank you for the $25, chat. Thank you so much. Thank you, Captain Second, for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. Investing in Ratcoin. Invest in Rat. I think it's solid for the 30 bits. Invest in Rat. Invest in Rat. Joe, thank you so much for the gift. Thank you, thank you. Invest in Rat. 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 Invest in Brother Rat. Invest in Brother Rat for the Emperor. Thank you for the money time. Thank you for redeeming money time. But yeah, that video was really good. I like that game. It looks fun. The game looks fun. Even if it will explode. Even if it looks like it'll explode. Thank you, Son of Vulcan, for the 500 bits. For the big cheese. For the big cheese. For the big cheese. Made him? What did he assemble him? Like a model with optional accessories or something? Yeah, he came in a Warhammer model kit. The child came in a model kit. You gotta sort of like pre-base and paint. Gotta sand him a little bit, you know. Thank you again for the 500 bits, Son of Vulcan. Thank you so much. Yeah, that video was really good. That was fun. I would like to try that game if it wouldn't, like, blow up my computer. For the Emperor. Please excuse my half-watched, inappropriately unhinged recap of Lost Season 1 video. That is, I'm an hour and a half into. Please ignore. Please ignore. That's for later. That's for later. Always thin your paints before base coating your child. Always thin your paints before base coating your infant. Badger had fun building his son with his wife Pikachu. His description, not mine. That's wild. That video is from 7 years ago. I think your computer can handle it. Oh, fantastic. I forgot that computers get good. Okay, so now we have a bunch more videos to choose between. Which one did we decide was good for next? I feel like a lot of people said they wanted this one next. Well, again, we're going to try and watch all of them, but I believe this one was highest recommended next. I believe this one was highest recommended next. Game was released in 2013/2014. Okay, it should be fine then. Yeah, that's not too bad. Surely my computer's good enough now. Rats, we have a couple of Skaven videos lined up. We got a couple good Skaven videos lined up. I don't like how this kid model looks. Where's the other one? It needs an update. Yeah, we need an update to the kid meta. We need to update the kid meta. Can we get a graphics update with it? Can we have a graphics update with the next toddler? Rats, the rats, we're the rats. Skaven time. It's Skaven time. Okay, so do we want to, if we're gonna jump to the Skaven videos, I've got 2 Skaven videos lined up for us today. Yeah, it is just 2, I think. Yeah, it's just 2. Do we want to start with Skaven weapons, the worst kind of creativity, or do we want to start with can you beat Total Warhammer 3 using only rattling guns? Which one of these would we like to start with? We got 2 Skaven weaponry focused videos lined up. Which one are we aiming for? Hi, welcome. Welcome. Which one are we wanting? Which one are we wanting? Rattling guns. Yeah, we can start with the rattling guns one. Weaponry? Yeah, it's kind of tough to choose because I feel like you could do both at the same time. I believe in you. Yeah, we just pull up 2 tabs instead and watch them simultaneously, and if I process anything, we'll find out later, I guess. Okay, I think, let's see. Oh, rattling guns, let's go. Yeah, rattling gun. I think, should do weapons first to lead into the rattling guns one. See, that's what I was about to say. I feel like that works good. I'd argue weapons first, so you understand the capabilities. Yeah, I feel like it's a more thematic lead-in if we start with learning more about the specific Skaven weapons. Because I kind of, like, I don't know details, but I have played every Skaven faction in Total War now. So, like, I know enough from, like, utilizing them to a degree, but I don't know, like, the details of what I've played with, you know? I know about rattling guns, I know about doom wheels, I know about, you know, and I know all the different, you know, you got like the spear guys versus the shield guys, and sometimes the weapon is just body horror. Ikit-kla! Yeah, I have some baseline knowledge just based on what I've like played so far, by which I mean 80 hours worth of Skaven. By which I mean my 80 hours worth of playing all the Skaven factions. But you know, it's always good to learn more stuff. 1 hour of silence interspersed with Warhammer noises. What would 1 hour of silence interspersed with Warhammer noise be? It's just 1 hour of silence interspersed with Space Marine going, brother! Okay. Have you tuned into Pancreas Noak's video on Thanquol? I have not yet, I don't think. I watched the Skaven Society one, and I've watched 2 Skaven ones. Oh, it's right there. The Life Misery of Funny Rat Things. I've watched that one too. But I don't think I watched the Thanquol one yet. Unless I have. I don't think I have. I remember it's been recommended to me a bunch, but I don't think we've gotten around to it yet. So I think we still need to get to that one. Hello? Hi, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Okay, yeah, I think we're gonna start with this one. We're gonna start with this one, and then we'll go on to the next. Let's unmute. Oh wait, it's already unmuted. Okay. So, now we will be watching Skaven Weapons, the Worst Kind of Creativity by Pancreas No Work. We've watched a couple of Pancreas No Work's videos before by now. They're really great, they're really well structured. I like how they teach me things. I like how everything's organized and stuff. And also I like that there's a lot of Skaven videos. Cause I like the rats, yes. So I guess we're learning about, I don't know, I would argue that the worst kind of creativity is not true. I would argue that Skaven weapons are beautifully creative, like hamster wheel that kills you, and a gun full of acid, and sort of slingshot full of acid. Sort of like a lot of things full of acid. Nukes are pretty great. But I guess we'll find out why, you know? I guess we'll find out the details. I'm not too quick to judge. Let's go.
A wonderful race of the worst beings possible, led by a council of somehow worse rats, and then topped off by worshipping a god that's even more the worst. Every last one of them is a monster, and out of all the ones you can say to have something resembling decent qualities, which can be counted on one hand, none of them would make the Skaven an actual good person. These quote-unquote virtuous rats might appreciate other Skaven as a tool, but not really as a being. And for most of them, the Skaven by your side isn't a comrade to appreciate and watch your back. He's a threat to be wary of, and if you can help it, shove in the line of fire. Or even better, have him killed well before you reach the front lines. There's plenty of ways to achieve this. Having him implicated in a plot to overthrow another important Skaven is a great way to get rid of your rivals, and if that or any other clever schemes fail to work, you can always just stab them. But that's hardly productive. Offing a rival only gets rid of things. It gets rid of the rival, but also any use you can wring out of them before they die. Why not use them as target practice for a new weapon? Or better yet, have him hold the weapon. At the experimental stage, it'll probably blow up and leave the living target unscathed. Or even better still, turn him into a weapon. You think that exposable infantry are the only way Skaven throw the lives of their lessers away? Buddy, that is the tip of the iceberg. The Skaven have all sorts of weapons, creations, and abominations, and all of them were the result of countless Skaven slaves dying to let them be made. So join me today as we look at some of the standout Skaven creations, be they technological, biological, or even both. Don't worry though, all of them are the ultimate human rights violation.
Fantastic.
But before we start the
like
video, are you perhaps a bit hungry? If you aren't now, I'm sure you will be sooner or later, in which case may I introduce you to Factor, the sponsor of this video.
I love Skaven so much.
Factor is a food delivery service that takes all the stress out of mealtime. Instead of having to walk around the grocery store wondering what you want to eat, you get chef-crafted and dietitian-approved foods sent right to your front door. No worries to be had about wondering what to make, making it, and then cleaning it up. You just get delicious and healthy food delivered right to your front door. All you gotta do is put the meal in the microwave for 2 minutes, and just like that, you've got something delicious to chow down on. All of the stress of cooking just like that is a thing of the past.
Go fast.
There's some great juices and smoothies you can get too, which I highly recommend.
Human rights,
and if you'd like a touch of something extra, Factor's got you covered. You can get yourself a gourmet meal plus from them as well. It's just as nutritious as the rest of what's on offer and even more delicious. It really lives up to the name gourmet. And as you can see from me eating it, I am quite a fan of these bad boys. If you too would like to make your eating experience better than ever before, I've got just the thing for you. Head to Factor75.com and use code 50pancreas to get 50% off your first box plus free shipping. That's Factor75.com and code 50pancreas for half off your first box and free shipping. If you want to eat healthier and easier than ever before, you can do no better than Factor. So order some today for some quality fine dining.
I have heard that she's also a Skaven gal. Gun! Rattling gun! That's a
As with most
classic.
things, we're going to work our way up to the more phenomenal ones. And in fact, we're going to start with an invention that's so low-key it doesn't necessarily harm anyone. That's right, there's a Skaven invention made without murder in mind. Still
What?
malice in mind, of course. That's a
Oh,
constant.
thank God.
The Far Squeaker, also known as the item that any
yeah.
images of are going to just have to be pictures of cell phones or some shit for almost the entirety of this section, because art does
Fantastic.
not exist. The Far
doesn't?
Squeaker is just a phone. It can be big, it can be small, but
Hell
it is
yeah.
just a phone, which if I remember correctly even had a FaceTime function in a Gotrek and Felix novel. Invented by Clan Scryer, like most things on this list, the Far Squeaker is used for instant long-distance communication over any distance of the Warhammer world. It is just a cell phone. It is of course still made with malice in mind, because if the Skaven are
course.
making long-distance phone calls, they are setting up for an invasion or some other dastardly scheme. They're not
Calling you up on my evil villainous telephone. Calling you up on my evil villainous telephone. My mischievous scheming and plotting phone call. Oops, sorry. Calling you up with murderous intent in mind. Farsqueaker, love the name. It's such a cute name for what it is. Like, Farsqueaker? What a cute little name. For a creature like this to be using. What a cute little name for this guy to be utilizing.
inviting each other out to dinner. And because it's powered by Warpstone, as all things Skaven are, it's unstable as hell. If memory serves, the one Thankful
Warpstone,
used
yes,
blew
yes.
up, which was somewhat to his relief because it meant the Council of 13 was done chewing him out for being himself. It can also apparently communicate across the multiverse, because when the Skaven used one during the end times, they accidentally talked to the Eldar. Not the High Elves, the Eldar. The voices that replied were described as elves but alien sounding, which is the Eldar. You have surely seen an Eldar by this point. They
I
are
have,
just
yes.
space high elves. Although since it just said alien sounding, it could have been the Harlequins or Dark Eldar for all we know. Apparently, if you try hard enough in fantasy, you can FaceTime Eldrad.
This is how we get Skaven in 40k. This is how we get the Skaven to 40k. This is how I simply don't have to choose a 40k faction that I like the most. This is how we let me win. FaceTime them in. Call them to space. Let the Skaven go to space. I want rats with guns, and now they have a spaceship. That's my dream. That's my dream. I want the Skaven in 40k so that I simply don't have to pick a different faction when Total War 40k comes out, and I can just keep playing Skaven. I've spent 80 hours learning Skaven now. I've played 2 factions that are not Skaven. And I was gonna say I did bad in those, though to be fair, I didn't do that great at the Skaven either. It's not like I did very well at the Skaven either. Thank you for the subscribe, by the way. Welcome, welcome.
Pretty much everything in this category is going to be made by Clan Scryer. First off is the humble Rattling Gun. The Rattling Gun is exactly what it sounds like. Imagine a Gatling gun, but the person at GW who designed this was probably giggling the entire time they were pitching it to everyone else with a name like that.
Exactly,
What you do is
and
you
they
get one
should.
rat to hold the ammo and reload the thing, one rat to hold the gun itself and the crank, and then they point vaguely in the direction of the enemy and start firing.
And
it can fire
sometimes
about
ally.
100 or so rounds a minute on average, which is actually a decent bit slower than the original Gatling
What an
gun,
awesome
which
looking
based
guy.
on a glance at the first page of Google, could fire about 200 to 300 rounds a minute. Given that
Fantastic.
fantasy is set in an era of pike and shot weaponry, this thing might as well be the barrel of an A-10 Warthog for the amount of it's putting out. The original Gatling gun also didn't have the advantages of being able to be carried by hand, nor did it fire bullets of solidified hell energy at people, so there's also that benefit. A single Rattling gun is the sort of thing that could in theory destroy an entire platoon of another faction's standard infantry, and for once I will say this is the sort of thing that even the elves can't just deflect away from themselves. Can they deflect the first bullet? Oh yeah, sure. Swordmasters of Hoeth are cracked. Can they deflect the 99 after it is where the problem lies, to say nothing of the fact that there is never just one Rattling gun shooting at you. I mean, for a while they were sold in kits of 2, and now they're sold in kits of 3,
love
so
this
on the
concept
tabletop
art.
at least you were forced to contend with 2 at a minimum. And
That's
what
so
you will
sick.
notice as a running theme for everything Skaven produced, this thing is hardly the poster child for reliability. The crank might get stuck, the ammo might jam, it may just fall apart, and of course, it might blow up in the face of the rats wielding it. Warpstone is the most volatile substance in Warhammer, as is fitting for something that's solidified chaos. The rats wielding it run the risk with every shot that the thing's gonna blow up in their faces. That being said, the
Worth
Skaven
it.
who use this thing are no doubt happier than just about anyone else in a Skaven army. The risk of this thing blowing up is far better than the guaranteed death of being the first clan rat to engage the enemy in melee. And at least in 4th edition AOS, each gun fires 3d6 shots at the enemy. That means you can hang tight in the back line and fire away. It is a shame that you can't overcharge them anymore, though. That was a fun mechanic that gave the Skaven more flavor, which is presumably why it got cut. Anyone who complains about the issue of that being unbalanced can go to hell. No one plays Skaven for their competitive status. We play Skaven because funny rat guys. There are two main other variants of the Rattling Gun, which is pattern repeated for another weapon we'll be talking about. The first is the Rattling Warp Blaster. It's a Rattling gun on a little wheeled platform pushed around by other Skaven while one of them sits on a chair and shoots. This thing, thankfully, does still have the more Warpstone bullets ability that normal guns have had taken away from them, which means you can double your shots if you don't mind the possibility you'll blow up. You should be doing this at every possibility, because even if it blows up, you both doubled your firepower and had a fun time doing it. The final variant comes to us from Vermintide, where a single Storm Vermin can hold one rather than requiring 2 rats to carry it. It does far less damage than a normal Rattling gun, but as a trade-off, only 1 rat needs to hold it. That rat is more mobile, and it fires far faster. Using one of these well in versus mode can either pin an enemy team down while someone else moves into position, or if you line your shots up right, you can mulch through their health after enough time. Rattling guns are overall probably the Skaven weapon that puts the user at the least amount of risk, and they're probably, again, the happiest weapons team around. Out of all the ways a Rattling gun can break, I'd wager they have the least destructive potential ways to do so. A jammed gun doesn't always just explode in your hands. A jammed flamethrower is perhaps worse, given Skaven engineering. Speaking of flamethrowers, though, warp fire throwers. These are one of several weapons that came about because the Skaven really despise having to deal with dwarfs. A dwarf has thick armor at even the lowest of ranks, and certain units like Ironbreakers are wearing Gromrel armor, which can deflect a clan rat's rusty sword he found in the garbage with ease. But as it turns out, warp fuel can melt dwarf beams with incredible ease, and even if it doesn't, a warp fire thrower can cook an entire line of dwarf infantry inside their armor. Warp fire throwers are often used to break up defensive positioning, similar to stories of US Marines clearing out Japanese bunkers with them during the Second World War. Unlike real-life flamethrowers, however, warp fire throwers operate on Call of Duty logic. To be clear, I am no weapons expert, but as I understand it, shooting a flamethrower is like shooting a car's gas tank. Real life isn't Hollywood, so it probably isn't going to explode. Especially with a flamethrower, there's a process that needs to happen before you can shoot fire at someone. But warp fire throwers are made by the race with very lax health and safety protocols and powered by the ever-present Warpstone. If an Imperial Rifleman gets a lucky shot off, he can start a chain reaction across a unit of these things that leaves them all dead. Nevertheless, this is once again seen as a better option than being a melee clan rat, because at least you're distance a bit away from the enemy, burning them alive. They fail all the time and kill their operators as often as the enemy they kill, but they're so effective when they work that no one's gonna care about that. Let loose with the fires of hell and pray to the horned rat he isn't gonna find you exploding funnier than the enemy being lit on fire. As with the Rattling gun, there's also a one-handed variant in Vermintide, and in another similar vein, you can't overcharge it at the risk of blowing yourself up in Age of Sigmar anymore because Skaven players are oppressed. This thing in Vermintide Versus can also be a brutal killing machine, although I have to say I much prefer the Rattling gun. The warp fire thrower does more damage and can hit the entire enemy team if they're grouped up, but you have to get closer to the enemy to do that. I'm playing a Skaven, man. I don't want to do that. I want the other assholes on my team to be up close and personal. All of these weapons so far have one big problem, though, and it's that they're bulky and obvious weapons that can be dealt with by taking cover. There's no disguising a Rattling gun. It's pretty obviously a gun, even if the specifics of it might be beyond the infantryman looking at the thing. Get behind a big enough dirt mound when it fires and you're good. Even a warp fire thrower can conceivably be blocked with strong enough materials. If you're behind a metal wall and some asshole fires a flamethrower at you, you're probably fine as long as you aren't in some small metal cube that'll cook you alive. Don't take cover inside the brass bowl and you're good. But you know what everyone needs to do no matter who they are or where they are? Breathe. Enter the second weapon, great for murdering dwarfs in particular, the Poison Globe. It's honestly the least complicated invention on this list. It's just a glass ball filled with poison gas. The Skaven who throw it at the enemy wear gas masks and protective clothing, but the poison can still kill them. And yes, this thing is normally thrown. Isn't that the best kind of chemical weapon? The kind where you just huck it and hope the wind isn't blowing in your direction? Because as you could expect, aside from the glass ball this thing is contained in being as fragile as, well, glass, this weapon can be defeated by a strong gust of wind. That being said, and while the clothing of a globadier is very obvious and recognizable, there's only so much that can be done if conditions favor the rat. You need to breathe. The poison globe turns the air to poison. Maybe you think you can hold your breath, but if you're in active combat, you're probably going to be huffing and puffing from the exertion. And if
I need to start saying that when I'm having a good day. Conditions favor the rat. Conditions favor the rat. I'm having a good day today. Comedic sociopathy is a playstyle. Exactly. Exactly. What's special for the rat? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. I hope you are too. I hope you are as well. We do like things that go brrr. Exactly. I like gun go fast. Gun carry by rat. World War Rat didn't include the Geneva Conventions. Geneva is my favorite convention to go to. Geneva is my favorite convention to visit. The armor will not protect you from fire, consuming all oxygen and enclosed space or smoke inhalation. Exactly! They need to breathe. I have flames. Now what? I can shoot with if my bullets don't go through. I have fire. Geneva suggestion. My Geneva suggestion is let me bring this orb full of poison with me. It looks cool. I'm not gonna throw it, I promise.
If you think being in close quarters combat with the other Skaven means they aren't gonna throw the globes at you anyway, you're
Wait, I just noticed. The chapter for this section is weapons that aren't alive. I wonder what the next one's gonna be. Yup, weapons that are up.
a damn fool. And if you're in an enclosed building, just forget about it. In one of the Gotrek and Felix books, a dwarf is in an outpost and hesitates to call the alarm because he knows it'll be certain death from the Skaven all around him. He does so anyway because he's a true Dowie, and then his little cutscene ends with poison filling the room, if I remember correctly. It's warpstone-based poison too, because of course it is, so even if you somehow survive, get ready to mutate a little bit, buddy. Since the crucial flaw of this weapon is that the range is however far some malnourished rat can throw it, the Skaven decided to come up with a way to improve upon the design. Their solution was the Poison Wind Mortar. While this is another weapons team, and therefore requires two Skaven to wield effectively, this is made up for with a far greater range and payload. A mortar can fire farther, and you can jam as many globes down the barrel as fit in it. Now naturally, this introduces the possibility of a whole lot more mechanical issues, as you would expect of firing a glass orb out of a rusty tube. While they do need to get reasonably close and the globes are fragile, as long as the Skaven globadier holding one of the globes has steady hands, it ain't that bad. The mortar, meanwhile, might blow up, or the glass might shatter in the tube, and now the rats loading it are gonna suffocate because Skaven protective equipment is shit. Or it'll totally miss because it's held together with hopes and dreams, and instead fire directly into the massive clan rats in front of the weapon team. Admittedly, not a single Skaven other than the clan rats will actually care, but it's generally preferred if your weapons hit the enemy and your fellow rats at the same time. It's by no means the most complicated of weapons around, but as I said, it's one of those things that at least in lore is pretty difficult to survive a hit from. If the winds favor you, or if you have a celestial wizard to make the winds favor you, you're golden. If they don't favor you and there's no lore of heaven's mage around to lend a hand, you're dead. Moving on from projectile gas, we have projectile vomit. The Plague Claw catapult is the finest of clan pestilence engineering, which means it's a catapult made of rotten wood that fires what looks like a puddle of congealed vomit at the enemy. Supposedly it also flings warpstone, but looking at the model, this is just vomit. When it hits, it'll crush whoever the projectile lands on and infect the rest of the unit with all sorts of nasty diseases, because anything that comes from clan pestilence is going to weaponize the bubonic plague, like the Mongols catapulting dead bodies over the walls of cities they didn't like. There really isn't much to say about it, but I can't not mention it. It's great fun to use in Total War and tabletop, because flinging a diarrhea and vomit jungle juice bomb at your enemy is the most horrid kind of satisfying. From the same modeling kit that makes this thing, you can also make the Warp Lightning Cannon. Clan Scryer is a very advanced group of beings, horribly evil or not, and as such they can make some dreadfully terrifying things when they put their mind to it. This is one such thing, because in the setting where the average tech level ranges from medieval times to slightly beyond the Renaissance, this thing is an energy beam cannon. Firing a concentrated beam of warp lightning into the...
And that's why they'd fit right in, and you could let them in to 40k. Hear me out. They've already got lightning beams. They're too advanced for their own setting. Let them in. Let them in. Let them in. The steady hands of the skittish warp start snorting rats. They'll fix it, it's fine. They'll be fine. I guess the rat get. I love the rat get. I love the rat get. The Imperium is given, but I want them to be literal rats, you know? I don't want them to just feel the same. I want them to be rats as well. Conditions will not favor the rat. I really do need to start, like, sort of ranking things based on whether conditions will or will not favor the rat. Are the vermins even immune to their own poison? Absolutely not. No, I have poisoned my units many times. I think it's a follow, by the way. It all balances out since the tech is as dangerous to them as it is to everyone else. Exactly. It's fine if you blow up your entire army as long as the enemy army is also exploded. That's all that matters. As long as the enemy army is dead, you can blow up as many of your own weapons as you want. As long as you win.
Foe, this thing will obliterate most everything that it touches. In
A
spite of
Pyrrhic
best
victory
being
is
used
still a
against
victory,
large
as we
creatures
say.
in Total War, on the tabletop and AOS, this thing is pretty good against everything. 2d6 auto-wounding on hit attacks can ruin the day of a whole lot of things, and you get a guaranteed extra attack if you babysit it with a Scryer hero. Doing so, granted, means it might blow up, but once again, we are Skaven players here. Take your sensitive ass back to the cities of Sigmar if a little tomfoolery is too much for you. If you think a laser cannon seems excessive, then consider that during the end times, Ikit Claw built one large enough to destroy the moon Morslieb. Just shattered it like glass. God bless that insane rat scientist. And the final scryer piece of true overkill we have is the Doomsphere. It's a nuclear bomb. That's it. It's powered by warpstone. It's about as stable as a Skaven nuke sounds like it'd be, but it is just a nuclear bomb. One was planted under Altdorf, but it was disarmed, and in Total War you can drop them on people at your leisure if you choose Ikit Claw as your starting legendary lord. Remember, the Skaven exist in a fantasy setting. To round us off, here's a bit of a lightning round. A Warplock Jizail is a sniper rifle. That's all you really need to know. A Warpvolt Scourger is similar to a Warp Lightning Cannon, but leans more into the lightning than the energy blast side of things. And the Warp Grinder is a big drill a weapon team of rats can use. On the downside, you have to get into melee range with it. On the upside, I've seen Gurren Lagann. God only knows what can happen if the Skaven discover how to manifest spiral energy.
Creatures! Weapons
but though
that
Clan
are alive.
Scryer makes all sorts of wonderful technology, they're not the only ones making weapons. They're just the ones that make weapons that aren't alive. Clan Mulder has quite the impressive display of horrific things to deploy to the battlefield as well, because they are the biological division of Skaven society. What happens when you rip a person apart piece by piece? What happens when you replace the parts you ripped off with parts you ripped off an ogre? What happens when you add warpstone to the resulting abomination? All of these questions and more Clan Mulder seek to answer, so they can find the perfect specimen to throw at people who bother them. One small thing they make use of is giant rats. Small on the scale of the atrocities committed here, of course. These things are about the size of large dogs. Their purpose is therefore largely the same as war dogs. They can be used to sniff out the enemy or jump on top of them and start biting. The Skaven can also deploy rat swarms, which are a lot less impressive individually, but when 200 rats swarm you and start nibbling on your bits, the terror will strike regardless. These things are absolutely kept in horrid conditions to make them extra vicious when it's time for battle, because even when biological augmentations aren't strictly speaking involved, these things are still horrid. There's also the wolf rat variant, which is a cross between a rat and a wolf, at least in appearance. Same general purpose as a war dog, though. From there, if you get a big enough rat, you get a brood horror. If a giant rat being experimented on mutates enough and eats the rest of its litter, you get one that's the size of a truck that Clan Mulder likes to use as a mount. The most famous thing they've made is easily the Rat Ogre, or as I blurt out when I'm getting jumped by one in Vermintide, the Roger. A Roger is not necessarily made by crossing an ogre with a Skaven, although that has certainly happened. Covered in stitches and bulging with muscle, they look like if Frankenstein had a theming of rats. Unrelated, but piss off person who is about to comment about how it's Frankenstein's monster. Victor Frankenstein made the monster, and you take your parent's last name. The monster only having the one parent, his name is therefore Frankenstein. With the strength of an ogre and rage instead of actual thought, these things are a bitch and a half to contain and transport, and even more of a bitch to fight. They're one of, if not the single most exported creation Clan Mulder has to offer, because everyone wants to throw these things at their enemies. Sometimes an enterprising Master Molder will graft weapons and armor to the thing, and no, I don't mean suit them up, I mean bolt metal plates to them, and if they're feeling real spicy, they can make a Bonebreaker Rat Ogre. These things are often used as mounts by warlords, at least in Total War, and they're easily able to crush through entire formations of units on their own. Moving up the Roger hierarchy, we have the mighty Storm Fiend. It's not always that the Skaven fight each other. They do sometimes cooperate, even if they're cooperating with the intent of either using the end product against one another or trying to take the credit for the group project all to themselves. In one such case, Clan Scryer and Mulder looked at a rat ogre one day and thought, what if it had a gun? And that is how we got Storm Fiends. Initial testing was a bit of a swing and a miss because while rat ogres certainly don't lack for strength, they aren't the most intelligent of creatures. They're somewhere between a brick being thrown through your window and a man tweaking out on meth on the IQ scale. Attempts to make the rat ogre itself smarter, however, failed on just about every front. It either didn't work or killed the creature, which is just a worse way of not working because now you only have a big corpse left for your efforts. Eventually, Throt the Unclean got things to a point where the beast did become smarter, but it also became less violent, which is also a complete failure. So, going back to the drawing board, Throt decided to graft Molder Packmasters to the nervous system of the Proto-Storm Fiends. This did allow the creature to control weapons and gain intelligence, since they were in a really messed up way being puppeted by the Packmaster, but the Packmasters were about as happy as you'd expect with this arrangement and tended to make their grievances known rather violently. Frustrated but refusing to give up, Throt decided that if he couldn't make the rat ogre smarter, and grafting someone onto it usually resulted in an impromptu fistfight with them, he decided to just grow his own Skaven. Somehow creating his own breed of Skaven that were semi-docile with massive brains, he fused them with the rat ogres he had and awaited the results. And it worked perfectly. The rat ogre, though still intensely violent, could be briefly controlled through the mini-rat on its back. When Throt had to figure out what weapons to give it to make it noticeably more deadly, Ikit came around and proposed they work together. Initially, neither side were happy with the agreement, and Ikit only proposed it because he needed to make something good to appease his superior. But they were surprisingly great partners, as Throt and Ikit's genius in their respective fields, as well as surprising insight into each other's, saw the now completed Storm Fiends armed with the finest weaponry Clan Scryer had to offer. On the tabletop, they can be armed with poison globe launchers, warp fire throwers, and rattling guns, as well as some melee options, but in lore, anything is fair game. Grab whatever's lying around and get creative. Morality went out the window the moment we started talking about the Skaven. Who gives a shit? Storm Fiends sold so quickly that Scryer and Mulder couldn't keep up with their orders no matter how quickly they tried or overcharged their buyers. The two clans made a lot of money, and the Storm Fiend was introduced into the Skaven armies to wreak havoc on both the nations of the world and your gormless ass when you get jumped by one in Vermintide. And the final tier of Rat Ogre is a unique one. Grey Seer Thanquol is no mere rat. He is the greatest Skaven to ever live. He, of course, requires only the greatest of Rat Ogre to ever live for his own personal mount. Initially, these were largely Clan Mulder creations, but after the introduction of the Storm Fiend, we see the Bone Ripper he now rides into battle to this day. A towering monster with 4 arms and weapons on each to match its size, there's almost nothing that can defeat this thing, in theory. In practice, a Bone Ripper's life expectancy can be measured in hours. Gotrek and Felix have a habit of butchering them whenever Thanquol brings one along, and if I'm remembering correctly, Thanquol ended up eating at least one of them. But in spite of this, a Bone Ripper is to Rat Ogres and Storm Fiends what the Ultramarines are to Space Marines, and should be respected and feared as the greatest threat of all on the battlefield. Right until the 4-foot-tall death-bound hurricane that is Gotrek Garrison rolls up. Then you can safely assume it's going to die quickly.
This is what's coming to Total War? Yes, fantastic. Can I pet the wolf rat? Yes, but yes, but you'll only do it one time. Exactly. Yes, if you really want to. Skaven Science gone wrong or gone right? Always gone right. It's always gone right. There's no way for it to go wrong because we're still because you're still learning, and you're learning to make a worse creature. Years and years ago, there used to be rules for making a little RPG-style campaign where every player was Mulder trying to make his best Rat Ogre and battle them against each other. That's incredible. And wait, you say years and years ago? Does it not exist anymore? That's so sad. That was so good. I love it. I love the Skaven. Ikit Claw's bestie. I love Ikit Claw. Ikit Claw.
There are a couple of other creations of Clan Mulder as well. A Chimerat is a horrid fusion of a Hydra and rat, for instance. There's also the Brood Terror from Age of Sigmar, and to be honest with you, I have no idea what I'm looking at here. It's big, it has a gun, I'm like 85% sure it's bipedal, and if I saw it lumbering at me, I'd shit myself. But nothing, perhaps not even the long and storied Bone Ripper bloodline, can hold a candle to their ultimate creation, the Hell Pit Abomination. See, Clan Mulder is based out of the city of Hell Pit that borders the Chaos Wastes. Custom crafted initially from giant burrowing worms, but also quite frequently from whatever lumps of flesh a master molder can get his hands on, these things are a sight to behold in the worst way possible. If you watch them move in Total War, you can see them struggling to just be alive, and once they get into combat, they don't so much as fight as flail all over the place and crush whatever happens to be in the way. They've got multiple heads, they're too disgusting and big to move on their own power, so they usually have wheels and engines grafted onto them, and the warpstone and chemicals pumped into them make them constantly mutate even mid-fight. They also heal like trolls, and if you kill one, there's so much crap going on with them that on the tabletop there's a 1 in 6 chance that it'll just keep going. The rule is called Too Horrible to Die, which is probably the most fitting name in all of Warhammer history. There's also the Avalanche of Flesh rule, which is just horrible mental imagery. Hellpit abominations as models are rather tragically small nowadays compared to how the game has progressed. If there's anything in the Skaven range that still drastically needs an update, it's these bad boys. These things in Total War can fistfight dragons. They should be at least the size of an Imperial Knight, in my opinion. Maybe they can make 2 versions. Keep the present one as a lesser version, and the new and improved model can be the Hellpit Atrocity or something like that.
Vehicles! It's Doom Wheel time.
I hope you don't think I've forgotten about the rat cars. The Skaven have 3 vehicles that I'll be mentioning today, 2 of which are tabletop options, and the third of which is just really funny. The first is the Doomflayer. This is a circular little ball of knives and hatred ridden by a single Skaven designed to crash through dwarf lines. The Skaven, if you couldn't tell, really don't like the dwarfs, and given that they both live underground, it only makes sense a large amount of their resources would be devoted to dealing with the beard things. The blades in the middle constantly spin with the wheel, and they're overall fantastic at cutting through even heavier infantry. Not as much as yet another of Claw's inventions, though, the almighty Doom Wheel. Imagine a hamster wheel the size of a moving truck crossed with that thing General Grievous drove in Revenge of the Sith. This thing is going to run you down, because let's be honest with what we're looking at here and admit that the basic principle of this thing is just vehicular homicide. Powered by a treadmill of either rats or Skaven slaves, this also empowers a warpstone battery that can shoot out bolts of lightning at the enemy. As is fitting for such an abomination, this thing is less piloted and more aimed roughly forward. These things can get stuck in the mud, spin in circles, or just fall apart, leaving the rat piloting it zooming forward at 60 miles an hour like a Looney Tunes character falling off a cliff. Sometimes they just stop because the rats and/or slaves running to power it get tired, and once they stop, they're not starting again, so if the enemy has been thoroughly routed, that crew is getting executed. None of this matters. They do not exist for long-term engagements. They do not exist with the rider's safety in mind. They exist to go forward, rip apart an enemy line, and then if they're lucky, fire a laser into it for good measure. And the mighty Doom Wheel is unmatched in this field as a war machine. And our last creation, the pinnacle of Skaven technology, is a piloted artificial comet. The entire Vortex campaign from Total Warhammer 2, where the twin-tailed comet shone in the sky and all the factions raced to take control of the Vortex and Ulthuan because of it? Yeah, it was just a rat they flew into space to create a fake comet. They tricked everyone from the elves to the lizardmen with Sputnik from Wish. God, I love these fucking rats. And those are the main highlights of the Skaven's creations. And remember, folks, just because it's alive doesn't mean it isn't a weapon. Thank you, as always, to my wonderful channel members. You are the warpstone to my Skaven creation, the beating malicious heart of this incompetent malicious channel. If you'd like to support the channel, feel free to subscribe or become a member. Either way, thank you for watching, and take care out there.
They're ridiculous. What is their problem? This is why they're my favorites. This is why they're the only thing I've invested time into. What a rats no possibility. Yeah, what if what if the way that Skaven someday get added to 40k is that they try the comet thing again? Based on this, the orcs will probably be a favorite 40k faction. Yeah, probably. I've heard that before. Based on sort of... I'm sure you can imagine that based on the fact that I was sort of giggling throughout this. That's so great. Isn't there a thing at the end? Oh yeah, there's usually like a thing at the end. I forgot. There's usually like a little end bit.
On reflection of the Skaven, it's really impressive how they're basically if you took Starscream and Shockwave and merged them into one ratty being. No morals, constant hunger for power leading them to betray their superiors, mad science. It really is something special to behold.
Yeah. I love them. I love Skaven so much. I don't think I'm ever gonna find one that I like better. I gotta be honest with you. That's my goats. That's my goats, by which I mean my rats. Awesome. Okay, next up on our list, moving in to a different, like, Skaven weaponry focused video. This is the next one on our list. This is the next one on our list. Let me unmute the tab. There we go. Okay. We are now watching Can You Beat Total Warhammer 3 Using Only Rattling Guns by Brilliant Stupidity. I really hope you can. Cause like I've played like I said before, I've played like 80 hours worth of Skaven now and roughly nothing else. So I just can picture, I'm picturing my own campaigns, and I'm knowing that the times that I bought rattling guns were better than the times that I didn't. And I really like Kren's Cryer, so well, I guess let's find out. Can you? I'm hoping the answer is yes.
You combine Gatling guns, humanoid rats, and an infinite supply of uranium bullets. The capacity to inflict millions of casualties, most of which are friendly fire. Today, I'm going to be playing the Skaven incorrectly. Normally, you'd recruit thousands of volunteers to test your munitions on, or Frankenstein innocent creatures into abominations of nature. But instead of that, I'll be honoring the Second Amendment by rounding up every mentally unstable rat I can find and arming them with weapons of mass destruction. In this game, there are ingenious wizards who live for thousands of years, engineers working with perfected blueprints that have proven their worth for generations, and schizophrenic rats snorting deadly doses of amphetamines. Given this, I think it's pretty obvious who makes the best firearms. We begin our journey in this large pile of garbage, and our primary objective is to make this the most beautiful city in the world. There are many ways we could accomplish this, but the most straightforward, reasonable option is to immediately abandon it. This will make sense in a bit. Instead of having a nice army to begin with, we only get one weirdly hairy version of Iron Man and several heavily armed Psych Ward escapees. But worry not, it will only be a very long time until we can get any more units. I'm sure we'll be fine. One very minor, definitely not overpowered thing that we have going for us is infinite ammo. We can unlock this immediately in the Forbidden Workshop for 3 barrels of uranium and a large pile of mystery meat. I would be surprised if we actually benefit from this in the short term though, because to make use of it we need to survive for an extended period of time without accidentally shooting each other. There seems to be a pro-gun control rally near our beautiful headquarters, so it's time to introduce them to freedom. And a few thousand lethal doses of radiation. The main issue with our strategy here is that we're incredibly weak in melee. We also have nearly 0 options to avoid melee. That's why this challenge will be listed as a primary cause of my inevitable mental breakdown. For the moment, however, it appears that Iron Rat can hold back quite a few enemy units, and hundreds of bullets are quite effective against wooden shields, so we managed to win this battle. We then turned the city they built from the ground up with their bare hands into a breeding den for these lovely rats. Now, it's time to execute our first diabolical scheme.
Dad, thank you so much for the 9 months of Prime. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the 9 months. Skaven or a faction, you should play on a second run. Everything else will just be boring. Yeah, I learned that pretty quickly. Nothing sparks joy like the Skaven spark joy. Nothing spark joy like the Skaven do. They're just the best. They're just the best ones. Build Skaven with Orc and God vehicles, just a little kit bashing, fun. Hell yeah. It didn't occur to me that I could just put my Skaven in other things. I can kit bash. I can just stick my Skaven in whatever. I can just put my Skaven in a spaceship. I gotta do what I gotta do. I gotta do what I gotta do to keep them involved. My close personal friend, hundreds of bullets. Exactly, you get it. The issue with surviving the early game, I couldn't survive the early game with normal units, let alone with just, like, a few rattling guns, so this is gonna be interesting.
Recolonized the ruins of Skaven Blight by throwing a couple week-old pizza slices into it, and within seconds a New York subway station appeared. For the Skaven, this is also known as a Tier 3 settlement. The reason I sacrificed the entirety of my faction's food supply for this is that now we can start constructing this building immediately, and start recruiting rattling guns in 8 turns rather than 20. So as we're sitting here, starving to death, Let's take a look at our diplomatic options. To our south, there are weird fish zombie pirates.
Yay.
To our west, there's some very agitated cows. To our north, there's Vietnam, but worse. And to our east, there's an army of alcoholics who all happen to be exactly 5'11". I expect that we're going to have a hard time finding any allies here. 6 months later, after a staggering amount of cannibalism, we're finally able to recruit Rattling Gunners. Unfortunately, it's a bit late now because the murder cows and the zombie pirates have decided to eat rats for dinner. I sat outside Skavenblight hoping to encourage them to attack right away rather than besieging us, and fortunately they did. Because like these mentally stable rats, live in a constant state of overwhelming paranoia, I built up a garrison in Skavenblight as soon as I reoccupied it. This battle was hard carried by that garrison, and therefore boring.
Nice.
After repelling their attacks and completing our recruitment, though, we finally have more than a handful of Rattling guns. Very conveniently, this is when Morher and the cows decided to enter our line of fire. And by our line of fire, I'm referring to everyone and everything within 5 miles of us. Regarding our army composition, you may think that Rattling guns are great, and therefore getting more of them is a good idea. And you would be absolutely correct. To a point. As you can see in this rigorously constructed scientific diagram, more Rattling guns equals more gooder, but only as long as there's still enough friendly units to accidentally turn into furry red jello. At this point, which I've dubbed the accidental war crime ceiling, we run out of room in our armies for Skaven slaves and need to resort to shooting the enemy instead. This is highly ineffective, as they tend to charge our valiant gunners who run away the second they're faced with actual combat. What's my brilliant plan to deal with this? I don't know. Because if I don't even know my own brilliant plan, then there's no way that they'll see it coming. The largest issue for us here is that Morher is immune to bullets. Seriously. He has 75% missile resistance and a massive health pool. He's damn near unkillable in this matchup. Fortunately, their fast units are very killable, especially when they just sit there and get shot repeatedly. Good job, guys. The rest of their army proved to be a bit less dumb, however, and they actually attempted to stop the infinite rain of radioactive bullets in a timely fashion. Our only real option to deal with this is to enter a checkerboard formation, which is designed to allow the rats in the back to keep shooting as the cows brutally murder the rats in the front. This would have been far more effective if the rats weren't absolute cowards. On top of that, Morher had a few gigantic mutated chaos spawn up his sleeve. Literally. That fucker can summon 2 units of unbreakable meat tanks out of either thin air or the corpses of our beautiful rats. Even as the smaller cows exceeded their acceptable lifetime doses of radiation, Morher and these meaty bastards tanked a few 100,000 more bullets. In the end, we won not because we were actually able to kill Morher, but because we ruthlessly bullied him by using this minus 30% speed debuff and our infinite ammo to encircle him and just run away anytime he started chasing one of our units. Physically, this didn't really deal damage to him, but emotionally, it definitely did. And after a while, he just sort of gave up on life and crumpled into a ball on the ground. A few rats may have died, but that just means that we have some extra rations for the next round of recruits.
A Pyrrhic victory is still a victory! Age of Sigmar has a new model called a cog fort, which is basically a robotic walking howls moving castle that's supposed to be used by the human armies, but people have been kit bashing for Skaven. That's fantastic. I need that. I need that immediately. A win's a win. A win is a win, and a Pyrrhic victory still has victory in the title. Pyrrhic victory still has victory in the title. This is my kind of science. Same. My friend has an Orc and Skaven kit bashed on me for 40k. It looks great. It's just a sea of green. That's beautiful.
We still have threats on both sides, however, so our best option is to kill one of them. As the cows have only one real settlement surrounded by an absurd quantity of manure, they were the obvious choice. We went over there through the underway, and somehow Morher just instantly reappeared after being melted by radiation. This battle was hard. I managed to set up a few good lines of fire through choke points, but even still, they did a lot of damage to us. At one point, though, 4 of their units blobbed up together. Even after dropping a nuke on them, though, they kept fighting for way longer than I expected, and Morher summoning Chaos Spawn into my gunners did a hell of a lot of damage. That took so painfully long. Oh, we lost so many Rattling guns. To colonize these settlements buried under 60 feet of manure, all we need to do is tell the Skaven slaves that there's warpstone buried under it. Within 15 minutes, they'll construct an entire colony under that shit and die of exhaustion before they get the chance to question us. Several turns and settlements later, the Rancid Fish people decided to dig for buried treasure in my territory. Little did they know, the top 20 feet of soil is composed entirely of the brittle skeletons of Skaven slaves that that we ate during the great food shortage of turns 1 through 10. As I moved up, I realized that they had 2 other armies, including their legendary lord, able to reinforce the large garrison of their walled settlement. In order to attack something like that, I would need to be completely fucking insane. Hello, class. Today's lecture is on kill boxes. If you've played RimWorld, you're probably familiar with the concept. Essentially, a kill box is an area that enemy combatants enter alive and leave dead. This can be accomplished in many ways, but today we'll be focusing on concentration of firepower. If perhaps your enemy was dumb enough to leave part of their settlement undefended, and you infiltrated it with several hundred machine gunners, you might be able to use a choke point as a kill box by simply pointing a lot of guns at it and shooting anything that moves. This can be highly effective, as the enemy has no way to flank you, shoot you, or force your guns into melee without first being blasted until they turn into either a plasma or a gas, depending on what type of meat they used to be made out of. The only risks of this particular kill box are 1. Friendly fire, and 2. Rendering your opponents inedible. There are many other types of kill boxes that you should learn about in this class, but I don't care about them, and I'm tenured, so you'll spend the next 15 weeks hearing stories about my extremely boring personal life, alongside the occasional anecdote about a weird student that I had 8 years ago. This battle took 40 real minutes, and I eventually had to leave my lovely kill box once they realized that walking into it one at a time might not be a good idea. Fortunately, this was still a pretty effective strategy, and I know that because a good 80% of our casualties were from friendly fire. So, I was joking when I wrote that. And then I actually did the math. It turns out that 83.6% of our casualties were literally from friendly fire. They killed 21 of us, and 128 of us died. Now, the salty bastards are left with just one army that I could deal with quite easily if I actually decided to deal with it right away. Instead, I went for another one of their settlements, and they attacked a few of mine behind me. Claw has one very good thing going for him here, though. His movement range is absolutely insane, with both our technology and the buffs from the hero and his army, so we just zoomed halfway across the map to blast them in the face. By turn 24, we wiped out all of Sartosa and took all their shit. Some of the French decided to attack us from the south, but thankfully, our disease-ridden rats with machine guns are a bit stronger than their disease-ridden peasants with bows. That trebuchet did hurt a hell of a lot, though. At this point, Claw added 6 feet, 6 whiskers, 6 war crimes to his Tinder profile, which immediately incurred the wrath of the Short King Liberation Army. Luckily, as they were all extremely drunk, they had both of their armies sit outside their settlements. We had our second army that we just finished recruiting take this one as they just watched us, then Claw got the chance to conduct an experiment on these lads. What happens if we literally just stand still and shoot them as they run up a big hill? They die, apparently. Minus 30% speed on a unit that's already painfully slow basically just stops them. They didn't even make it halfway to our guns before they were all entirely dead. Also, I guess ghosts aren't entirely immune to bullets, at least radioactive ones. After an extremely close underway interception battle that I won solely due to dropping a nuke onto like 10 dudes, the dwarfs were entirely out of armies. In the mountains, at least. While we were dealing with their home territory, Belagar Ironhammer was crusading against these dwarf-eating ogres that are, somehow, the most reasonable creatures around us. The ogres were open to a defensive alliance, so now we can actually see what's going on around us. This would be great if there was anything good going on around us. On the upside, though, considering that we have 2 full armies that each fire a minimum of 3 million pure uranium rounds per battle,
It looks like beautiful stars in the night sky. Look at them. Look at them. if you're sort of hue shifted all this, that's a beautiful shooting star.
Economy is doing surprisingly well. Now, after my killbox shenanigans earlier, you may be feeling confident in my ability to deal with siege battles. So was I, until this one.
I don't like siege battles
I couldn't get any angles to actually shoot the short little bastards. They weaponized their height by simply standing behind anything bulletproof while shooting the shit out of us with their crossbows. The one real advantage to their disgusting, gunpowderless projectiles is that if you shoot them up, they come down. Our bullets, on the other hand, simply cease to exist after a few hundred meters. That's because if they didn't, shooting one unit of Ratling guns wildly into the air would wipe out all life on the planet. The only reason my sanity is still intact enough to continue speaking coherently after this battle is that our lord just zoomed into the middle of their city on his electric unicycle and declared that it was his now. For some reason, the dwarves just agreed and left. This settlement also makes the Rattling guns both cheaper and stronger, which is very, very nice. Belagar does seem to want it back though, so I'm gonna see if I can ambush him. In the meantime, however, we're gonna follow in the footsteps of every global superpower in the history of the world, and start invading a random country for no justifiable reason. Naturally, I chose the worst possible matchup for us, and they'll have an immense home turf advantage. Luckily, instead of fighting this battle and taking immense losses, we can just auto-resolve this and get a better result than should have ever been possible. This is because the game knows that Rattling guns are extremely strong. What the game doesn't factor into the auto-resolves, however, is how incredibly stupid our strategy is. It just sees our infinite ammo and potential damage output and goes, yup, good enough, without considering that we are the worst possible type of glass cannon. Not only do we have glass bones and paper skin, these fucking rats can't go 5 seconds without shooting each other for no goddamn reason. Somehow we stole over 10,000 gold from this tree though, so at least we have that going for us.
Sick.
A small army of small men walked right into our ambush. I had the brilliant idea of setting up 2 lines of guns, one on either side of the enemy. This worked tremendously well at killing the dwarves, at the cost of a, frankly, impressive amount of friendly fire. In a surprising turn of events, it turns out that some of the Skaven slaves don't appreciate being eaten alive the second we run low on food. So, out of the goodness of our soft, bleeding hearts, we'll be killing them before we eat them in the future. Unless we're really hungry. To establish our dominance, Ikit Claw caused irreparable damage to the most significant cultural landmark in the history of Wood Elf civilization. I'm sure they'll be more likely to agree to our demands after that. One big advantage to using only Rattling guns is that instead of upgrading all the other awesome units in the Forbidden Workshop, we're able to spend our warp fuel building lots and lots of nukes. The only possible downside to dropping nukes on all of our enemies, even when they're literally inside of our cities, is that the nukes tend to be single-use weapons. We can partially remedy this, though, by gently encouraging Skaven slaves to recover nuclear debris immediately after detonation. Belagar Ironhammer appears to be mildly upset that we murdered 90% of his clan and turned his home into our trap house. He left a weaker army in front of his main one, which is a perfect opportunity for us to wall camp him. Nice. This is the one time I actually don't want to ambush someone, but fortunately I also ambushed Belagar, so it sort of worked out. Having learned from my mistake of setting up 2 lines of fire that just shoot each other in the previous ambush, I did the same thing again. To be fair, I angled them slightly this time, which did help a bit, but we still shot the shit out of each other. This battle came down to the fact that I have infinite ammo and they're slower than tortoises on ketamine. They're also as tough as tortoises on ketamine though, so they got shot in the face 100 times and asked for 100 more please. Thankfully, by simply walking away from them, turning around, and shooting them again, we were more than able to oblige. They're unbreakable ghost heroes with basically 90% resistance though. I'd rather not talk about them, let's just move on here. In their infinite wisdom, the Wood Elves decided to sit in their cozy settlements and watch me murder their neighbors one by one. To be
Red thing about sleep, rest, hope to catch you next stream. Yeah, sounds good. Sleep well, sleep well. Thank you for stopping in. Hi boss, how's the rat today? I'm doing good, We're watching Warhammer videos and stuff. So I'm chilling, I'm having a good time. I love the Skaven. I love the Skaven so much. I love Ikit Claw. There's a Skaven plushie. Is there an Ikit Claw plushie? Because I would like an Ikit Claw in my home. I would like an Ikit Claw in my home in the soft form. And also the model form. But I would like an Ikit Claw plushie. You know, because I know there is one. Well, I know there's a Skaven one. I don't know who it is though. I don't know which one they made into a plushie. But I want an Ikit Claw.
Fair, they should have been safe there, but the game had other ideas. By turning on Lightning Strike, which gives us absolutely 0 advantages in this situation and just makes our army tired for no reason, we were able to auto-resolve these 2 full armies with 0 losses.
Hell yeah.
We may not always outlive our enemies, but we can always outfuck them. By declaring a faction-wide rat orgy, I was able to start assembling a 3rd army of Rattling guns. Having already desecrated the Wood Elf Sacred Monument, we now stole it outright. In historically historically accurate fashion, will be using it to generate as much capital as possible to speed up the downfall of its creators. It's a very good thing that I started building up that third army, because Orion definitely would have attacked us otherwise. Thankfully, he decided that not allowing Ikitclaw to burn his home to the ground might be a good idea. The Bretonnian menace appears to have spread to our north as well, so I decided to deal with them peacefully. The only peace they'll ever know is the peace of death, so I provided that to them promptly. Through a string of impressively terrible strategic decisions, I landed my second army in a situation where they are absolutely going to get attacked by Orion, and most likely going to die. This is the exact moment I realized that the auto-resolves aren't just favorable for the Ratling guns, they are definitely broken. Despite being in Force March and therefore exhausted, we win this auto-resolve with 0 units lost and only medium casualties.
That's so beautiful.
This auto-resolve is so broken that I felt guilty and just decided to fight it manually. The hardest things to deal with here are that they have more range than us, deal a lot of damage, and have borderline unbreakable meat shields. Luckily, in a big brain AI move, they just sent up their best units to die alone and unsupported. We then dropped the nuke onto 3 decent units and dealt with the rest of them by hard targeting their archers and ignoring their infantry. Orion is a big, weird creature with comically large throwing spears. Fortunately, although his morale is unbreakable, his body certainly isn't.
That spear's not gonna stab a rat, it's gonna become it. That's the size of a Skaven. That's the size of a big Skaven. Like a top to bottom, head to toe, that's a Skaven's height, the tip of that spear. Nothing's gonna survive that. There's one listed on Etsy for currency. Oh no, how much? Not Ikitclaw, just the Skaven one. I think it's it's an Eshin clan rat. I still want it. I should still buy it. In his image, I don't think there is. Ah, dang it. It'll become several rats. Yeah, Spear has a Skaven and turns into mist. It will. Put in the images channel. Oh, thank you. I'll look at that after.
So we just shot him a lot of times with all of the guns until he stopped throwing his spears at us. Unsurprisingly, the rest of their forces routed quite quickly after we vaporized him. This is how much damage we dealt to his main army without intentionally chasing them down. Those vegans were quite determined. Taking clear inspiration from my brilliant tactics, the Fey Enchantress decided to try her hand at leading her army to certain death. Okay, are you in my range? Yes, you are. Flying low. Okay, I should have seen that. But everything's happening extremely quickly here. And actually, yep, she's dead. That's the last spell cast. That's the first and the last. And oh my god, they've already routed.
Health bar go down.
We didn't even have 31 seconds. 31 seconds. That is quite literally
like
in my entire time of playing this game, the most brutal massacre I have ever seen. Next time someone tells you that 30 seconds isn't long enough, show them that battle. Finally, though, for the first time in quite a while, we've met a worthy foe. The Bretonnians may be worthless pieces of shit, but they do excel at one thing: simping for the Fey Enchantress. Every single Bretonnian on the continent is now attempting to murder our beautiful Ratling guns, which may not sound intimidating until you realize that they have both good shields and the ability to move faster than dwarves. This is a horrifying combination, but we have 2 very good ways to deal with it. The first is to force their larger armies to come onto the battlefield late by attacking their smaller army directly, and the second is this. The fact that they weren't deterred by either the nuke killing like 1,000 of them or having to climb over a pile of their comrades' radioactive corpses was more than a little terrifying. Their cavalry did an unsurprisingly good job of stopping us from firing, and then the tide of unwashed masses eventually overwhelmed our guns. Fortunately, the Bretonnian peasants, no matter how angry, are still cowardly pieces of shit. So they promptly routed after Ikitclaw shot their lord with a radioactive fire hose. As we ravenously expanded even further, we encountered a minor issue in that these particular Bretonnian shitters have a lot of military allies. We got a bit of gold from Grom's paunch, and then because we simply joined the war rather than declaring one, we didn't incur the wrath of their allies. Now, does this make sense? No, not at all. Is it even an intended game mechanic? Fuck if I know. But will I abuse it? Absolutely. Our carefully conducted, ethically sound experiments have upgraded the Forbidden Workshop to Tier 3, unlocking its final buff for the Ratling guns, which at this point is making it pretty difficult to lose. The cold blood versus warm blood war has been raging in Lustria for the last 5,000 years, but Ikitclaw has come up with an ingenious solution. All we need to do is warm them up to solve our irreconcilable differences and achieve world peace. We'll be attempting that here by gently injecting them with small doses of radiation until their core body temperature reaches 100 degrees Celsius. To speed up the process, we began by applying a harmless thermonuclear reaction to several of the subjects. Overall, the first stage of the trial was an overwhelming success. Then, our second round of testing proved the efficacy of this treatment on even the largest and most heavily armored cold-blooded creatures. We auto-resolved this final settlement because fuck siege battles. And with that, our wonderful journey of scientific discovery has reached its conclusion. Big thanks to my patrons and YouTube members as always. I guess that's it. I keep thinking I'll come up with a cool outro, but I can't really think of any good ideas, so let me know if any of you degenerates have some.
Neither
Peace
can
out.
I
What
also
do you
don't...
get when
Ooh, I accidentally restarted the video. I also don't have an outro for React, so... Okay, editor, you can cut there. One of those guys around the time when my house in the middle of your house started. Oh yeah, it was their house. It was their house I put my house in the middle of. That was indeed their house. Then on the business of plushies, only plastic crack. Yeah, and I do like the plastic crack. It's just, you know, some soft crack would be nice every so often too. Oh man, yeah, that was great. I love. Maybe a good outro for Reacts is just Professor apologizing to the editors. True. Say rat, and that's a rat. Rat. Why are you on that account, Duologs? You never stop into YouTube first. You only go to my YouTube when you're in trouble. You only go to my YouTube when you've been banned. What are you doing here? What are you doing on the YouTube side? You never go there first. Okay, that was the third one. I think, honestly, I might take a quick bathroom break before we jump into the next 3 that I've got stashed for us. I might jump in. Not jump in. No, you know what? Maybe I will jump in. Goodbye. I'm jumping into the plumbing. Goodbye. You'll never see me again. It's like that. It's like hit film flushed away. It's like a hit film flushed away. Yo, mom. Thank you, Duologs. So cool. Thank you, Duologs. Oh, hey, there's Miwa. Hey, there's Miwa. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take a bathroom break real quick. I'll be right back. We're back. I'm back. Hello. Hello. I love all the Sonic OSTs. Me too. I have never, like, played... Well, it's not true. I've never played a Sonic game. I've played Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, and Mario and Sonic at the Winter Olympic Games, and Mario and Sonic at the London Olympic Games, and Sega Racing. That's quite the Sonic game. Yeah, those are the ones I've played. But yeah, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, I also really like the Sonic OSTs. They make great stream soundtracks too. They're gonna judge you are a rad boss. Exactly. So the Amazon link of this game and plushies the Discord. Thank you. Yes. I'm putting that on the throne so I remember to buy it later. I'm going to purchase that. I'm going to purchase that in the future. This always reminds me of, maybe take a detour for a moment. maybe take a brief detour. 1 second. Let me hide the screen real quick. One moment. I'm gonna take us on a... This OST always reminds me of the... Where is it? Can I find it? I did find it. I think it's this one. Yeah, every time I hear this soundtrack, I think of this video. I think of this video. This is maybe really specific, but you'll see what I mean. And you'll see why. I always think of this. Not to put us on a detour in the middle of this, but... that bit where he like flies in a circle. Yeah, I think about this constantly. I think about this often. Jump scared me? My fault, sorry. Specifically, I think about this part. Where is it? Like the leap? Like the little circular leap. I think it's around here. Oh yeah, it's right there. That. So, yeah, I get it. Yeah, you see what I mean? You get it. You get it. You'll understand. So second kindness, Luigi. Me too. Kindness. Kindness, Luigi. Kindness. Wait, where am I looking again? Media. Images. There it is. He's beautiful. Oh my god, he's beautiful. I need him. I need him. Oh, he's perfect. He's $100. Hey, so the Claw plushie is $168 because it's custom. Oh. Oh, okay. I see. I did tell you it was for currency. Yeah. 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 I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Oh boy. Break sounds pretty good. Michael, grab some water so I can mix an AFK from GamerSupps before bed. Use code Arisa to get 10% off your orders. If no one gonna show my code, I know Invincible's gonna show my code. Hi, welcome, thank you for the subscribe. Is Boss's ADHD attack over? It is. I'm back. Well, I got a little bit distracted. But don't worry about don't worry about this. Yeah, I'm not distracted anymore, I promise. Okay, so next up, which would we like to watch? We've got options here. We got every Sister of Battle order explained. We've got every Warhammer Fantasy faction explained. This one's an hour long. And we got how every edition of Warhammer 40k broke. I don't know what that means, but I'd like to find out. Honestly, I think maybe we do this one. Maybe we do the fantasy one, because I've been wanting to watch this for every edition broke. That one sounds fun. Okay, the people are voting for how every edition broke, so we'll do this one. We'll do this one. Let's unmute the tab. Let's full the screen. So this one is how every edition of Warhammer 40k broke by Olden Demon. It's from 9 months ago. I don't know what this means. I'm excited to find out. I don't know what it means by every edition of Warhammer 40k. I'm assuming maybe the tabletop game. And I don't know what it means by broke. This is one that my senpai Miwa has watched before, as you can see up here. That's why I found it through her. I'm taking this as a recommendation. So, we shall see. So who are the good guys in 40k? That's your first mistake. Yeah, see, there's no good guys. Everyone is bad. There's people that are less bad, but they're all bad. They're all bad. No one is good. No one is good. You just have to choose sort of your favorite war criminal. But yeah, this is how every edition of Warhammer... Bameson's having a strong called the Bondulance. You gotta have fun with this one, even if you don't get some stuff. It still sounds fun out of context. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. It's gonna be good. This is how every edition of Warhammer 40k... I'm gonna throw up. How every edition of Warhammer 40k broke by Olden Demon. I did it. I did it. I got words right. Let's find out.
The 9, two gentlemen played what may forever stand as the greatest game of Warhammer 40,000 ever. Only a single photograph endures to bear witness to this historic moment. Although it is blurry, you can still make out one player crouching next to an evenly spaced line of 26 Kroot warriors, while his opponent and a judge search in vain for a ruling that deep down everyone knows isn't going to save them.
Immediately this tells a story.
Like the old man from Pixar's Up, wargamers today don't know how good they have it. Spoiled with balanced data slates delivering core rules changes, points updates for every single unit in the game every 3 months, and multiple sites keeping track of tens of thousands of games played. Warhammer 40,000 is now as balanced as it ever has been, and considering what we're dealing with here, as balanced as it's ever likely to get. Long-term players of this game have seen some terrifying sights on their gaming tables, from leaf blower armies built to remove all of the opponent's models in a couple of turns, through to self-propagating virus weaponry, wiping out whole armies in a single attack.
See, now that sounds like my kind of thing.
That allowed players to just move their opponent's models around the board. And now all of these boogeymen are about to escape from the cupboard as we take a terrifying trip down memory lane. Let's talk about everything that broke 40k since its very beginning. The first edition of Warhammer 40,000 was known as Rogue Trader, and it's actually going to be the hardest on this list to talk about, because
so that's why the video
really
game's
easy
named
to
that.
break and really hard. This is because the rules were incredibly woolly and vague, but solved that issue by encouraging players to use a third-party games master to smooth out any issues during play. Also, army lists were semi-random, and sometimes you just wouldn't have certain units available to you. However, it's hard not to read the rules for following fire and pack your army full of weapons with that ability to guarantee a win. Following fire is a special ability that represented weapons that got multiple shots, like for example, a heavy bolter. But rather than stating that a heavy bolter had 3 shots a turn, if your weapon had following fire, you continued to roll to hit and wound until you failed to roll to wound. So weapons like heavy plasma guns could use following fire on low power to keep rolling strength 7 hits against models within 4 inches of the first. And if all that failed, you could simply rely on some off-table vortex missile support. Ultimately, during this time, it was a pre-internet era. There were few, if any, tournaments, and no one wrote any of this down. But this would all change in 1993, because out came 2nd edition. In this edition, games started to get more formalised, with army creation standardised and no need for a third party to act as an umpire mid-game. A player wishing to abuse the rules had a banquet of options in just the war gear cards alone. Why not obliterate your opponent's entire army with a virus grenade that just kept spreading endlessly as it killed models? Individual characters could be pumped to the gills with combat drugs, and if you didn't want to face them, just use Hrolf's Hood of Darkness to turn your leader invisible. Assassins could replace opponents' models with polymorphine and then jump out to deliver the killing blow in combat, or with the famous instant death vortex grenade. Meanwhile, regular units produced devastating enough effects by themselves. Orc pulsar rockets could cause entire sections of the opposing army to be completely paralysed. Meanwhile, the only thing ever fixed via balance patch was the removal of the virus outbreak strategy card that could be randomly dealt to players at the start of the game. If you want to know what the most powerful army was, I would make a decent case for the Elder Army in White Dwarf 196. This battle report pitted the winner of that year's Warhammer 40,000 Players Tournament against the winner of that year's Warhammer 40,000 Staff Tournament, and the army that would emerge as victorious actually looked quite plain by today's standards, except it wasn't at all. A load of small, cheap, minimally armed Guardian units functioned as a screen for 3 Elder support weapon platforms, 2 of which had scatter lasers, which were incredibly reliable multi-shot infantry killers. But the critical part was the single distort cannon, its party trick of instantly killing anything its 2-inch template was positioned over 66% of the time, and usually crippling anything else by distorting it somewhere else on the battlefield, was typically balanced by it being inaccurate, unless a Farseer cast the psychic power guide on it. You see, this wasn't the modern day version of guide which just provided rerolls. This was the original recipe full fat artificial colours that will mess with your kids' lives guide. This meant that the weapon could fire again a second time this turn, except this time it doubled its range and also hit automatically. Effectively, this meant it hard-countered any armoured vehicles on the other side of the board. Meanwhile, the combat in this army was handled by the Elder Phoenix Lord Janzar, who in this edition was the single most powerful unit for their points in the entire game, able to simply paralyse and kill almost anything that wandered into her 18-inch charge range. Even the winner's opponent, another tournament winner, couldn't overcome this onslaught with an Elder army with first turn advantage and a strategy card that allowed them to literally bring a unit back from the dead. So it's score 1 for the Elder and bring on the next edition. Also, score 1 for my Ko-fi subscribers. The gold tier members get their name and a unique icon added to my special Hall of Fame.
That's well. I've never seen people use Ko-fi for subscriptions. That's a good idea.
Era. Hopefully, I can get enough people signed up to turn off the adverts, and then you can enjoy these videos with no interruptions. But talking of interruptions, let's bring on 3rd edition. 3rd edition Warhammer 40,000 was an effort to massively simplify and condense the last decade of the game into something a normal person could actually play. The rulebook contained all the points and rules for every unit in the game at that point, because all previous codexes had been invalidated. And as will become a theme in this video, this would make it incredibly popular with its players. Unfortunately, as will also become a theme, it was just a little bit broken. The new all-plastic multi-part Space Marine kit had just been released, and the designers had tweaked them to be pretty points efficient, especially paired with a popular strategy at that time known as Rhino Rush. Essentially, take a bunch of Marines, stick them in rhinos, and just throw them forward. Very few extremely strong close combat units existed, so those Marines could be relied on to pull their weight even against units like Orc mobs and small Tyrannid swarms. Meanwhile, the Rhinos could move and still allow the Marines inside to disembark and charge. This gave them a huge threat range of 20 inches. To make matters worse, if you wiped out a unit in combat, you could then perform a sweeping advance, moving an additional 2d6 inches and into combat with enemy units who would be unable to move or shoot in response. And to make things even worse, in the case of designers clearly pushing the envelope too far, Blood Angel's Rhinos had overcharged engines where they would move an extra 6 inches on a roll of 2 or more. And Blood Angels got an extra point of initiative on the charge, meaning that they were mostly striking first, and Blood Angels also got an extra point of strength on the charge, meaning that they could easily take out a tank in combat by attacking its rear armour, and Blood Angel Death Company had an additional 4+ feel no pain save. And
Oh
the Death
boy.
Company unit got larger before the game as some of the Blood Angel's army succumbed to the Black Rage and got added into it, potentially allowing the whole army to start the game in one massive unit. The winner
Oh boy.
of 1999's Grand Tournament looked like this. A fully stocked Rhino to tie units up on turn 1, and a bunch of jump pack troops ready to jump in on turn 2. Luckily,
damn.
the following year out came Codex Craftworld Elder, which gave
Ooh.
the already strong Elder army access to Seer Councils, units of Farseers and Warlocks who had re-rollable invulnerable saves and could be supplied with literally infinite Warlocks. This,
Oh.
backed up with Wraith Lords, a cheap monstrous creature immune to anything below strength 5,
I like
plus
that guy in the
cheap
middle. He's got
5-man
a
Black
funny-looking
Guardian
face.
units with star cannons and units of War Walkers to eliminate enemies from range would reign supreme for a small while. In 2002, Chaos got a second codex of the edition, which allowed a Chaos player to take an Iron Warriors army, which traded 2 fast attack slots for a heavy support slot. You then filled these 4 slots with multiple units of Obliterators, a unit that could pick one of many weapons to manifest each turn, as well as Vindicators or Basilisks or Defilers that could shoot indirectly. I'm going to call this edition
just a tank.
tie between Elder and Chaos, but
That's just an
you
entire
wait,
tank.
because along came 4th edition. In the case of the designers being too late to the party, 4th edition officially fixed the rules on combats and transport vehicles. Only Land Raiders and open top vehicles let their squads disembark into combat, and you could no longer just sweeping advance an opposing army away. So the idea became move forward, get out, and shoot. Elder were particularly good at this, having Falcons and Wave Serpents. Tau were inadvertently the masters of this strategy. The tactic known as Fish of Fury meant that due to the size of Tau vehicles, units could disembark from their Devilfishes, fire, and then be out of range of the opposing unit charging them in combat the following turn.
Fish of Fury is a
Necrons
beautiful
were
name.
alright if you took a bunch of destroyers, although they suffered against armies that could bring units with a 2+ armor save to the table. Space Marine Terminators were briefly able to take 2 assault cannons per unit. The assault cannons had the rending ability to ignore toughness and armor saves. But this didn't bother the Elder and Chaos players, who were still shooting things dead from range. This was the first edition where codexes weren't invalidated as before. The new Elder Codex in 2006 took away a lot of their toys, like Black Guardians. Iron Warriors players braced themselves for their turn to be nerfed, and instead they ended up getting new toys. When Codex Chaos Space Marines was released in 2007, they lost the extra heavy support slot, but gained the ability to take a pair of Slaanesh Demon Princes with the power Lash of Submission. This incredible power could be used to move enemy units 2d6 inches each in the psychic phase, either off of objectives before they were scored, or into the range of the flying demon princes themselves, who weren't slouches in combat either. But the pain didn't stop there, because along in 2008 came 5th edition. As was becoming clear, Games Workshop's strategy of changing the core rules of the game but keeping the codexes the same was causing problems. Because at the same time as the rules were being tightened up, people were finding loopholes and exploiting them en masse thanks to a vast amount of activity on web forums.
11? 11 editions? I was thinking, oh, okay, we're at 5th edition, we're probably catching, like, it's 5th edition, you know, it's around, like late 2000s, heading into the 2010s. Surely we'll be catching up to modern day quite swiftly. 11! 11 editions? What the hell did they change in all of these? I guess we're gonna find out. We go through like 3 since COVID. 3! In like 6 years. For 30 years of game, 11 editions doesn't sound so bad. I mean, that's fair, but I'm used to D&D, you know? I'm used to D&D. D&D's on 5th, you know? D&D has been around since like the dawn of time, and it's still on 5th edition. The newest edition is technically, I don't know why they didn't call the newest edition 6. Technically they'd be on, if you really stretch it, it's on it's on like 5.5 edition or whatever. Like the 2024 edition. That's but I'd count that as a technicality. If you really stretch it, I'd count that as like a 6th edition, you know? 11! 11! Well, damn, I guess we're gonna find out what they changed. Could be 7 because we have oh, true, that was 3.5. Yeah. Still. Nowhere near 11. Nowhere near 11 separate editions. New one comes every 3 years. That's wild. 10th and 11th made the game more approachable for newcomers. Well, that's good. I like that. Because I am newcomers and I'd like to learn. I'd like to learn. They started going through editions fast the past decade. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's crazy. That's wild. My brother and I got into a 4th. Oh, neat. 3 editions since COVID make just a little sense because they maybe panicked to try to change the game to adapt to distancing at the time and then backtracked after it ended. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense, actually.
And without balance patches or regular FAQs, things as inconsequential as how you allocated wounds in a unit caused massive issues. Basically, the wound allocation system of this time meant that you could take units that contained models with unique war gear combinations and separate the damage over the entire unit rather than kill off the models in order. So if you had
that sounds
10
complicated.
uniquely armed models and they each had 2 wounds, you could split the incoming fire so that each model took 1 wound and therefore no one would die until the unit took its 11th wound. Once again, trying to find a competitively balanced scenario in the rulebook was impossible, either having an instant win objective game or the hated kill points, where each unit, no matter how large or small, counted for 1 point. So ideally, you wanted an army with a large, fast, multi-wound, multi-loadout unit. Luckily, Orcs had one already. Orc knob bikers who were very fast and absolutely abused these rules to the maximum. Combat suddenly started to dominate again, like in 2nd and 3rd edition. However, very quickly the 5th edition Imperial Guard Codex came out and suddenly message boards were flooded with an unexpected event. People started talking about garden maintenance equipment. Good old leaf blower army.
Oh, right. Oh, never mind. Okay, I see. I'm following.
And also they had a hedge trimmer army as well, which was really good.
This is such a British backyard.
Good old
like,
Warhammer,
duh,
teaching
but you
me
know.
how to exploit loopholes. The leaf blower was a specific build of mechanized Imperial Guard. You took 5 Chimeras, then filled them with Imperial Guard squads and had their heavy weapons firing out the roof. You then put them in a line and used them to block line of sight to 5 assorted indirectly firing artillery pieces directly behind them. Then take a couple of flying Valkyries that could drop off veteran teams with special weapons and demo charges, add in some specialists to disrupt enemy reserves.
That guy looks so upset. Look at this guy. He's got the worst headache you've ever seen. This guy has an agonizing headache. This guy has got the migraine of the century. Look at him. Look at this poor guy.
Units and literally blow most armies off the board. At least in 2011, players could use the Grey Knights Codex, which introduced Drago and
looks like Uncle Fester.
Grey Knight Paladins, backed up with dreadnoughts with dual twin autocannons and Cybol ammo to hopefully chew through some of this stuff.
It's really fun seeing the models get more detailed as like the editions have gone on. Like there was no like tiny text like this on the older ones. It was like flat, kind of like there was none of this like depth texturing and stuff. This looks, you can see them improving. It's crazy.
At this time, an honourable mention has to go
That's
to
not the point of the video, but still.
Photo taken at the 2009 European Team Championship tournament in Germany. The story behind it is that the Tau player deployed first and declared his Kroot squad was infiltrating. At this time, a player could put their entire army in reserve, so the White Scars player took this option to allow him to essentially redeploy on turn 1 when he moved in from his board edge. However, he never got the chance, as the rules on infiltrate meant the Kroot could be placed anywhere on the battlefield as long as there was no enemy within 12 inches. They formed a single line on the opponent's table edge. The White Scars player had no flying units and couldn't move normal units within an inch of the Kroot, so never deployed his army, leading to an instant win for the Tau player and one epic photo opportunity.
That's so silly.
Evil, and yet I'd still prefer to play this game than any we are about to come across,
I
because
love
6th
that.
edition 40k
That's
got
ridiculous.
even worse. Now the problems really started. Up to now, none of the editions had been perfect at any point. You could sum them up by saying each of them was 2 steps forward and 1 step back.
Tau players have this story memorized by heart. That's so funny. Most famous photo in Warhammer history. I can see why. Like, even without knowing any of the rules of the tabletop game, just seeing the picture of everything lined up at the edge of the board while the guy poses and there's a rules book in the background. Cinema. Cinema.
But in their defense, at least the most broken army in the previous editions looked like an army a normal person would naturally have in their collection. 6th edition introduced allies via the dreaded and derided allies matrix.
What am I looking at? I'm scared.
Was a thing. You take the best Tau shooting units, Pathfinders and Riptides, and combine them with the best Elder Psykers and fast and powerful and cheap Elder Jet Bikes to score objectives. In fact, the theme of armies being able to take allies started a near decade-long series of players cherry-picking the best part of 2 or more separate codexes to build a list. Aircraft, a previously rare Forge World only unit, were now made in plastic and given powerful rules out of the bat. If you had one of the new codexes like Necrons, you got both powerful flyers and powerful anti-flyer weaponry, and if you didn't, you were pretty much stuck. This immediately spawned the Necron Flying Circus. You take some Immortals, you put them in a Night Scythe as a dedicated transport, and then you do that 6 more times. They were cheap, efficient, and you could also use their huge base size to simply block out areas of the battlefield. And even if your opponent downed one of these Night Scythes, the squad inside would be safe and placed in reserve, ready to re-enter the battlefield when ready. In interviews since, Rick Priestley mentioned that this is the time that the sales team started to influence the game's design, which is why we suddenly had competitive lists with sometimes 6 or more of the same models appearing in them. Which was fine as long as you bought and painted 4, 5 or 6 of the exact same units. Also, remember that weird point in time when even terrain was powerful? The Aegis defense line, the original one at least, became an almost auto-take for Imperial armies, as it allowed you to give your entire army cover at the start of the game. The original model even gave you a free quad autocannon that could be crewed by someone in your army.
This is why modern allied units rules suck so hard. Flyers are still nerfed to this very day because of this edition. Oh no! They've been nerfed for 30 years! Free them! They've been nerfed for like 30 years? That's crazy. Which sucks because the flyers are so fun to build. Aw, man. That's a shame. Robo Skellies get all the cool stuff. Yeah. Well, to be fair, they are pretty cool. They are pretty cool, to be fair. Allies pretty much aren't a thing anymore, thankfully. Yeah, they look confusing. I started D&D at 2nd edition AD&D, really enjoyed 3rd and 5th. Never played 4th, and my only experience with 5th has been Baldur's Gate 3. Honestly, good way to experience it, though. I have only played 5th, because I started playing D&D in probably like 2023, because I didn't have a group to play with before that, so before that I was just watching actual play shows and stuff. And like listening to actual play podcasts and whatnot, like Dimension 20, listened to like Adventures on it a bit in high school and stuff. So I couldn't actually play until like 2023 when I got a group. And then I have since pretty much entirely rejected 5.5 because I just learned 5th edition and then they decided to release a new one and that scared me, so I just ignored it. I just pretended they didn't. So I keep playing normal 5th edition, because the new rules scare me, and there's no fun subclasses yet. Not fun subclasses, no fun, like, race options yet. I like to play the most silliest of choices from the most ridiculous and niche of DLCs. Shout out to the Grung. Shout out to One Grung Above, which cost me $7. And I built my first D&D character as a 5th edition Grung, and I made her a cleric, because the gimmick of Grung is that if you touch someone, they have to roll, and maybe they get poisoned, and I thought it was funny to take only touch-based healing spells to be a little bit mean about it. So if I went to heal a downed party member, maybe they'd get a little bit poisoned as well. For fun. You can see how I turned into a Skaven enjoyer.
Rules totally broke down as the rulebook's random mission structure had been supplanted by the fan-built Nova open tournament structure, which turned competitive 40k into a much more formalized experience, but it also meant that Games Workshop were balancing their armies on the rulebook missions, while the tournament community was playing a completely different game. To make it even worse, the core rules were pretty poorly written. The rules on terrain were 20 pages long, which, after only a couple of years, led to 7th edition. 7th was rushed out very quickly, so it looked very similar to the previous edition, and unfortunately, it managed to make things even worse. The quicker turnaround might have made the rules more solid, but it led to another round of codex refreshes, which were churned out like there was no tomorrow. If you remember that problem of codexes lasting a huge length of time before being replaced, well, grabbing a hold on this new fangled internet thing, Games Workshop quickly leaned into the idea that they could publish ebooks and skip the normal publishing costs of physical codexes. This, mixed in with specialist formations in certain box sets, led to a massive issue with rules bloat. Death Stars were a thing. You basically took a bunch of characters and then added them all into one unit so they could all hide behind the ablative wounds of that unit. This was made even worse by the fact that allies still existed. You could cherry pick the best characters from every single Space Marine codex and stick them all together, usually in a Ravenwind bike unit for added mobility, and allow them to chain their special abilities together. 7th edition 40k also added super heavy vehicles into the main rules as their curiously named D-weapons that would bypass most armor saves and caused instant death to anything the template landed on. Knights came out, and as you would expect from being a large high-ticket army, were extremely tough to bring down. But worse were the rules for formations. Basically, if you built a list to a specific theme, you got an inbuilt bonus. If you took the Space Marine Gladius Strike Force formation, you could take 5 or 10 units of Marines, and as a bonus, you got free transports for all of them. That took your 2,000 point tournament army and added 700 points worth of extra equipment in it in the form of 10 free Razorbacks, most likely all armed with dual assault cannons. I mean, you could do that assuming you were nuts enough to risk buying all of these extra models in the face of a sea of changing rules. By the time it was over, 7th edition had around 50 supplements. The good news was that they were in a digital format, so you didn't have to carry them all around with you. The bad news was that 50 supplements was 49 supplements too many. Luckily, around the corner was 8th edition, as well as a brand new CEO.
Oh, hear me out. Indulge your inner desire for superior gaming systems and player customizability, and pick a system, any other system. Help you to take that much effort to go full Malkavian or Seamice? I suppose give your appreciation for thought. See, if I would like to play, and I have the rules book downloaded for the homebrewed Kids on Bikes variation, Never Stop Blowing Up. And I want to play something like that. I've been trying to plan a campaign for that. I've been cooking it. I like trying out different systems. I think it's fun. I like trying out different variations of games. So I know that a lot of these, in the Warhammer case, I know that a lot of these different editions seem like wild, but it's really fun to learn how all of them worked. Because you're like, I like a campaign like that would appeal to you. Yes. You don't level up normal. You level up when you hit the maximum number on your dice roll, and then you roll a bigger die. It's awesome. Everything starts with a D4. If you're trying to, do a skill check of some kind, and you roll a 4 on your D4, get rid of that D4. You're rolling D6s now. You hit a D6. You hit a 6 on that D6. Guess what? Guess who's rolling D8s now? And it just keeps going up. It just keeps going up until you hit D20s. And then you just have a chance to hit a nat 20 on anything. All the time. On success check, on skill checks that may have a ceiling of 4. Big number go up, big number go up. I love silly tabletop concepts. 8th is basically the start of modern Warhammer, like early 4th edition D&D. Oh, okay, so now we're catching up to the modern stuff. Okay, that's neat. That's neat. Let me grab my D100. I wonder if there is, I don't remember if there's a rule about D100s that never stop blowing up. I need to look back into that. I think it stops at 20s, unfortunately.
The massive impact of 8th edition was like a wave of clean water washing away the stale bedsheets of the previous mess. It had all new, tighter and simplified rules offered up with new army lists for every army on day one. The experience was so full on, most players were unable to really confirm how powerful everything was because the game was just so different to anything that had come before. Stratagems added an interesting twist as they added an element of player skill that meant players couldn't easily copy an army from the internet and expect to use it to simply wipe the floor with their opponents quite as easily as they could before. Naturally, there was a bedding in period where armies going first had a 60% win rate in tournaments until those players learnt the value of reserves and skirmishing screens to prevent the now much faster gameplay from leading to a turn 1 alpha strike by the first player. An early attempt by a few players to take 9 Imperial Guard Hellhounds in one list quickly led to Games Workshop countering with a core rules change that is in place to this day that limited each unit to only be taken 3 times. In fact, the quick reactions of the design team kept otherwise oppressive units that were overpowered on release, like the Primaris Executioner and Knight Castellan, fixed with free rules updates. You would expect new units to be overpowered, but this wasn't always the case. The first round of Primaris Marines were extremely weak, and players had to wait years before the Iron Hands and Raven Guard Codex supplements pushed them into the top tier before being quickly nerfed. Tournament support was taken seriously, with factions balanced to within around 20% win rates. But inevitably, some issues started to appear. The Resin Forge World units had their own rules.
Ooh, that one's painted real nice.
Balanced at all like the regular
I love
game
like the weathering
some
effect
of
on
which
that.
Went
That was
on
cool.
Reigns of Terror over the edition and supplanted the more normal units in their armies lists. The biggest issue was with the allies system. Allies were still a thing, but the designers tried to make them harder to abuse. Eventually, Imperial players found the most efficient way to take them, which was the Loyal 32, i.e. a battalion of 2 company commanders and 3 10-man Imperial Guardsmen units. This was the cheapest way to generate 5 command points and only cost 186 points. Its very existence meant that all Imperial armies were balanced around people taking them to boost their command points. In fact, why not take the Loyal 32, a Castellan Knight, and 3 Blood Angels commanders with jump packs, Thunderhammers, and Storm Shields? Even after a series of nerfs, it was still an overbearing force on the tabletop, or at least it was, until a couple of years later.
When the next edition came out, yep, there it is.
To fix issues in the game by changing the main rules, but leaving the codexes intact. It was mainly a series of tweaks to the 8th edition rule set, with allies no longer providing the benefits to command points and a few other bits. I'm not sure if you've heard or not, but there was a big pandemic during its release that prevented people actually playing it in person. However, by the time people did, it became clear that it was a mixed bag. On one hand, armies started to look like single armies again rather than patchwork quilts. On the other hand, it was clear that the stratagem system had got out of hand. More specifically, each army having access to 5 pages of stratagems that they could gotcha each other with during casual games. And with around 20 armies in the game, that's 100 total pages of rules to remember. The stratagem system started off as a kind of quaint bonus that allowed you to do small effects like turn a heavy bolter into a weapon that did D3 mortal wounds on a 2 or more, which was nice but hardly broken. Unfortunately, as the game progressed, newer codexes got better and better stratagems that allowed units to duplicate their actions, like firing or attacking in combat twice. In fact, it wasn't the armies that actually broke the game, it was new players being gotcha'd mid-game by a surprise stratagem, allowing a unit to attack after death or move to a completely different location. At least the armies themselves were almost balanced. Almost. Due to the quantity of releases and the newer armies being playtested against each other, it led to Elder and Tyranid codexes being playtested against the newer...
They have horses? Hold on. Why have I never seen... Who gave them horses? I've never seen a horse in Warhammer before. How have these completely skipped my mind space? Imperial Guard have tanks and horses in the same army. Robot horses. They're not quite horses. Italian Rough Riders. Huh. The god have cyborg horse cavalry. They just have horses? That's so funny. I didn't know they could just have horses. This is new information. I made this video. No, you didn't, Dologs. No, you didn't. Why are we lying? They have lances with grenades on the tip? Hell yeah. That's scratching my brain. That's scratching my brain good. The Emperor is a horse girl. Hell yeah. That doesn't include the combat robot orangutans. The who? The who? You know, forget some worlds are very low tech and gods would come from them. I mean, that makes sense, but I just didn't know they had horses. Hope those grenades have a really short range. Yup. They have cavalry, even in 40k year future. We're still fight on horseback. They're just so important. They're just so important, you know? Because the technological level of a planet can be anywhere between Cyberpunk and Conan the Barbarian, if a war breaks out on an ancient medieval planet, then the Imperial Guard has to make do with whatever forces are available, and that includes horses? No, no, no. The Who haven't been around a long time. This is the 41st millennium. You're so right. I'm so sorry. Italian Rough Riders, Death Corp's Death Riders. That's so... they just have horses. That's so funny. The God's current combat patrol set has 10 of them in it. I love that. That's delightful. My brain has been supercharged by the concept of guys on cyborg horses with grenade spears. That's scratching the Skaven brain. That's scratching the Skaven brain itch, I think. That's pretty awesome.
Each other, it led to Elder and Tyranid codexes being playtested against the newer Leagues of Votann codex, and the totally new Votann army being moved up in power to counter them. This led to the Votann army being so powerful on release that Games Workshop made a video about it and promised a balance patch before the rules were fully released. The combo was nerfed with a balanced data slate, and the addition just kind of settled in. Armies that could field large amounts of powerful indirect fire units like Space Marines, Elder, and Death Guard moved to the top of the rankings by just shooting units that were trying to capture objectives to death. Websites like StatCheck and Goonhammer broke down all tournament scores in a publicly available space, and we appeared to hit a post-balanced state.
That's an unfortunate name by no fault of this.
60% win threshold was just news that they were going to get nerfs focusing on key units in the winning lists in a few months' time. But the 3-year release cycle demanded another edition. It was time for a change.
Were there rat horses? That's my question. Well, you see, we don't have rat horses, we have rat ogres, and normally you don't ride them, you become them. You know, you sort of get fused into their back, so that I knew was absolutely intentional. Was it? That's funny. The leader of the god is on a horse. That's so powerful. I love that they just have horses. This has brought joy to my soul. This has brought enormous joy to my soul. Oh, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. How do I pronounce that? Tewed? Please tell me how to pronounce your name. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Yippee! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hell yeah. There was another message I wanted to read as well. Hello, I'm Mr. Design Stream. Either way, I'm happy to see you where you are. See you again. Welcome. Good to have you again. Hi. They could be really weird horses too if you look back at that image. Some of them have really messed up hooves. Yeah, I did notice that actually. Space horses! One interesting fact, grenade lances were a real-life historical weapon. They were! That's amazing. This is great. Tueth is Cornish Celtic. Oh, I see. So Tueth, is that it? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I apologize. Thank you so much for the gift, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. If I've said it wrong again, feel free to correct me again. Thank you. The Death Corp... God, horses have claws. Hell yeah. If you want to see a pic of the robot orangutan I mentioned before, I found his name. You can find him as Warhammer 40k Jokairo? One moment. I need to see this. I need to see this. bro. Oh, he's wonderful. Oh, that's amazing. Hell yeah. He's real. That's beautiful. This is great. I'm learning so much. I'm learning so much today. I'm having
10th
a great
edition
time.
came out in the same style as 8th, with an entire rule set, simplified rules, and easier to read datasheets that reduced the amount of complexity around weapons and added unique abilities to each unit. Each army had free PDF rules available on day 1. Sadly, even by giving away free rules to everyone, Games Workshop could not catch a break. Issues with fixed squad sizes and all units costing the same regardless of different wargear loadouts chafed some people. However, the big issue was that players had got a lot more active when they're gaming. The miniature wargaming community had rapidly adjusted to use Tabletop Simulator on Steam over the course of the pandemic, and were now able to put their collective hive mind brain into working out what the top armies were within around 48 hours of the rules dropping. Death Guard and Adeptus Mechanicus were on the bottom end, and you'll never guess who was right at the top: the Elder once again. Specifically, the Elder Wraith Knight combined with their special fate
Why is its legs so...
Essentially, an Elder player got a special store of dice that they could roll in advance of the game and then spend to replace other dice they rolled throughout the course of the game. In the shooting phase, a player could fire a Wraith Knight's twin heavy Wraith cannons and use a fate dice instead of rolling to wound to trigger its devastating wound ability, and therefore dish out 2d6 unsavable mortal wounds. From then, it got even worse, because on your opponent's movement phase, you could declare Overwatch using its towering ability to see over most cover, and a fate dice to substitute a 6 to automatically hit, starting the entire cycle again and ruining most enemy armies before turn 2. People threw tantrums online for the 3 months this combo existed, and all I could do was sit back and laugh because I knew of everything that had come before. The cold hard fact is that once you build a set of miniature wargaming rules and expose it to thousands and thousands of players, many of whom play it multiple times a week and many of whom play it professionally on YouTube, the dominant strategy will get worked out very quickly.
Yeah, you can't just not break something. Every game can be broken. There are, like, you can find, like, no matter what game it is, there will never be a way to do it. Like, there has, for anything that has rules, there is going to be a way to figure out how to make those rules work better. Like, you can play a game of, like, dominoes. There's a way to play dominoes better than other people play dominoes. You're gonna break something. There's gonna be a specific thing you can do that's gonna break a thing. There is never going to be an... I feel like the lesson of this video is there's never gonna be a not broken edition of Warhammer, because too many people play it. They're gonna find a way to break Warhammer. You simply cannot not break it. You're gonna break it. You're gonna break it. Techno monkeys, they're actually a highly intelligent 40k. They're an entire minor Xenoris in 40k, super smart space apes. That's delightful. I love that, actually. You said it right, Skaven are the best. Been collecting them since I was 8 years old. More years ago than I care to admit, very early 90s. I love them. Skaven are my favorite. I don't think I'm gonna come across anything that isn't... Like, I don't think I'm gonna come across anything that I like more than the Skaven in any of the Warhammer franchise. Across, like, 40k and fantasy. Like, Skaven are just the best ones. They're so good. They're just so good. I still need to paint my Skaven boxes. I've got like 3 boxes unpainted that I need to get done that I got sent by Zephyr. Shout out to Zephyr. Love Zephyr Arcade. My goats. They send me free boxes and it's awesome. And it's awesome.
The moment the book is sent out to influencers, someone somewhere is now financially obligated to find the most powerful stuff in it. This manifested the same way it always does, with a small amount of people making a huge amount of noise about the rules being broken and the whole edition being junk, and a much larger amount of people buying loads more models and just waiting 3 months for the inevitable round of nerfs. In conclusion, everything will eventually change, so buy what you like, paint what you like. Please subscribe, click this video for more, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, that was good. That was really informative. I feel like I learned so much through that, both through like the video itself and from all the anecdotes. That's great. I love that. There's so many. There's no unbroken one. Everything is broken, and nothing will ever not be broken. And I feel like that's the lesson to be learned here. That's the lesson to be learned here. Everything is going to be broken at some point. I mean, my favorite edition of D&D is 3.5e, and that was almost universally viewed as the most broken, at least balanced. Not being broken is overrated, being broken be fun. Exactly. Exactly. I love doing dumb tomfoolery. I love breaking stuff. That's the fun of it, you know? That's the whole fun. Being able to pull out some ridiculous tactic. It's great. Me mid-maxing my barbarian sorcerer to one-shot the dragon with exploding punch? Hell yeah. It's certainly not breaking the game, but the rules allow you to do it. Exactly. There's nothing broken about that. It's in the rules. It's in the rules. So this is the Art of War team. Hilarious recent 11th edition drama. Art of War said Imperial Guard were ATL Army. The Imperial Guard subreddit mod disagreed and boycotted Art of War, so Art of War proceeded to win one of the first 11th edition tournaments with the Imperial Guard. Amazing. Happy to see more neurodivergent representation? Yes. Autism. Hello, welcome. I'm autism. I'm sure you can tell. From sort of the everything about me and the ADHD, I'm diagnosed with both, and I imagine that's easy enough to notice. I imagine you can tell. Sort of from the everything about me. They call it the diagnosis. They call me Big Diagnosis. I don't think I've ever moved on from the Necron since my starting days with Dark Crusade. The first impression was everything. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's just like the first thing you try, it just sticks. Like playing Total War. I started playing Total War because I wanted to try the Skaven, because I heard they have rats with guns that do body horror and have nukes. And like blew up the moon. And I was like, hell yeah, that's mine forever. And then you learn more stuff about them. Like, actually, not all of them have nukes and guns. Sometimes they're assassins, and they're bad at it. Delightful. Delightful. That's fantastic. That's my favorite thing. I love that. Also, sure, the rules change constantly. If you don't like things, give it a minute. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you don't like how it's broken now, give it like 3 years. They'll break it in a different way that maybe you like more. They may not be scary, but they're all ratlings and they're awesome. I do love that. I'll take rats in any form, you know? I'll take what I can get. I still have some of the 90s, 80s Skaven models I need to repaint. We'll share in the Discord when I do. Yeah, go for it. If there's an area to do so. Yeah, we have the Media and Images channel. Or, actually, I think, honestly, the like, art channel might be a better spot for that, because it is painting. I'd say art and cosplay is the best spot for that. Yeah, art and cosplay or media and images. Either one works. Or the Warhammer channel. We got options. We got 3 options. Pick your poison. Whichever one feels right. Whichever one feels right. They call it the diagnose, they do. They call me Big Diagnosis. They call me Big Diagnosis. You hear about Dia? I did, and I'm devastated. I know she's coming back, though. See, none of my friends are ever allowed to graduate completely. Because I'm very sad by the prospect of one of my friends who hasn't left yet, is only leaving for a while, plans to come back, and also plans to come to my house. No one's ever allowed to leave me. No one's allowed to leave me. It's not allowed. I'll be too sad. Weaponizing autism to land up game rolls with the biggest numbers of damage. Exactly. I'm sure I've told the story before about my, which one's the best example? Oh yeah, what I like to do with playing clerics in 5th edition. My favorite thing to do is to take, to play a cleric, having the inflict wounds spell, which is a touch-based spell, but then taking, the sorcery points feat, you know, like the point that gives you the sorcery points, and then it costs, like, 2 sorcery points to turn that touch range spell of inflict wounds, which does crazy damage. It's like, I think, the biggest damage dealing spell you can have as a cleric, and you get it like immediately. It's like you get like 2nd level spells or something. It's ridiculous. It's so strong. The only downside is that it's a touch range spell. Unless you simply spend 2 sorcery points through that feat you just got. And now it has a range of 30 feet. You can't do it constantly because you only get a couple sorcery points. As, you know, as a cleric using a feat, you only get like 2. However, there's enough. That's enough to do it once. That's very funny. Am I allowed to graduate? No, you give us money. If you graduate, the company doesn't have money anymore, and that would also be sad. You're like my boss and stuff. There's a funny bit in Gotrek and Felix book where a bunch of clan Eshens gave an old cram into a window at the same time, getting caught and murked by the guards. I've heard of that one. I think that was in one of the videos we watched. I learned about that. I haven't been around long enough to have a VTuber I watch go away, so I'm not sure how to handle it yet. I'm also optimistic she'll be back to us. Yeah, I know she's coming back. She has stated that she has every intention of coming back eventually. So she's not graduating. It's just a long hiatus. She's taken a long break away and doesn't know when she'll be back, but I'm sad nonetheless. We hang out off stream, so it doesn't actually change that much for me, but I'm still sad. Like, we can still watch TV and stuff together. She's just not going to be streaming for a while, but I'm sad about it. Also have a degree in illustration. Ooh, nice. So we'll likely post old artwork in any art channel as well. Yeah, go for it, go for it. We like looking at people's stuff. It's great. We like looking at people's cool things. It's awesome. As know what graduation means? Yeah, it means leaving. Graduation means leaving and not coming back. As a VTuber. If you need heals so bad, you have to run the risk of getting poisoned. Next time, don't need heals all the time. Exactly, you get it. That's why I like to play clerics. My clerics are kind of bullies. I don't think I've ever played a melee class in D&D because I have too much fun playing with spells. I have too much fun doing spell-related tomfoolery. Us Monmons will eat each other by the end of the week in a struggle for full control. I can't wait to see which Monmon comes out on top of the on top of the Great Monmon Civil War. I can't wait to see who wins the Great Monmon Civil War of 2026. And depending how long she's gone, potentially the several Great Monmon Wars of 2027. Speaking of Buzz, I'm kind of worried about Mochi. Don't, she'll be okay. She'll be okay. You know, she's getting care that she needs. She's in the hospital and stuff. You'll hear from her soon. I'm sure. She'll get back to everyone as soon as she knows what the situation is. But don't worry, she'll be okay. She's dealt with worse. Shout out to the car accident. Yeah, don't worry. She'll be okay. You'll hear from her soon. You'll hear from her soon. Mochi will be back next week. Don't promise that. Health thing, yeah, that's fine, but she's still trying to stream. Please talk to her. Don't worry. She's not gonna stream if we have anything to do about it. If anything, that's the benefit of her currently having to go to the hospital, because now she has to take a nap. She has to rest now. She literally has to rest. She has been medically informed to chill out for a minute, which is great. So if anything, we have even less reason to worry about her than usual. Okay, I think we have time for probably one more video, I think. So which one do we think we want to go with? Have I watched this? I don't think I've watched this one before, have I? I don't think I've watched this one. Surely not, right? Sometimes I forget what videos I've watched. I don't think I've watched the fantasy one before. I'm gonna double check my channel real quick. I haven't, right? Surely not. Surely not. Surely not. I'm checking. No, I've done Skaven Great Clans. I've done 40k factions, I think. Yeah, I did 40k factions. I don't think I've done... Yeah, I've done like a bunch of different... Yeah. Yeah, okay, I don't think... I'm fairly certain I haven't watched the fantasy one. I don't think I watched the fantasy one. What she told me though, just check Mochi's Twitter, never mind. Boss, her pancreas exploded. She's not back next week. Her pancreas is bad. She's taken a rest. She's taken a rest. Okay, yeah, I think that's, yeah, okay, I haven't watched this one yet. We'll do this one, and this will be the last one we do for today. What did what? Oh yeah, Mochi is in the hospital. You're saying her pancreas no work? Whoa. In other words, her pancreas no work. I guess you could say that her pancreas no work. Shout out to Mochi. For real? Oh yeah, Mochi's in the hospital because she's having trouble with her pancreas right now. So she's chilling out, she's taking a rest, she's getting taken care of. Speaking of pancreas, it's not working. Next up on the list today, every Warhammer Fantasy faction explained by pancreas no work. Yeah, let's start the video. That's the intro, I think. I think that's the intro for the React. Hey editor, you'll find something to work with out of that, I'm sure. You'll figure something out.
Like when people get into Warhammer, it's always a joy to have more people to play with and interact with in the hobby space. It's a new chance for me to try and convert someone, anyone, into accepting that the Eldar are actually really cool and interesting, and please just for 5 minutes stop saying elf bad. But speaking of elves, every time there's a wave of people that first learn about Warhammer, there's always one thing in common with them. None of them realize there's more to Warhammer than Space Marines, Tyranids, and spikier Space Marines. There's a whole other pair of settings that also exist, and they just fly right under the radar half the time. And this sucks, because the best Warhammer setting is right there. Yeah, GW ended it, but then it came back. And if you don't want to, you don't even have to collect thousands of dollars of minis to play with this one. Kind of. Warhammer Fantasy has been around longer than even 40k. It's had its ups, it's had its downs. It got blown up for a little bit, but thanks to Total War, Vermintide, and the constant nagging of the community, you can once again play in the old world. With elves, dwarves, and humans as standard, but also some more out there races, such as magical frogs, rats, and Walmart shoppers. And not enough people know about them. Not nearly enough. And not nearly enough people learn that this setting is even a thing. So I'm gonna be doing my part today. Today I'm gonna learn you all about every faction in Warhammer Fantasy. Some of them had extensive army lists and plot relevance, some of them languished when unupdated army books for years on end, and some of them until recently were relegated to about 3 pages of background lore.
Guys, are you proud of me? I'm actually learning about the people that I kill all the time when I'm Skaven. Are you proud of me? I've played 80 hours worth of Skaven campaigns, and I don't know who I'm fighting, but now I will. I'm gonna know who I actually fight now.
Doesn't matter, we're doing it all. If you can conceivably consider it an actual faction, they'll be here. Think of it as a companion to this video. That one was me trying to overview the setting as a whole, and this one is about the groups of people in the setting. So let's dive into a world of fantasy, and see what all that nonsense about them having the Warhammer is all about. But you're about to start listening to me list off all kinds of factions, and do you know what you could be listening to me with? Raycon and their Everyday Earbuds, the sponsor of this video. Raycon's Everyday Earbuds are some of the finest available on the market, and they've got a new and improved version just to go that extra mile. Let's just get right into the features of these bad boys. Multi-point connectivity, so if you and someone else want to share the music, you can with no problems. Active noise cancellation, because sometimes the outside world just needs to take a step back for a bit. And a new sleek ergonomic design to make them look and feel better than ever before. It's even got a cool protective case to keep them nice and safe. I've got them colored in a nice purple in a galaxy-themed case. It's got a nebula on it and everything.
Get rotated, get rotated, get rotated, get rotated, get rotated, get rotated.
There's plenty of colors to choose from. You know what's better than that? A 32-hour battery life that gets 90 minutes of battery per 10 minutes of charging. I forget to charge my headphones pretty often.
That was a lot of
numbers. Combined with my complete and utter lack of patience, that's usually a bad thing. But the Everyday Earbuds got my back. You can just charge them up for a little bit and they're good to go. I use them when I'm painting or assembling minis.
Is my favorite
it's nice
song.
and relaxing, and the sound quality lets me tune out the world and get into the swing of things.
Scare.
This is good because, as you can see, I have a lot of minis to work on. But even with your own shopping needs, you can still enjoy the Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Click the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/pancreasnowar to get 50% off your Raycon purchase, plus free shipping. They're already half the price of other brands, and with my link, you can get them at an even better price. Spice up how you listen to music, podcasts, and more with Raycon's Everyday Earbuds. Now then, let's talk about where it all began.
That's orc spelled
with a C, by the way, not a K. But across the
Okay.
board, the greenskins of Warhammer Fantasy aren't that different from the ones in 40k, which is why we're starting with them. They like to
Nice.
fight, they're mushroom people, they're green. If you took an orc from 40k and put him in a greenskin tribe in Fantasy, he probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Might wonder why no one has a decent shooter hanging around, but he'd be content with his life regardless. He might even be happier, because these orcs have characters like Grimgor instead of Ghazghkull. There are no thinking and tactics for Grimgor, only beating everything near him to death. The greenskins used to have some pretty different lore,
guy
being
gets it.
closer to D&D than anything else. They had half-orcs, and they didn't reproduce with mushroom spores. Then as time went on, that was moved away from, and eventually we came to where we are now in the old world. That being that the orcs hopped a ride with the old ones' ships when they came to the Warhammer Fantasy world. More on them later. From there, they naturally began
Okay.
spreading out across the entire world. The old ones and their servants did their best to get rid of the orcs, as they did all other races they weren't quite fond of, but you
Lizard.
can't get rid of the orcs once they're on a planet. It's just not possible. So nowadays, if you wander around a given area long enough, chances are you'll find some greenskins kicking about, making things worse for whoever lives there. The orcs themselves are one of the biggest similarities
love to
between the
kill
two
me.
settings. The biggest guy is in charge of the tribe, and if you get a real big boss, he might be in charge of multiple tribes. And when you get a really big boss, you can get a whole proper WoW going. When this happens, you usually get a whole lot of dead humans and dwarfs. Painting something red still makes it go faster, painting
Hell
it
yeah.
blue makes it luckier, and can block arrows from killing the blue-painted orc. And they still love looting. Not nearly as much as in 40k, but you can always find an orc in a tribe wearing dwarf plate armor, or wielding a human greatsword he grabbed off a corpse. They do have some more
Nice.
savage brethren who judge other orcs for using things like basic tools, or digging a pit to shit in rather than just letting it drop where you stand, but aside from being a bit more magical, those orcs aren't really all that different. Where you get the biggest change, though, is with the goblins. See, in 40k, grots are an entire species of plot irrelevance to the orcs. You'll get one like Makari once in a blue moon, who are allowed to be in the shadow of the spotlight of a far more famous orc, but the goblins in Fantasy are an actual threat all by themselves. Sure, they're still cowardly and will refuse a stand-up fight unless they outnumber the enemy 40-1. Sure, they're still kicked around by the orcs and are used to do all the manual construction stuff. And sure, they're still slightly smarter than the orcs, so anything resembling any actual construction or research is done by them. But every now and then, not often, but every now and then, you get a goblin who's a cut above the rest. And when that happens, everyone's in trouble. The goblins are cunning little
this guy looks like
buggers.
trouble.
They know in a straight-up fight they're gonna lose, so they'll wait till the biggest orc around is sleeping and slit his throat, or poison his food, or convince him there's something shiny in a nearby cave filled with hungry trolls. And sometimes, if they're really insane, they'll overdose on literally magic mushrooms, and when they come back to reality, they've slaughtered every orc in charge in a manic frenzy. Now instead of a big green moron who just about knows which way is forward leading the army, you have someone like Skarsnik leading an orc army. A green little Sun Tzu who's gonna run circles around you and your entire military. Or you can get one that pretty much just lucks into the position, like Grom the Paunch, hallowed be his girth. Instead of being clever, he just got incredibly lucky and was forced to eat troll meat. Instead of exploding, which is normally what happens when you do that, he just kept growing alongside it. 3 things happened. 1, he got so incredibly fat he'd beat rival orcs by sitting on them. 2,
damn.
he became a legend among goblins everywhere, the alpha male fantasy they all wish they could be. And 3, he nearly ended the world by sailing from the equivalent of the Middle East or Africa to the middle of the Atlantic and destabilizing the High Elves. If you like grots but wish they could, do anything important ever, maybe take a look at the goblins. Their history really isn't anything special though, mostly because they're greenskins and what you see is what you get. Usually, they beat each other up. Every now and again, one of them beats up enough orcs that he convinces them all to go beat someone else up instead. This continues until that war boss is killed, and then the orcs disband and go back to beating each other up again. Some evil dwarfs like to use them as slaves, and when they tried to make bigger, stronger, and smarter orcs to use as slaves, they immediately learned why that was a bad idea when the orcs revolted. If you like being mean and green, you'll like the orcs. And one crucial thing I nearly forgot, they love to dance. Wurzag may be the prophet of the orc gods first, but he's a hell of a dancer second. Now let's get out of the realm of similarities and into some things fantasy really does different.
That's great. He's just doing a little dance. Look at him go. He's absolutely grooving. I got Raycon Bone conducting headphone this year. For the first time in 30 years I can hear from my right ear. I have heard really good things about them, but I have a really bad habit of dropping and breaking on my headphones. So I just buy like cheap $30 knockoff AirPods. Cause with my desk headsets, those are fine. Cause what am I, then I'm not taking them anywhere. My in-ear headphones that I use for my phone, constantly dropping that on concrete and tile. I got butterfingers. Whoopsie. They still lag. I keep forgetting that all these factions exist on one single tiny planet. Yeah, isn't like the whole planet like just the Total War Warhammer 3 map? Don't they all just fit in that one? Is that like the whole planet? Is that the whole planet? Mork hits you when you're not looking, and Gork hits you when you are. Gorkamorka just hits you regardless. I like to just punch. Makari, little dude's a lucky little thing. Huh, eating troll flesh will do that. Troll flesh just makes you blow up is wild lore to me. I think there is well, but it's like 70%. Damn. Yup, that's crazy. It's so little. That's the whole planet. It's so tiny.
Front.
Lizard.
When the old ones showed up, the planet they
button?
arrived on was ideal for creating the ultimate weapon to fight chaos. Of course, they still had to create it, so...
Hold on. This is important. Hold on, it's not working. I need to do the bit faster.
Lizard.
Let's just 1 second. Hold on.
It does different.
Lizard.
When the old ones showed up, the planet they arrived on was ideal for creating the ultimate weapon to fight chaos. Of course, they still had to create it. So
Right,
to do that, they
bit.
started by moving the planet closer to the sun to warm it up, which pissed off a lot of things on it, like the dragons. Speaking of, there were a lot of races on the planet that wouldn't really like to share the room with the old ones' creations. So to help them with the legwork, as well as get rid of all those fellas, the old ones created the lizardmen. They also created most of the other playable races in the setting, so unless otherwise stated, assume all these factions started out as the test tube babies of the old ones in one way or another. The lizardmen were not this ultimate weapon against chaos, although they were still pretty good at fighting. You know how I said the orcs resisted extermination by the old ones? That was just them who managed it. Everyone else fell under a tide of angry lizards, dinosaurs, or angry lizards riding dinosaurs. With that small little bit of genociding out of the way, the old ones set about making the world fit their needs. The lizardmen were their chief assistants, and to be the best secretaries they could possibly be, the old ones made them in several different flavors. All of them with a dash of Mesoamerican cultures thrown in, because if you have the option to have Aztec lizard riding dinosaurs, you have no good reason not to take it. First you have the Slan. The Slan are the best wizards in all the world. They may be big fat toad people, but the first generation ones were the ones who changed the entire planet's orbit, moving around where it needed to be in space. Moving down the generational line, they did get weaker, but that's highly relative. Second generation Slan could only cause entire mountain ranges to suddenly appear at the drop of a hat. These were the lizardmen who directly worked with the old ones and delivered their messages and will to the rest of them. Next you have the Saurus. Stupid people might think that since the lizardmen are a Bronze Age civilization at best, they're not much of a threat. Then an 8-foot-tall monster from the Cretaceous period clubs you to death with an obsidian axe, and you find out just how the Saurus were able to depopulate an entire planet. These were
Lord Croak is the goat? Oh yeah, that's Lord Croak, duh. I forgot his name. I headcanoned his name as Grug, as a Glug, or whatever I said. I forgot about Lord Croak. I've fought him so many times. He loves to come and kill me. He loves to come and kill me. I think maybe I've blocked him out as a trauma response. Wait, trolls regen even when you chop them up. Trolls keep regenerating into new trolls. There's a simple reason why troll flesh blows you up. They heal, regenerate back up in your stomach, so eventually a full troll just bursts out of you. Oh, okay, I'm understanding. Yeah, that checks out.
the generals of the Lizardmen armies. They were bred for war and only war. They're pretty straightforward, and all their characters have the same background of bred to kick ass, but this is Warhammer. That's a feature, not a bug, and they break it down to its simplest possible form. Next are the skinks. They're little chibi gecko axolotl things that do to the day-to-day management of Lizardmen society. You need a building planned out or to do basic diplomacy, you send the skinks. They're also skirmishers. When the trees start speaking great planese, it's the skinks doing it. They've even got their own god all to themselves, Sotek. It was a bit of a controversy when he came around at first, but the rest of the Lizardmen seemed content enough to let him be worshipped. Finally, we have the Croxagores. They're alligator men. They build the buildings and gator death roll all over enemy armies. That's it, but that's all they need to do. When Chaos first came and the Old Ones fled, the Lizardmen had to figure out how to not only survive, but continue the Old Ones' work in their absence, which they kind of, sort of have been pulling off a little bit. They held off the invasion at the cost of almost all the first Slan and most of their spawning pools, turning them into a very numerically disadvantaged race. Not that this stops them from still sometimes rampaging across the world, but they are largely held up in the jungles of Lustria nowadays, also known as South America, because Warhammer Fantasy is just Earth if someone with really shaky hands drew a map of it. They're isolationists, the Slan will spend centuries at a time meditating on the few plaques the old ones have left, and they really hate when tourists come to Lustria because it's usually to steal those plaques. They're all gold, you see, because gold doesn't tarnish or rust. Convenient for writing things down in a jungle, less convenient when all the warm bloods come to steal the shiny stuff. If you see a Lisbon army, you're either screwed because the Great Plan dictates your death, or screwed because you're somewhere they don't think you should be. Very simple faction, but again, that's a positive. Sometimes being dino-brained is the way to go.
Yeah, they're just cool.
Also known as the Imperium, but not as awful. These guys are the default protagonist faction. They're the strongest nation of men in the world, and that's no meaningless boast here, because there's actual competition they have in that department, unlike
Human
the Imperium.
people in my
They formed
fantasy
about
setting.
2,500 years prior to the setting's modern day, when a pretty cool dude named Sigmar was born. Sigmar had a dream, uniting the scattered tribes of barbarian into one unified nation of mankind, to drive back the darkness and bring peace to the land. He did this chiefly by beating up everyone who disagreed with him, but in fairness, most of them deserved it. If this sounds familiar, let me just remind you that this guy was here first. Plus, Sigmar realized that outright killing everyone just because they disagree with you is perhaps a bad idea that will lead to problems later down the line.
We found Sigmar, age of.
So he settled for only beating them up. Sigmar didn't just beat up people, though. He also beat up a lot of orcs. Like, a whole lot of orcs. So many orcs that the dwarfs swore eternal friendship with mankind, because if Sigmar is so kick-ass, surely the rest of humanity can't be that bad either. He united most of the tribes of man in the area, and you better believe I'll come back to the most later, and formed the Empire of Man. 50 years later, he just up and left. A little bit after that, he became a god, and the Empire soon worshipped Sigmar as the chief god of their pantheon.
There were only two factions, rats and rat food. Yeah, exactly. Empire of Man, more like my dinner.
The Empire is pretty unique as far as fantasy factions go. Usually a fantasy setting will reach the medieval era and then very explicitly never move past that for the next trillion years of its history.
Yeah.
The Empire isn't like that. When Sigmar was doing his thing, it was barely the Iron Age. The dwarfs giving them steel weapons every now and then was considered the height of technological advancement. Nowadays, 2,500 years later, the Empire has tanks. Good
Hell
tanks? Yeah. Look, for a Renaissance age civilization, tanks are pretty damn impressive no matter how good they actually are. They have factories, mechanical horses, and countless other things that make you wonder if the book you're reading was put in the fantasy section by mistake. They also have wizards who scam people out of $50 for the thrill of it, politicians who constantly need to be wrangled by the one competent guy in the entire government, and enough floppy hats to arm the entire Holy Roman Empire with. They're still normal people, though. The three things that make the Empire great aren't genetically modified super soldiers, or lost technological secrets from a golden age, or even the direct intervention of their gods. It's faith, steel, and gunpowder. A whole lot of each. Give a man a halberd, a cause to fight for, and his friends by his side, and it turns out you can push back even the most determined of evil murder Vikings time and time again. Most Warhammer fantasy books follow the Imperial characters around, and you get a good feel for just how fleshed out this land is through them. You've got the Heartlands, sure, places like Altdorf, where it's interconnected with the wider world, magic runs through the very city through its colleges of magic, and elves and dwarves can be seen regularly. Then you have backwater shitholes like Ostermark, where the people are outnumbered by everything nearby that wants to kill them, and guns are still a scary black magic invention for a good half the population. Or Averland, whose most noticeable trait is that they hunt halflings for sport there. There's halflings in the Empire, by the way. They can vote on the next emperor because they baked a previous one a really good meal. They also had a civil war over pie. Don't be a halfling in Averland. You're gonna decorate someone's mantelpiece sooner or later. Of course, this is still Warhammer, fantasy or not. Sure, I said it's not as awful as the Imperium, but it still has witch hunters who will burn you alive for being a wizard, or being a mutant, or just for being a bit too ugly, because that's also a sign of chaos mutation. And it's still a Renaissance age civilization. For 90% of people, this means it's a medieval civilization, but you might see more pretty statues and paintings than your ancestors did. You're still probably gonna die of the water making you poop too much. They're bordered by the undead, beastmen are everywhere once you leave the city limits, and worst of all, they have people who have sex with horses for neighbors. The Empire is constantly on the defense. From orcs, from chaos, from beastmen, which are a different kind of chaos, and really anyone else who's feeling a bit bored that day. But the average citizen of the Empire will do their part to keep the hordes at bay, and at the end of the day, they did this for 2,500 years until the authors decided reality itself had to go, which is a pretty good track record. They're a human, relatable nation, like if the Imperial Guard got to actually be the main characters of 40K instead of Space Marine 9001, model on sale now for $60. It's grounded with people having normal struggles, but also fantastical, with wizards and monsters being everywhere. They do have one ultimate ace in the hole,
setting.
though,
It's so
the
fun.
reigning emperor, Karl Franz. The best statesman in the old world, the guy who wields the Warhammer. You know,
this man has beat me to death so many times. I'm sick of this man. I'm sick of you, Carl Franz. Do not show up to my house. Do not come to my den. Do not pull up to my hollow in the ground. I'll have a bomb. I'll have a bomb and it's ready, Franz. I'm sorry, I have personal beef with the things that he's done to my Skaven.
The actual real-life Warhammer logo, that's his, and he's very good at using it. He's the kind of politician who could convince you into giving him everything you own and leave you thinking you got the better deal, but also the kind of person who wouldn't do that to you. He's got everyone's interest at heart, and overall, this guy's the best emperor in Warhammer. Not Warhammer Fantasy, Warhammer in general. Kiss my ass, corpse worshippers. This one can walk, talk, and beat you to death in the name of the Empire.
Like, good for him, but still, I'm Skaven.
If you like relatable folk with a touch of the fantastic, Sigmar and his people have your back. But I did say most tribes are united by Sigmar. Unfortunately, a couple weren't able to be integrated for one reason or another. Let's talk about the one that I like first. Kislev is all of Eastern Europe thrown into a pot and mixed to boiling until it coagulated into one Slavic specialty stew. They live in a frozen hellhole, which is also their country's greatest defense. They wear thick fur pelts. They have winged hussars. They also squat in the middle of a battlefield, because such is the natural state of the Kislevite. And vodka. Even the dwarfs and their genetically ingrained alcoholism respect the drinking skills of a Kislevite. Kislev's job in the setting is to face tank chaos invasions before they get to the Empire of Man, which they do pretty well. Half their cities are torn down in the process, but they're a hardy bunch. They walk into the winter snow, and when everyone occupying their land freezes to death, come back in and rebuild. Their religion is different from the Empires, and they view them as weak southerners, but the two nations are still staunch allies. Mostly because when the forces of actual hell are your neighbors, anyone else is gonna be a good friend. They're led by the Tsar or Tsarina of Kislev, because GW was worried you wouldn't understand which region this place is based off of.
Tsarina can suck it too. I'm sorry, the humans are always so mean to me in my campaigns. The humans are always so mean to me. You know, okay, I take it back. I'll take Franz. I'll take Franz over the Ice Queen, alright? I'll take Franz over the Ice Queen. Ice Queen has beat me up even more times than he has.
Many times, and indeed the last one before the world blew up, this was an Ice Witch, a handy person to have running your country when a raging blizzard is considered a mild day. You still can't play as Kislev in the old world, thank you GW for that extreme blue balling, but they had some pretty heavy redesigns, and a lot of the marketing for the old world did at one point feature Kislev. Here's hoping GW realizes that winged hussars riding bears is something people are interested in.
Yeah, that's
Shame
pretty
that
sick.
Sentence needs to be said. I don't know why anyone would ever need to be told that.
Yeah. Who knew humans would be rude to human-eating rats? God forbid I'm a little hungry. God forbid I'm a little hungry and accidentally start a bunch of wars with them.
These are those people who have sex with horses. When Sigmar was uniting everyone, they refused to join him, because obviously they were too good to join him. Did they have some super special magical secret, or a technology that could let them surpass the fledgling empire, or some other race in the whole? No, but they copied the elves' homework and our French, so they decided they were too good to shack up with a future god and went it alone. Bretonia looked at all the cool advancements the empire was making, how it was a dynamic nation in a genre that usually gets to the medieval era and then freezes like it's going into cryo-sleep, and said no. We will not be doing that. We will be staying as medieval land. It is mandated by the government that technology will not advance, that society will never have any major upheavals, and that everything is just perfect the way it is. It's like that old decree the Pope made that declared crossbows were a blasphemous weapon, taken to be an entire society's philosophy.
Don't do that with horses. Pancreas just hates them. Oh, I see. Well, you know what? Valid. They've beat me up a bunch of times too. I think I just have a problem with the humans.
Tony is all about knights. Baby knights proving themselves, magical knights defending the realm and saving damsels, knights leading the country to further the goals and interests of the rest of the knights. Imagine King Arthur. That's it. Just imagine King Arthur stretched out to be a whole faction. The in-universe justification is that they saw high elf cavalry and just ran with the concept. Out of universe, it's just King Arthur and every medieval stereotype thrown together. You could, admittedly, say the same thing about the Empire and the Holy Roman Empire, or Kislev in Eastern Europe, but those are eras and places fantasy writers don't usually copy wholesale, so they get a pass from me. Bretonia is the land of almost every fantasy setting ever conceived since Lord of the Rings, and it shows. Unfortunately, they can afford to do all of this fantasy stasis, because an elf goddess is playing them like a fiddle. Their precious precious Lady of the Lake, also known as the Elf Goddess of Magic, chooses some super special knights to become Grail Knights. They sip from her chalice of bathwater, and when the now Grail Knight emerges, they're like supercharged D&D paladins. Bullets are an inconvenience, their armor is magically toughened, and their mounts never tire, so until the Empire invents the Gatling gun, they're able to keep being aggressive backwater dickweeds. In older lore they were tolerable, but in modern lore someone must have felt they weren't angsty enough and made them nice and extra oppressive. The peasants are honored if the noble allows them to have 3 pennies a week instead of 2, ladies who aren't magical are property because medieval times, and social mobility is a punchline. I hope you like medieval medicine. The Empire's medicine already isn't that great. Bretonian medicine is the kind of thing that has a 300% fatality rate. And horses. Everyone has a horse. Even the lowliest peasants have a horse that more often than not eats and lives better than they do. I like horses, but I don't like them that much. If you've ever been to medieval times and made that your entire personality, Bretonia is a good faction for you. Because God is real and hates me, they're also one of the starter factions of the old world, so getting into Warhammer Fantasy nowadays is pound for pound fairly easily done with Bretonia. In all honesty, pick them if you like them. It is on some level cool, because for as much shit as I was giving them for being generic and bland knights, knights are cool. There's a reason every 5-year-old wants to be a knight and not a Landsknecht. I mean, for God's sakes, just trying to say that word is difficult. The other army GW has refused to put onto the tabletop, despite already having a direct hand in reworking them for Total War. Did you know there's a fully fleshed out Cathayan army book for GW developed? You can't have it, because funds not allowed. This is a shame, because Cathay is awesome. Dragons are
Cathay have beat me up like the least out of all of them. At least out of all the humans, they've beat me up the least, I think.
Also awesome. Cathay agrees because they're ruled by immortal dragons who the Cathayans follow at every whim. Fantasy China is a magical place and one of the few places in the entire planet that might not be a terrible one to live in. Every now and again, it does what actual China used to do and implodes, and sure, those ruling dragons get along like all siblings do, i.e. barely at all, but in day-to-day life, not a bad place. And it always comes back together after imploding, usually after Mommy and Daddy Dragon come back to kick everyone's heads in until they start behaving again. It is, like I said, just fantasy medieval China, but that is a compliment. You know those terracotta soldiers? What if they were animated by magic and also 100 feet tall? Are you a 40K fan?
I really like those ones.
The Primarchs weren't utter morons and failures almost to a man, because that's Cathay. Again, for reasons I will never understand, we don't have them yet in tabletop. But Total War does, and by God is it fun to play as Cathay. The Silk Road...
And they added kitties. You can be a kitty cat now. And they're like one of the only things I haven't played that aren't the Skaven.
It was prosperous in real life, and it's prosperous in Warhammer, so if/when they finally come out, prepare to show the world why China was for a good 1,000 years the most prosperous country on the planet. It's even better here, because this Great Wall has magical dragon ladies guarding it. Oh, Cathay is also near the countries of Nippon, Ind, and Koresh. Nippon is Japan, Ind is India, and Koresh is Southeast Asia. I'm not giving them their own spots because no one cares about them, and I can't bring myself to either. That's it for the non-chaotic living humans, but that doesn't mean we're done talking about humans. The next few ones just don't have a heartbeat. Or skin.
Yeah.
These are the bad guys when chaos is taking a break. Imagine Dracula, if you will. Now imagine Dracula if he had a 100,000 strong army of zombies, skeletons, lesser vampires, and pretty much anything else that you could find at a Spirit Halloween. The total history of the vampires stretches back thousands of years, but for the purposes of this video, we're only going to go back a few hundred.
Oh, Cathay does have tabletop now? Oh, neat. Yeah, this video's outdated. Hell yeah.
We go to a fella named Vlad von Karstein, because if you haven't caught on yet, this setting is allergic to subtlety. He showed up to the very on-the-nose Empire province of Sylvania, which was a horrible place to live. It was covered in swamps, the people were dumb and afraid of scary monsters, and because this setting is what it is, they weren't even wrong to be so. When a peasant in real life says the witch made their family ill with the plague, it's baseless superstition. When a peasant in Warhammer says that, there's a good chance they're right. When a Sylvanian peasant says that, they are right. Vlad shows up to this province, marries the daughter of the ruling noble to become its next ruler, and despite being a blood-sucking vampire, this place sucked so hard it was a marked improvement. Even better, him and his wife Isabella actually loved each other. They had vampire kids like Conrad von Karstein, who was insane and liked to twist the heads off of peasants, and Manfred von Karstein, who was the worst. Of course, this wouldn't be Warhammer if everyone was just nice and peaceful, so one day Vlad had a brilliant idea. What if he was the emperor? He could live forever and usher in an eternal age of prosperity, mostly for vampires, but for some of the people too. So he tried to become the emperor. At gunpoint. Zombie point more like, but 100,000 zombies is a lot more effective than most Renaissance age guns were. He failed, but the damage was done. Him, his wife, and their children spread vampirism across the empire. Now Sylvania is barely even considered a part of it, and everyone does their best to ignore it. This is probably a bad move, because every few decades some vampire likes to try their hand at raising a massive undead army to take over the Empire with. They all fail, but they're very murderous. Them failing means the Empire's population only drops by 20% instead of 100%. Just watch the first episode of Castlevania if you somehow haven't, for what it's like when the Midnight Aristocracy goes to war. There's a lot of vampires to choose from, though, to get your specific undead needs satisfied. The Von Karsteins are the classic vampires, who want to suck your blood and rule over the night. The Lamians are a vampire KGB, with spy networks in pretty much every place on the planet. Except Lustria, probably. The lizards don't take kindly to that sort of thing. The Strigoi are what happens if your average Florida resident became a vampire, the Necrox are evil wizards, and the Blood Dragons are a heavy metal album cover. If you thought it was kick-ass when Dracula sent the forces of hell to wreak havoc on the living, you'll love the vampire counts. But I did mention that some of the undead don't have skin, and vampires usually have that at least. For those fellas, we need to go further south. Ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt. You now understand the basics of the Tomb Kings. Once upon a time, thousands of years in the past, the lands of Nehekhara were prosperous. They had regular contact with their gods, magical constructs to defend themselves with, and when they had a good king like Setra, they would sometimes go on to conquer half the world. Then a fella named Nagash was born. He's awful. This man was a monster through and through. He's really smart, though.
You can tell he's evil because he's got those evil Disney villain eyebrows. He's got those Jafar eyebrows, you know what I mean?
Smart enough to capture dark elves and force them to teach him dark magic, which usually humans can't do. Smart enough to invent necromancy with what he learned. Smart enough to overthrow his brother, the king, and take over most of the land with his undead forces. And he's also quite powerful with his magic. He was eventually overthrown and cast into the desert where he died, but he invented necromancy. Death is a suggestion for him. Such is his power. When he inevitably came back, he discovered someone had stolen his research notes and used them to make vampires. He made those vampires his generals, and no, they didn't have a choice in the matter, and then decided ruling just Nehekhara with undead wasn't enough. So he formed a plan to kill everyone in the region at once, resurrect every corpse on the planet, and take over the world with his World War Z undead army. Part 1 of the plan went off without a hitch. It was only through the intervention of the Skaven, who I promise you will love, and the last living dude in the region, which kept most of Part 2 from happening.
Sorry, I keep getting excited.
Everyone in Nehekhara promptly stood back up, realized their hearts were no longer beating, but they were still standing, and things got messy. Imagine Game of Thrones before it became horrible, with all the political fighting over who gets to be king. Now imagine Game of Thrones if every single person who was ever the rightful king was now alive at the same time fighting over what was their throne. Not they believed it to be their throne, or they wanted it to be their throne. It was the throne they sat on once upon a time. And also they can respawn. And also, most common people were mindless undead skeletons who had the flesh flayed from their bones with the desert winds and could only follow basic orders, like kill that guy who thinks he's the real king. This does not a stable nation make. Luckily, the priest woke up that Setra guy, who cockslapped everyone until they started behaving again. Now the Tomb Kings no longer have skin, have no clear path to achieve immortal bodies to feel with again that they so crave, and no longer have the backing of their very gods. Fortunately for them, death is more of a suggestion. They can still use magic, even if not quite as good as it was when the gods were helping, and they now have eternity to do whatever they want, as long as it doesn't involve some sort of physical sensation. Sometimes they still fight amongst each other, sometimes they spend their newfound immortality pursuing whatever hobbies they want, and sometimes they sail all the way from Egypt to Sweden and burn half of it to the ground because someone stole their hat. And on the rarest of occasions, a tomb queen will tell a strapping young lad that if they still had functional genitals, she'd fuck him so hard the experience would kill him. They're very fun. They're true neutral to the core. Some of them want conquest, some of them just want to find new hobbies, some hate the living out of jealousy, some don't care either way as long as they serve, and some go out of their way to find human members to recruit for their court because it reminds them of what they've lost. If you can think of a motivation, there's a Tomb King that has it. It's a very simple thing to know if the Tomb Kings are for you or not. Do you like the Mummy? Do you like Ancient Egypt? Have you ever wondered what it'd be like if the Sphinx came to life and started crushing people like Godzilla?
Hell yeah.
Tomb Kings are perfect for you then. And hey,
Tomb Kings are really cool. I didn't know they were cool. I mean, I did. They're like aesthetically interesting, but their backstory is actually really awesome. I gotta love that. Ashy, thank you for the raid. Hi, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, raiders. Welcome in, Ashy raiders. I hope you had a good stream. Stream? I hope you had a good time / stream. I'm literate. Hi. Hope you're doing well. We're watching some Warhammer stuff today. I have fun with the stream. Thank you, I will. I hope you had fun. Do what you gotta do. If you gotta rest, go rest. You gotta eat, go eat. If you gotta hydrate, go hydrate. Do what you gotta do. Thank you for stuff again. I appreciate it. Hi, welcome. we're doing Warhammer stuff. We're watching Warhammer videos. I'm on the React grind again. I'm on the React grind again. It was a fever dream. What happened over there? Hey, what happened over there? Okay, currently, we're watching Pancreas No Works every Warhammer Fantasy faction explained. Because I like Warhammer Fantasy a lot, but I kind of only know about the Skaven. I kind of only know about the rats. I only know about the rat faction. So I'm learning about the rest of them. I'm learning about the different factions that I've spent like 80 hours of my life fighting in my video game. No rest, only rat, it's rat time. Hi, welcome to rat time. But yeah, I'm attempting to learn about all the things I've spent like 80 total hours fighting now. And we've just learned about the Tomb Kings, and they're really cool. So if you don't know anything about Warhammer Fantasy, honestly, me neither. I don't know enough, considering how much time I've dedicated to it. But the jumping on point that you're coming into is we've learned about the orcs and the goblins. We learned about the lizard men. We've learned about the Empire Band, the Kislev, the Bretonnia, the Cathay. Yeah, we've learned about all the humans. We've learned about the vampire counts, and now we just learned about the Tomb Kings. So next up, I think, actually have no idea what we're moving on to next, but we're gonna find out. Yeah, it's really cool. I like fantasy a lot. I honestly, I kind of like it more than 40k. I gotta be honest, I kind of like it more than 40k. I think it's really cool. I know even less about 40k than I do about fantasy. But fantasy's really awesome. I think it's a really cool setting. So that's why we're learning about it today.
Hey, look at that. They're the other starter faction for the old world. Now you can get into fantasy proper without people like me dismissively calling you a horse molester. So now we can leave this region of the world and indeed humanity. And I have forgotten 4 human nations that deserve at least a little bit of credit. Shit.
Oh, there's more.
Tylea is Italy during medieval/Renaissance times, so it's thousands of city-states smushed into one country. It's right next to the Skaven capital. There are worse places to live. Estalia is Spain without the colonial empire. Both of these places say they're the first civilized nation in the old world, which the empire disputes. The border princes are the land of whatever the hell you want it to be. It is an excuse to make your own homebrew army, and they fight orcs more than anything. Most of the people there are either fleeing from the empire, leaving the empire in a futile attempt to make it big, and petty nobles. Araby is exactly what you think it is. Turn Aladdin into a wargame faction, but only a background faction. And if you think that's me being dismissive of it, do please read about Sultan Jafar's military campaign against the old world. It's actually got advanced medicine, science, and magical practices and theories, but I can guarantee the only thing you're going to remember about this place is Sultan Jafar.
Yeah.
We're going to start by clumping all the elves together, because their backstories are all very interconnected. Don't worry, they'll each get their own time to shine. Once upon a time, there were just elves. The first species created by the old ones to fight chaos. They were made to be elves. Arrogant, long-lived, and short of the Slan, they're the best wizards around. Then chaos descended, the old ones pissed off, and the elves had no idea what the hell to do. Eventually, a cool elf named Kalidor made a magical vortex, the chief cool elf, Anarian, grabbed a cursed sword that killed a whole lot of demons, and then everything cooled down a bit. Anarian disappeared, but they elected a new king, so all was okay. His children with his first wife even showed back up to be a bloodline of legendary heroes, though they're also cursed because of that sword. Then Anarian's second wife told their son Malekith that he should be king, convinced him with her boobs because family trees can be shaped like Christmas wreaths if you don't mind being a freak, and a civil war broke out. Malekith walked into a sacred fire to prove his worth, whereupon their chief god lit him on fire. Him and his mother kept trying to take over the home continent of Ulthuan. They nearly unmade it when they realized they couldn't, and then the newly formed Dark Elves were forced off of it to go live in Canada. The High Elves, those who stayed behind, once again got to rebuild the shattered remnants of their home. At least they still had their firm friendship with the dwarfs, that's a good thing. Oh, wait, that got ruined too. I don't feel too bad. The High Elf King ruined that one for them himself by being the worst. That one wasn't an unfortunate tragedy. It was a self-imposed unfortunate tragedy. The dwarfs and the High Elves fought fantasy World War I, and it was pretty miserable for everyone involved. Picking a victor is sort of meaningless because both groups were pretty thoroughly wrecked by the event, and the High Elves had to return home when the Dark Elves began the first of many invasion attempts to retake Ulthuan. Some High Elves didn't go home and sheltered in a magical forest called Athel Loren instead. Now we have our third group of elves, the Wood Elves. The Wood Elves are the easiest of the subgroups to explain. They sit in their magical forest and are insane. Sometimes people walk into the magical forest, It's safe to assume that unless stated otherwise, they do not come back out of the magical forest. Sometimes even if you come out of the magical forest, you find that 1,000 years have passed since you entered, and every single one of those years catches up with you as you age to dust within minutes. Aside from that, though, your first instinct might be that these are stupid, uninspired, lame D&D wood elves who love nature and harmony and trees. And in fairness, they do love all those things. It's just that these trees are 50 feet tall, mobile, have a craving for the suffering of mankind, and the wood elves will invite peasants to feasts to fatten them up for the forest spirits.
Yeah,
they don't give a rat's
cool.
ass about the outside world aside from how it might affect their perfect little lives inside the forest. There are a few scattered enclaves
really
of them
sick.
across the world that are a bit friendlier, but the general motivation of the wood elves is getting other people to get the hell off of their lawn. And when the lawn can come to life and devour you alive, it's a pretty easy task to do that. They also gaslight the Bretonians into thinking their goddess isn't an elf one, although as it turns out later on, the extent of the elven gaslighting goes even further beyond their understanding.
I'm sorry, they shoot bees? They shoot bees. Okay, the wood elves are kind of cool. They got really cool monsters, and apparently the monsters shoot bees, so that's winning points for me. Love the Neil Stivel Undead too. Yeah. Yeah. Also have weakness for wood elves. Skavens are still the best. So yeah, Skavens are still the best. However, I'm getting an appreciation for some of the people that I've been trying to murder.
They're led by the avatars of two of the elf gods, naturally the ones that are focused on nature, because wood elf. The king likes to rampage across Bretonia every now and again for funsies, and the queen sometimes says don't do that, sometimes doesn't care, and sometimes encourages it when she's in a feisty mood. They're not my thing, truth be told, but I can respect the idea of wanting to be left alone for all eternity. So if you too cringe inside a little bit whenever you get a text message or a Discord DM, these guys might be for you.
High
The High Elves are the ones that stayed on Ulthuan and remained much the same throughout. And like I said, the old ones sure as hell made them to be elves. Long-lived, magical, arrogant, and because they live for thousands of years, they're real good at what they do. Some of their swordsmen have been practicing for so long that they take into account the weight of their eyelashes when they swing.
Damn.
You're not beating that. And sure enough, the history of the High Elves is the history of them sailing out from their homeland to go stop most of the problems the world faces. They taught humanity how to use magic properly, they keep excess magic from saturating the world, and they have a habit of showing up just as they're needed to stop things from getting completely out of hand. There's a High Elf who destroyed orc warbands that have been rampaging since the dawn of time and was so good at it that he gave the entire elven race a reputation amongst the greenskins for being good fighters. All of this because a fat goblin burned down his house. And of course, Teclis, my beloved, is there a 10,000 strong army of orcs, dark elves, or worse bearing down on you? Well, with a wave of his staff and a flick of his wrist, there is now a new crater. He's a real cool guy like that, and he's not even that arrogant. The flip side to balance this glazing session I've just done is that they do actually have weaknesses to go along with all that. They reproduce slowly, and in a wargame setting, that's the mark of death. Every death in battle is a hindrance, although at least compared to 40k, they aren't outright dying. They're on the watch list for being endangered rather than being endangered outright. And magic being so innate to them means that when something with it goes wrong, they feel it and are affected by it more acutely than most. Like when their magical queen is sad. Their entire homeland's climate is tied to her emotions. And like any living being that isn't a psychopath, she is sad when a great amount of her people die. So when Malekith decides today is as good a day as any to get 1 million people killed trying to retake his homeland again, it really sucks to live in the same country as her. They're also physically frail, which isn't the biggest weakness in the world, but you'll definitely notice it when an orc is bearing down on them. They've also got a bit of a species-wide depression thing going on too. When you live functionally forever, you get a long time to get a real feel for what the world is like. And as it turns out, this world kinda sucks. They just don't have time to recuperate from any of their constant losses. The world is in danger, the High Elves sail out to fix the issue, and then the world is immediately in danger again. Add on to that some more standard elven weaknesses, like their old age, meaning they don't always adapt to new things well, and you've got a race that has a bit of a deadline attached to it. Man.
Wait, damn, I got distracted. That outfit's kind of baller. I didn't notice it's like a mosaic corset. Looks like it's made out of it looks like it's made out of stained mosaic pieces. That's awesome. That's so cool. I got a little bit distracted by how cool the sort of outfit situation is. Is elf simp? Yeah, I'm starting to see that there's certain biases in certain locations here.
Mankind is inventing guns, tanks, and more, and the elves think the bow and arrow remains the height of warfare. To their credit, though, they're damn good with that bow and arrow, especially when it's a magical lightsaber bow and arrow. And dragons. The High Elves are best friends of almost every dragon that isn't from Cathay. Dragons are scary in a fight, and let's be honest with ourselves. If a dragon declared your hometown to be the best thing ever and made sure to always visit and help out when it was in trouble, you'd have an ego the size of Mount Everest too. Overall, if you like elves, you'll like these guys. Even if you don't like elves or only associate Warhammer's elves with the Eldar, the High Elves' ability to actually put their money where their mouth is might win you over. And if nothing else, there's an elf character named Aletha Nar who skins Dark Elves alive because he just hates them that much, and is overall Michael Myers if he had pointy ears and Special Forces training. Hard to get more unelven than that guy.
Well,
Speaking
damn.
of ego, though,
Dark Elves.
take the stereotypical elven arrogance, or if you're not a big fan of the race, elven racism. Now jack it up to the logical extreme endpoint of the concept so that they don't only think they're the best, they think of all other races as vermin that should either serve them as slaves, be hunted for sport, or outright eradicated. Welcome to Nagaroth, friends. It only goes downhill from there. Warhammer North America sucks. It's home to the Dark Elves after they got kicked out of their old home, and the entire thing is either a frozen hellhole, a desert hellhole, or a frozen hellhole bordering actual hell. There's something called the Altar of Ultimate Darkness inside of this place. Do you think anyone that lives here is gonna be nice? Sure enough, the Dark Elves aren't nice. There used to be some human tribes that lived in Nagaroth, and then the Dark Elves killed or enslaved them all. They have cities built into mountains they use as ships to raid and enslave others, they kidnapped High Elf children to raise as Dark Elves, and the entire society looks like what would happen if every single Decepticon was Starscream. Murder and treachery are only illegal if you get caught, and if you're powerful enough, not even then. They're led by Malekith and his mother Marathi, the same two elves who formed the Dark Elves 10,000 years prior. Marathi is kind of just always awful, but sometimes if you squint real hard, Malekith can almost sort of a little bit resemble a noble elf hero he once was. Then he does things like instituting the elven god of murder as the head of the Dark Elf pantheon, uses demons as auxiliaries when he invades Ulthuan, and starts the Warhammer Fantasy Triangle slave trade. In spite of failing to retake Ulthuan every time he tries, he's a damn powerful wizard and warrior both. He's just Darth Vader, actually. He's even got the suit of armor that helps keep him alive because he was severely burned. And who can forget his mommy issues? Although I don't think Anakin ever piped his mother, so a little bit different there. There is no height of cruelty that Dark Elves don't aspire to. Acting nice gets you killed because it clearly means you're weak. Admitting you're a bit tired or injured gets you killed because if you were strong, you wouldn't be injured, so clearly you're weak and someone else more fitting should take your spot. They don't have as many dragon allies, and the ones they do are corrupted by dark magic, so they just grab whatever monstrosity they can find in the Midwest and put it in chains until it's time for battle. Much like their cousins in space, if you find you're about to be captured by them, it's probably best to just off yourself.
What is that? What is this thing? What is that? What is this creature? Oh, I got a little distracted. I'm trying to process sort of what I'm looking at here. Is that a mouth? Is that its mouth? Squig? Squig. That's squig. What is a squig? I need to look at I need to look up what a squig is. Oh, it's like a thing. Why do they kind of look like me? Oh, hey, wait, why do they kind of look like me? Why do they kind of look like me? That's kind of me for real, actually. Hold on. Can I get a picture of the pink one from the background there? Oh, free him. Wait, what are they gonna look like me? They kind of look like me. Motor balloons of orcs and goblins. I find them kind of delightful. Squiggy's Arisa's ancestor. It's me. They're kind of me. Look at this guy. That's my dog. This is kind of if I was a dog instead of a rat, you know? That's kind of me for real. That's kind of me for real, actually.
They may not have quite as exotic measures of torturing you, but they make up for it with a real go-getter attitude in the field of human rights violations. There's a holiday called Blood Night. The cult of the god of murder goes around and kidnaps people to murder. They steal elven girls to be trained as witch elves like them, and they throw elven boys in a cauldron of boiling blood. If they survive, they get trained as an assassin. I don't think a concrete statistic has ever been given, but you can assume that not many people survive this. If you like being edgy, either ironically or because you think suffering is inherently deep, you'll like the Druki. I can already feel the viewer retention going down, though, from how long I've been talking about elves, so how about we move to their polar opposites? Elves are posh, regal, and always at least a little bit uptight. Dwarfs are brash, to the point, and consider sobriety a sin. While the elves of Warhammer have a few things that make them stand out a bit from the standard elf template, the dwarfs of Warhammer could fit in just about any setting with minimal issue. They like drinking, they like mining, they hate orcs, and getting them to compliment non-dwarf craftsmanship is like pulling teeth from an orc. They hate magic both because it's weird elf nonsense and because when the old ones made the dwarves, they made them so opposed to magic their mere presence makes it not work properly. They love mining in mountains because that's just what dwarfs love. They do have three things that make them stand out, though. First is that it's pronounced dwarfs, not dwarves. Second is that these dwarfs are industrious little fellas. They've discovered oil and how to use it, and with it make helicopters, trains, and more. While humanity has galleons with cannons and the elves have either magical dragon ships or city-sized slave ships, the dwarfs have ironclads, submarines, and aircraft carriers. They hate using them because no proper dwarf would ever be happy with anything but solid earth under their feet, but they have them.
Valid.
They're slow to change to the point that anything less than 500 years old gets you complained at if you suggest using it, but at least some of them understand that the 20-barreled artillery piece is nice to have even if their ancestors might not approve. The second is that these dwarfs are the embodiment of the word spite. They're bitter that the other races won't just conform to proper dwarf ways. They hate orcs and goblins for ruining their once great cities. They hate the elves for that war they got into thousands of years ago. A war that ultimately started, mind you, because the dwarf diplomat forcibly had his beard shaved. There were some other factors leading up to it, but that was the final straw. The average dwarf doesn't know about the lizardmen much, but they'd certainly hate them too if they knew the Slann were involved in shifting some mountain ranges around that destroyed a whole lot of dwarf holds. Have you ever wronged a dwarf? Into the book you go. The Great Book of Grudges, that is. Every single thing that has in some way wronged the dwarf race is put down in there. Most dwarf holds have their own personal ones for slight against them in particular. Some dwarfs have their own personal book. Even if they don't, they have photographic memory. If you've wronged them, they'll remember. It doesn't even need to be on purpose. A human town once shorted the dwarfs 2 coins by accident in exchange for some construction work. The dwarfs sent an army and killed everyone in it. If this happens to you and you try to seek some sort of retribution for this insane idea of compensation they seem to have, you're going back in the book for any harm you might cause doing it.
Suddenly, the amount of money they've extorted from me across my Total War campaigns makes so much sense. Suddenly, I'm following.
We'll spend centuries and entire military campaigns fighting wars to right grudges, and naturally anything that happens to them during these campaigns leads to more grudges, which leads to them trying to right those grudges, which causes more grudges. You know that saying about digging 2 holes when you set out for revenge? 2 holes is not nearly enough for the Dowie. And who could forget the Slayers? Let's say you're a dwarf, and you committed some seriously dishonorable action. Maybe your negligence led to other dwarfs getting killed. Maybe you fled at the height of a battle. Or maybe you just lost a bit too much money on a bet, or had your beard shaved against your will. In any of those cases, there's only one option available to you.
And I mean that sincerely.
Take the Slayer Oath and die in battle. There's no redeeming yourself in any way but death. There's funerals held for those who take the Slayer Oath before they even leave to find something to kill them, because for all intents and purposes, they've died and the message just hasn't gone through to them yet. If you want some great books that explore Slayers, dwarfs, and the Warhammer world, read Gotrek and Felix. Read Gotrek and Felix anyway. Do it. Now. While the dwarves certainly have their work cut out for them, they've got some good stuff that makes them cool regardless. They can't use magic like wizards, so instead they grab it by the balls and hit it with a hammer until it works perfectly how they want it to with their runes. The longer their beards are, the more respected they are, and there's even a military unit called Longbeards. If their beard can touch the floor, they get equipped with some of the best armor dwarf money can buy. They've got the finest weapons in the setting, the finest armor in the setting, and while they may be slow as all hell, if they catch you, it's game over. If you like facial chair, hate change, and despise other people for being different, take a look at the dwarfs.
Dwarves, let's go. Yeah, I wonder what the favorite faction is of Chatter Longbeard Dan. I wonder what Chatter Longbeard Dan could possibly enjoy the most. Dwarves is Skaven fodder. Yeah, we've had beef previously. We have had many a beef previously. They like to take my money. They like to take my money in my house.
Imagine dwarfs without that silly grudge ideology. You've committed a wrong and have to make up for it, but you can right it without causing your own death. And what's more, you can properly use magic. Fireball and lightning and all those other lovely spells you can think of. Without the shackles of tradition or even their own biology holding them back, they can produce wonders of both magic and industry. Unfortunately, they replace stupid grudges with one of the most horrific slaver cultures around, and they forego tradition to worship actual demons and dark gods. And being able to use magic isn't necessarily a good thing, because it eventually turns them into stone statues. These are the Chaos Dwarfs, and they're horrifying in a way the more human followers of Chaos can only dream of being. Saying they take the best of the dwarfs is sort of overstating it, because the best of the dwarfs is their willingness to stand by both the letter and spirit of their word. They'll have your back no matter what. Plus, while their incredible stubbornness does hold them back from a lot of progress they can make and gets them into some stupid conflicts, it also means they're not only going to accomplish whatever they set out to do, but always stand by your side. If the dwarfs say they're going to help you, they're going to help you. And if a human, dwarf, and elf are all fighting together, the dwarf is going to be the last one to break. The Chaos Dwarves take these traits and have molded them in a way that is best suited to being an evil bastard. The craftsmanship of the dwarfs makes weapons, yes, but also architectural wonders and genuine pieces of art so good it can make a man weep. The Chaos Dwarfs make hell factories that are 2000% efficient and make the most brutal weapons Chaos has to offer. They take the runic magic of the dwarfs and use it to bind demons into their weapons and armor. The demons aren't happy with this, but the Chaos Dwarfs are still dwarfs. They're so good at what they do that more often than not, the demons are powerless once the dwarfs get their hands on them. They aren't numerous, and they aren't even terribly expansionist, but when the Chaos Dwarfs do go to war, there's nothing that can truly equal it. The finest weapons and armor just like the dwarfs, only now bolstered with the power of Hellspawn. They even have the closest thing to a nice chaos god to worship, which gives them all sorts of benefits. Hashut. Sure, he's called the Father of Darkness and is the god of tyranny and is overall exactly as evil as you'd expect from that, but he doesn't screw the dwarfs over. They want power, he likes it when tyrants are in power, so in exchange for them using their dwarf talents to enslave others, he gives them power. The most commonly seen use of Chaos Dwarfs is as artillery crewmen for the Hell Cannon unit, as well as frequently selling Chaos Lord's weapons and armor. This is because of both their isolationist nature and because they don't really have an army. They do have legacy rules for the old world, and they have had an army, unlike Cathay, but their status as properly playable is a bit all over the place. Still though, if you don't mind legacy rules and finding either old minis or third-party ones to use, you can field the Chaos Dwarf army. So if you like the dwarfs but wish they were horrendous in every way possible, check out the Chaos Dwarfs. Just get used to people calling them chorfs. Not the most dignified nickname, that one.
Yeah, I'm used to everyone calling them chorfs now. That's how they were introduced to me. So elves can still be elves, but dwarves have to be dwarfs. Says Bull. I don't know, I kinda like it. I think it's kinda fun. Chaos Dwarfs are back in Age of Sigmar. Ah, I see.
The ogres were the last race the old ones made before pissing off. They're resistant to chaos, tough unlike the elves, capable of changing things up quickly unlike the dwarfs, and are as ambitious and fluid as mankind. Unfortunately, the older ones couldn't quite get them to stop eating everything in sight, and never properly finished them before they left, or their homelands for that matter. When chaos invaded, the ogres were left unfinished in this state, and many became nomadic after they ate everything in whatever their first homeland was. They also ate the ancestors of the modern-day giants, who were a whole lot smarter, wiser, and powerful than the inbred alcoholic morons that giants are in Warhammer today. Things were made worse for them when they decided to migrate into Cathay, because the Dragon Emperor dropped a meteor on their homeland and blew it up. Now they had nowhere to return to, were still really hungry, and that meteor made a big hole called the Great Maw. It's a big hole in the ground with teeth, and the ogres throw food and people into it to get magical powers. They also worship a volcano and drink its lava to get fire magic. Neither of the past two sentences were made up by me. I love this setting. They're vaguely based on Mongolia, but I don't think Genghis Khan ever ate an entire city's population. Killed everyone in it, sure, but I don't think there was mass cannibalism. The ogres, though, do exactly that. Everything about them revolves around food. Their social hierarchy is in large part determined by how fat you are. They have a race of goblinoid slaves called Noblars they employ as equal parts pack mule, assistant chefs, and snacks. They go to war to eat other races' food and or the other races. One of the most common ways you'll see ogres around is as mercenaries, because while they are stupid, they're smart enough to realize being a mercenary means you can travel the world sampling all the food you can find, and you'll even get paid for the trouble. The gut is a sacred part of an ogre's body, to the point that oftentimes it's the only part of an ogre they keep protected protected with armor. That might sound stupid, but consider they're twice as tall, 4 times as wide, and 8 times as heavy as a normal person, and can reliably defeat demon invasions. The closest thing to an ogre central government is Greece's Goldtooth tribe that sets up toll booths on the trading routes between Cathay and the Old World. Aside from that, though, they can be literally anywhere. They're happy to sell their services to all races, and sometimes they can even become corrupted by chaos. Being resistant to chaos, corruption, and immune to it are different things, especially if they willingly join for one reason or another. Sometimes they even embrace the cultures of the places they go willingly. An ogre isn't exactly gonna fit in an Imperial Noble's party, but are you gonna tell the 9-foot-tall slab of muscle with a racial reputation for eating people that he's being a bit of a slob? No, no you aren't. And if someone does, everyone at your fancy dinner party now has some rather gruesome entertainment, while your ogre guest has dessert. The Chaos Demons are pretty similar between Fantasy and 40k. They're all servants/bits of a greater god. Sufficient concentrations of magic can allow them to show up, and when a wizard messes up their spell, they can manifest that way too. They want to tear down the mortal world and bring ruin to the realms of man, elf, and dwarf, all that good stuff you can expect of demons. The only real difference is how they came about. In 40k, all the Chaos Gods have birthdays. Slaanesh has the most concrete one, but the other ones at one point very much came into existence. Warped timey-wimey cop-out garbage means they've also always existed, but I don't care about that. In fantasy, they have always existed, though. They're just evil gods who exist to ruin stuff. It's how it works. Chaos came about when they broke through the portals on each of the planet's poles when the old ones overused them to ferry materials and magic to their burgeoning creations. Other than that, pretty much the same, if with a small bit more emphasis on their positive aspects. Only a small bit, though. Khorne still likes war, Nurgle still likes disease, Tzeentch still likes scheming, and Slaanesh still likes degeneracy. Same demon units, same greater demons, hell, most of the named demons are the same. Where they really shine and differentiate between settings isn't their followers. Let's get GW's least favorite child out of the way first.
Why'd you get the subscribe? Welcome. I'm gonna head out as long as I could. Held on so as I could, but I'm gonna leave to get some rest. Alright, so thanks for reacts today. Hope you had a great rest of your day. Thank you, Invincible. Thank you for stuff again. Sleep well, sleep well. I'm gonna sleep. Good night, y'all. Good night, not well as well. Sleep well, both of you. Sleep well. Get good rest. Get good rest.
The Beastmen are a cross between beasts and men. Being born of chaos itself, the Dark Gods don't need to bribe them with gifts to ensure their worship. Unfortunately for them, this means the Beastmen rarely, if ever, get any gifts from the gods. They know they'll always have their worship, so they get the scraps the proper Chaos Warriors
Tim's
get.
favorite, yeah,
Given
in a very
one theory of how
specific
they
way.
came about is man and beast getting a bit too friendly with each other, I don't feel too bad for them. Don't let that fool you, though. While the nations of men consider them to be a nuisance for all but the most isolated towns, and the dwarves view them similarly, the Wood Elves know the true danger they represent. In the forest of the world, millions of them lurk, and when they go to war, entire swaths of the country are trampled underneath their hooves. They defile nature with their every step, and won't stop their savage crusade until the civilized peoples of the world exist in a constant state of being hunted by their bestial overlords. At least that's what we're told in between lore blurbs of them being butchered like the cattle they look like. For the love of God, at least the Eldar are powerful on the tabletop more often than not. The Beastmen usually suck on tabletop and in the lore. I'm trying to be a hype man for the factions here, but while I wasn't for Petunia because I hate them, I'm not for the Beastmen because I pity them. For what it's worth, though, they are incredibly dangerous to the average person in this setting. Villages at the frontier of almost every faction are regularly under assault by Beastmen raiders, and when they gather in force, they'll be wiped off the map at a moment's notice. And since they're all part animal, they have incredibly sharp senses. If you get in a fight with one while you're traveling, it's already game over. You can probably take that one on, but the 20 or so more beelining it in your direction because they heard a fight is a different story. The Beastmen are a savage race to the point that things like intact walls drive them to frothing rage, such as their hatred for civilization. All they do in their free time is get into brutal fights amongst each other, sometimes involving one challenging another for a position in the hierarchy, but usually just to assert dominance or for fun, hunt people, and drink. They do have some forms of worship for the Chaos Gods, and their shamans both help construct effigies and are actually revered by other beastmen as something above their common squabbling, but for the most part, they're every stereotype of barbarians squashed into one. Aside from those shamans, they have no desire to form their own culture, civilization, or cities. They just want to hunt like the beasts they are. The Beastmen may be a bit of an acquired taste, but for what it's worth, I don't think I've ever seen people address Beastmen players with anything but some measure of respect. While the Beasts of Chaos are no more, the OG Beastmen of Fantasy have returned to the tabletop. If you like the idea of being the savage force of nature that just wants to ruin, all the while being backed by the Dark Gods, the Beastmen might be for you.
That's pretty
fun. Don't expect to win all that often. Part of the respect Beastmen players get is for sticking with an army that Games Workshop seems to hold in utter contempt. I know I'm
Warriors of
incredibly
Chaos.
biased, but I do not care for the motivations of most of the traitor legions. They strike me as like listening to a story about me and my siblings not getting along when we were kids. Which I'm sure is at least partly intentional, but that's not the kind of motivation I want for why someone sold their soul to the forces of hell. At least not on a faction-wide level. By contrast, let's look at the Warriors of Chaos motivations for worshipping chaos. I'd say there's two blanket ones you can say. The reasonable one is that they live in the barren, icy lands of Norska. Aside from the southernmost regions, permafrost covers the whole land. No crops can be grown, and few animals are around to hunt. Because of their proximity to the North Pole, where the realm of chaos intersects with reality, a lot of those animals are heavily mutated, if not outright demonic. A lot of these people are also almost explicitly forsaken by Sigmar, as a lot of the ones who live there now are the descendants of the ones Sigmar forced out when he was forming the Empire. With all that in mind, I think it's at least understandable that these people would turn to the Chaos Gods for protection and worship. If the only option of worship is the guy who's all about plague, you might as well hope he's in a good mood and will keep the plague at bay in exchange for a few sacrificed southerners. The other motivation, while less relatable, is also much more fun. Just wanting to be an evil, powerful overlord. Why do you worship the Dark Gods? Because they give you ultra-powerful cursed armor you can use to give them more sacrifices to gain more power with. Why do you slaughter in the name of the Blood God and all the others? Because it's fun. Who gives a damn about morality? That orphanage made the mistake of being in front of you, so it obviously had to go. If the Blood Dragons are a heavy metal album cover, the Warriors of Chaos are every heavy metal album cover combined into one. Kill for the Dark Gods at every possible moment. Let loose your darkest desires onto the world, because you have the explicit backing of the powers that be to do so. The Norskins who live in the frozen north will make pilgrimages to the northern pole and realm of chaos to become true warriors of darkness. If they're unlucky or unworthy, they'll turn into chaos spawn or demon food. If they're lucky or worthy enough, they'll become mighty chaos lords. And if they're really lucky and get just the right amount of attention from their gods, they can become demon princes of chaos, immortal beings with the blessings of the gods themselves to pillage across the world in their name. Look at this dude. He has 4 weapons visible alone, and his armor looks like he just grabbed every single bit of scrap metal around and had a demon turn it into something almost coherent to look at. If you want to play the bad guys who revel in being bad guys for the sake of it, the Warriors of Chaos have no equal.
Baby.
But believe it or not, these guys aren't the evilest faction.
Yeah!
I love the Skaven. Take a rat, make it person-sized, walk on 2 legs, and fill it with hate. Now let them outnumber everyone else combined by a factor of 10, give them energy weapons and the foulest of magics, and a desire to see everyone else brought low before them. With that, you have the Skaven, and they are truly glorious. Unlike the Chaos Gods, their god of the Horned Rat has absolutely no positives. His own little territory in the realm of chaos is the realm of ruin. It sucks, and in there is a greater demon of his for every single Skaven, all of whom also suck. With numbers and power like they have, there's only one reason the Skaven haven't already taken over the world. The thing their god and race embodies more than anything else is the word asshole. They hate the other races for sure. They're petty and spiteful enough that even though they don't have any uses for gold, they mine it solely because it inconveniences everyone else. But they hate each other only a fraction of a fraction less than they hate everyone else. They're also all power-hungry morons who are convinced that if they were in charge, they could lead Skavendom to victory. And of course, themselves to a life of luxury and power. So one will have a plan to defeat a dwarf army, and then all his underlings immediately begin sabotaging each other to look good for the commander, sabotaging the commander to take his place, and then sabotaging themselves because they're just stupid. They eat each other for food, the Skaven at the top bully the ones below them, and this lovely form of Reaganomics trickles all the way down to the common clan rat bullying Skaven slaves because the rat above him bullied him because the rat above him bullied him. Of course, none of this matters in terms of defeating them. For one, they're rat people. There's a reason the only human-inhabited place on Earth that doesn't have rats is Alberta. The Skaven literally breed like rats because they are. In the time it takes you to kill one, they've already given birth to another 1,000. In a chapter from a Skaven character's point of view, the commanding wizard of the Skaven army remarked it was impressive how they managed to pull off a victory despite only outnumbering the enemy 4-1. When a 4-1 ratio is what they consider to be a pretty even fight, you can rest easy, knowing there's a lot of rats under your feet. Or don't rest easy. I wouldn't. And of course their technology. It's the best in the world. They have nuclear weapons. They
Hell
burrow
yeah.
under the ground and put them under people or places they don't like, which is everywhere and everyone. The only
Hell
places
yeah.
the Skaven don't have some presence on is Ulthuan, the High Elf home, and Athelloren, the Wood Elf home. They can't get to Ulthuan because it's a floating island continent that doesn't touch the sea floor. There's
I'll
no
get there.
ground for them to dig up under through. They
I'll
can't
take
get
that
to
donut.
Athelloren, meanwhile, because the ground itself is alive and actively hates them for trespassing.
I'll
They'll
take that
send
donut.
thousands of their slaves and basic soldiers
I'll
to
take that
death
tree,
in
I'll take
order
that
to
donut.
slightly soften up the enemy defenses. As far as the Council of 13 that rules
I'm getting in.
Skavendom is concerned, 1,000 slave rats in exchange for the enemy losing a couple rockets and cannonballs is a positive trade. This is before they start firing at you with magically powered Gatling guns, throwing poison gas at you, and lighting you on fire with magically powered flamethrowers. Every single one of
That's
those
so
things
beautiful.
has the potential to break and kill the operators because the magic rocks powering it are incredibly unstable, and it just doesn't matter to the Skaven. Other Skaven killed are other potential rivals killed, and everyone else they kill is one less obstacle to Skaven domination over the world. That magical substance they use to power their weapons is a rock called Warpstone, by the way, and the Skaven covet it above all else. They use it to power pretty much everything that isn't manually powered by treadmills of slave rats. Other uses for it include using it to boost their magical strength, boost their physical strength, as food, and as a cocaine equivalent. Everyone
That's
else
so
that
awful. I
touches
love
the
them
stuff
so
either
dearly.
mutates or dies on the spot, and for the Skaven it's nose candy. If they sound goofy, it's because they are, but
They
consider what it's
are.
like on the other side of a Skaven invasion. You're walking down the street, things have been a bit rough with the goings-on in the town, but nothing that can't be explained by natural causes. Then all you hear is explosions, the sounds of the most horrifying mutated monstrosities ever conceived, and right as you turn the corner, all you see is dozens of beady red eyes staring
It's
at you with full
me.
intent to kill and eat you.
Surprise!
And that's if you're lucky. On the other end of things, the Skaven are horrifying. There's a lot more about the Skaven I could say, but here's a quick and easy way to know if you like them. If you despise everything about everyone around you, know for a fact you should be in charge of everyone because you're clearly right, and altruism makes you want to curl up and die, you'll like the Skaven. Or alternatively, if you want to rock up to a fantasy setting with machine guns, magical artillery, and nuclear bombs, they're for you too. And I believe
yes.
that is every major fantasy faction,
Machine gun,
and a
yes,
lot of the
yes.
minor ones. If you're new to fantasy, I hope this was a decently informative primer. If
That
you
was.
are,
I
I
have a
hope
lot of
something in
respect
here
for
was
different
funny.
ones I
Thank
didn't
you
know
as
about
always
that
to my
much before.
wonderful channel members. You are the
I have a lot
Warhammer
of more
fantasy to
respect
my
for anything-
Warhammer, the
for, like,
backbone
the
of
ones I didn't
everything
know
that
that
has
much
come
before.
before and
Restriction.
since. If you'd like to support the channel, feel free to subscribe or
Yeah, the
become a
Tomb
member.
Kings are way
Either
cooler
way,
than I thought
thank you
they
for
were.
watching and take care out there.
Is there an outro to this one?
There's a whole faction
There
of
is.
vampire pirates I didn't really talk about. For the overall lore, they're
yeah.
just not important, but one of them has the largest navy in the world. That's what Warhammer Fantasy considers forgettable. A pirate vampire with the largest navy in the world. Total War only for the most part, but hey, it's pretty cool to play in that.
Yeah, they're pretty awesome. Expanding my horizons. Exactly. I'm getting a new appreciation for the people that I normally just take the homes off and kill. Yeah, that's the end of that one. That was really good. I'm gained a new appreciation for them. Well, I guess that was the last. It wasn't the last one I had lined up, but I think it's the last one we'll watch for today because we have gone through a lot of videos. We're going through a lot of videos, so I think that's where we'll wrap up. So let's find someone to send you all the way to. Let's have a look-see. Where shall we go? Who is live today? Let's have a look here. I think we should go. It was fun. I'm glad. I have a lot of fun just sitting back and watching stuff sometimes. And I feel like I learned a lot. My brain expanded today. I feel like my brain has expanded today. Always fun to chat with you, boss. Yeah, thanks for stopping in. I like yapping. Thanks for stream, Rat. It was fun. Yeah, I'm glad. Okay, well, let's see. No stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's my day off. But I'm back the day after that with... What have I scheduled for the day after tomorrow? I'm gonna have a look. I should go to bed. It's 4:20 a.m. here. Yeah, go to sleep. Okay, day after tomorrow is Nikkei. And then another day off after that. And then after that, we're continuing my first time playing Metal Gear Solid 3. And then the day after that, it's Pokemon Radical Red. And I believe... yes, if you are at Offkai in person, I have a panel on what is my 25th, but will be your 24th if you're physically attending Offkai. I am doing a panel with the Adventure Minecraft server staff team. So myself, Amo, it is Amo's panel. I am a guest, and Lux, who is also guesting alongside me for Amo's panel. We're doing a panel at Offkai about running Minecraft events. So that's pretty neat. You wanna talk? If you wanna hear us talk about why we do that and what it looks like, then you can show up there. And yeah, that'd be fun. And then half an hour after I wrap that up, we're playing a Pokemon challenge, even though I don't know anything about Pokemon. And the day after that, it is the members only stream. Yeah. And then the day after that is my off-kai meet and greet, but that's not this week's schedule, so that's fine. Thanks for the stream, Arisa. No problem, thank you for watching. Okay, let's rate us out into someone. Why Pokemon all of a sudden? Because Duologs told me to. And when my boss tells me to do something, I probably should try it. Yeah, it was a suggestion from the boss man. Alrighty, let's see. What's a good raid choice? Let me grab the YouTube redirects. I would ideally like to raid us into the same location, but we shall see who is actually live. Let's see. Let's go to I'm looking. Okay, you know what? We can split raid. YouTube side, you'll be going to Aya Amare because I know she also does Warhammer stuff, so that feels fitting. But she does not multi-stream, so Twitch side, you will be going to Mamie Senpai. Najoko Mamie. I'm actually not sure what Mamie's up to today, but, you know, I'm sending you in there anyway. Such a good employee, you are, boss. Thank you. Thanks for stream. Have a good night. Good night. Are you gonna have them make a Skaven mod for Minecraft? I would love that. That would be fantastic. That would be great. Alright. With that, I hope you all have a good morning, / evening, / night. I don't know what time it is for you. I don't know where you live. I will see you. Not tomorrow, but the following day. Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Goodbye.